Okay. All right. I would like everybody to take their seats, please. Please, everybody, take your seats. We're going to start our kermesse, our tour de force, our fashion folly for the day. Well, I welcome you all here. Good morning. My name is Paola Antonelli, and I would like to call here to the front. Alexandra, don't sit down, please. And Michelle, please come in. I would like to present to you my partners in crime. Come. Don't knock to the side, not to the side. So we have here Michelle Fisher from the Museum of Modern Art and Alexandra Midal, my great friend out of France. And together we have concocted this day, this Abecedarium that is devoted to the items or only 26 items in fashion and in garments, wearables, that have had a tremendous impact on the world. Michelle and I work on many projects together here at MoMA. Alexandra last year did an event like this, an Abecedarium devoted to one of her many passions and obsessions. It was about design and therefore gave us the idea. So we're here today to celebrate the launch of an exhibition that will happen next year here at MoMA that's called Items Is Fashion Modern, and that is going to present MoMA's take on the theme of fashion and wearables. So thank you very much, ladies. We're going to celebrate them a lot during the day and more from the team. So we have quite a great day ahead of us. I would like to know how many of you were here last night. Raise your hand. The majority. So I'm going to kind of glide over the little preface, but not completely, because there are many people that haven't been here last night, and there are some people that are watching us live. So I would like to also speak for them. Last night we had a wonderful salon in which we tackled this question, the question that starts our day, which is Q question. Is fashion modern? We went a little bit out of line. And it was a wonderful evening. We had Alfonso McClendon out of Drexel University. We had Kim Hastrider from Paper Magazine. We had Omoyemi Akerele, who is the founder of Lagos Design Week. And last but not least, Penny Martin, who's the editor of The Gentlewoman magazine. And from many different points of view, we talked about the relationship between fashion and design. We talked about an exhibition that happened at MoMA in 1944 called Are Clothes Modern? The exhibition was by Bernard Rudowski, this itinerating, curmudgeonly, wonderful Viennese curator that also did the exhibition Architecture Without Architects in 1964. And Rudowski in 1944 tackled the absurdity of fashion for both men and women at that time. You see there the number of buttons and pockets that a man was supposed to wear every day. You see the section, midriff, horizontal section of a male at that time, and all the layers, vests, shirts, underwears that he was supposed to wear. And and Rudowski started his whole catalog with the tale of Cinderella and the idea that one has to constrict oneself in clothes in order to be married by the prince. So this idea of fetishism and this idea of deformity and constriction that led women to mimic with their body shapes like this. So women would have had to look like this to really fit comfortably the clothes of the era. And Rudowski worked with sculptor Costantino Nivola to show what women would look like, to show the deformed ideas that fashion had at that time. Last night we also talked about what modern means. What MoMA can contribute to this discussion is, on the one hand, its expertise of design and architecture and modern art, and on the other hand, the idea of modern. And modern comes in many different flavors. The small m, this kind of modern, being attuned to one's time, being one step forward and helping society and helping humanity progress, is the kind of modern that we prefer. It's about not only mirroring what's going on in the world, but also being steeped in it and being able to know one's history in order to move forward without repeating the mistakes of the past. There are other types of modernism, of course. There's modernity, which is very controversial because it really tackles the problem of a Western-centric perspective on history. And then modernity, once again, seen from the perspective of sociology. But as I mentioned to you, what is really important to us is the idea of modern as a reflection of our times. And today we're going to tackle this, going through the alphabet and choosing for each letter a particular item of either clothing or fashion or something that nonetheless represents an important issue for the world of fashion. As we mentioned last night, my team and I don't know much about fashion. We know fashion as amateurs. We know a lot about design, and we're pretty good at testing new experiments, and we're also very good at being humble and saying, hey, we don't know, help us out. So in a way, this event is a way to jumpstart a conversation and a call for collaboration that will continue in the year and a half and some that will lead to the exhibition. Today, presenters will give you wonderful vignettes of 7 minutes each. And by the way, I want to tell our speakers, we're going to be jumping around, telling you when the time is over. You're going to have a light on your podium that will turn yellow when you have 2 minutes left. But they've all tried and tested their presentations 1,500 times, and I think you're going to have a real treat. I'm going to go through the alphabet very quickly. The A is for air, and we're going to have the great Tinker Hatfield from Nike, the VP of Creative Concept, talking to us about it. B is for Blackglama, and we're going to have Dan Mathews, who's the vice president of PETA. You know, I'm bad with titles, so please don't listen to me, just look at the leaflet. I'm going to tell you the names. That's going to talk about not only the Blackglama ads, but also the I'd Rather Go Naked campaign. C is for Cheongsam, and we're going to have the great Harold Koda that's going to talk to us about the East-West translation of a very important garment for China and for women. The D is for Dr. Martens, and David Godlis, great photographer and chronicler of the early punk scene here in New York, is going to tell us about this staple, not only of music, but also of labor and society and history. E for e-commerce, Maxine Bédat from Zady, and she's going to tell us about all the good and bad visualization design that goes into e-commerce. Now, seriously, she's going to give us a frame of this amazingly important revolution in the world of fashion. F is for facial hair, and we're going to have Trainor telling us about what facial hair means to the world in the past, to the world today, in terms of retro and also in terms of religion and in terms of like a stance and personality and identity. G is for gym, and it's going to be wonderful to listen to Sofia Hedman and Serge Martynov talking about athleisure and the amazing importance that athletic wear has had on the way we go about our life. Because remember, what is truly important about all these items is that they influence the way we live, not only the way we look. H is for hoodie, and this is going to be quite a charged and beautiful presentation by Kirby Jean-Raymond for Pierre Moss and DeRay McKesson from Black Lives Matter. Invisibility cloak is for eye, and Mahalo Uchida, my wonderful curator friend from the Museum of Innovation and Technology in Tokyo, has shipped us a great video that talks about this legend and this dream that many of us have to look invisible by wearing a cloak. J is for jeans. How could we miss this? You know, and Emma McClendon, who just did a wonderful show at the Museum of the Fashion Institute of Technology, is going to address this particular item. And right afterwards, we're going to have the keffiyeh, another important staple, not only of the identity, but also the manufacturing in the Middle East and how it's translated and it's been really transported into fashion at different times in history. I myself, having grown up in Milan in the 70s, remember as a child what keffiyeh meant in terms of the urban guerrilla that was going on at that time. L is for little black dress. And the foremost authority in the LBD is Valerie Steele, the director of the museum at FIT, and she's going to give us a wonderful presentation about what it meant and what it will mean in the future. M is for Mumu, and excuse me, this is going to be quite something. It's Mr. Mickey Boardman from Paper Magazine that's going to address this amazingly important piece of clothing. And it's for nose job, and we're going to have the foremost authorities on plastic surgery, Joan Kron, writer and journalist extraordinaire, and Dr. Michael Caine, the father of Botox, and more. It's going to be quite fantastic. O is for opium. And, you know, with this beautiful Sophie Dahl ad that many of you probably remember, we're going to introduce Leslie Vossel, a biologist from Rockefeller University, that's going to talk about the sensory input and the craze that sense can engender in people. P is for prosthesis. and what having a prosthesis, or rather an augmentation, means today. And it's going to be the wonderful Aimee Mullins that's going to talk to us about it. After P, we're going to go to Rana Plaza and what the tragedy in Bangladesh has meant as a call to arms and a wake-up call for the world of fashion and also for consumers. And I hope this word will disappear from our lexicon and will be about citizens, which is something that Maxine Bédat is going to also talk about. S is for Syrian lingerie, and it's going to be the great Mala Halasa that is going to talk about it, Malu Halasa that's going to talk about it. She's the author not only of the foremost book about Syrian lingerie, but also about a more recent book about art from the front in Syria. So she's going to juxtapose the different, strange, conflictual, and contradictory and really interesting aspects of Syrian culture for us. T is for turtleneck and what it's meant in the past, what it'll mean in the future. Also in terms of modest wear, of modest fashion. It's going to be a wonderful video that Hana Tajima sent. She's currently in Japan, but I think you're going to find it quite fantastic. U is for unisex. Unisex, what it meant in the past, and unisex, what it means today. And Harry Neff is going to present this particular and very interesting and current topic. And then we're going to move to V, veil. What could be also more current than the veil? It's going to be a wonderful presentation too. W is for Dutch walks, the influence and the wrought and difficult relationship between Africa and the rest of the world, as narrated by Omoyemi Akerele, that is the founder, as I mentioned to you before, of Lagos Fashion and Design Week. X is for XS. It's about modeling, mannequins, labor, body image, so important today to think of how we construe and how we address the body, female and male bodies. Y is for YSL Toucheclat, and it's going to be Kabuki, the wonderful makeup artist, that's going to talk to us about the importance of makeup in not only conveying a personality, but also conveying a vision. And final, we're going to have Z for zipper, and it's going to be Troy Patterson that writes a column in the New York Times Magazine often about items of clothing that is going to close the day. During the day, we're going to have panels at the end of sessions, and we're going to address a little more in depth some of the topics and some of the items. If you want to ask questions, you can do it live, but also you can send them, you can tweet them using the hashtag #ItemsMoMA. And our social media correspondent, expert, envoy is going to gather them and pass them along. So it's going to be quite an amazing day with a break for lunch where you'll be on your own and a lot of time to speak, a reception at the end where with a glass of wine we can dig even deeper. But I think that what's important is that you know that we're going to address these items of fashion, the fashion that we love so much, as doors into a complex universe that's made not only of beauty, aesthetics, and craftsmanship, but also of politics, of economics, and of technology, of all the different elements that constitute our present and also our future that constitute our being modern. So I would like to call to the podium right now the first group of three. The first will be Tinker Hatfield. He will talk about the whole Air history, from Air Jordan to Air Future, if there's going to be one after Michael. Difficult to say so. B for Blackglama is going to be Dan Mathews, and then finally is going to be C for Cheongsam. So I would like to call to the podium right now, Tinker Hatfield. Woo! Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, Paola. It's an honor to be here, actually. It's a little bit outside my normal crowd, usually working with high school athletes and all kinds of people like that. Design for me is first and foremost about solving problems. It's how I start my day. It's how I start my projects. It's how I start my sketches. So I'm going to pull up a sketch, actually, if I can push the right button.
Oh, the big green arrow.
I don't see it.
Steve, can you advance the slide?
Oh, she's already handicapping me. So I actually just prepared this the other night. And because when I went back to look at the original Air Max design, which somewhat ubiquitous these days, I couldn't find sketches I felt really told the story very well. So I redrew it. I redrew the kind of the approach, which is again reminding you that it's all about helping athletes. And I've had the great privilege of working with athletes like Michael Jordan, of course, LeBron James and Roger Federer, people like that are in the news. They're well known, and I think that's a big part of what I do for Nike, for the Jordan brand as well. It's so I've kind of prepared this though to talk a little bit differently than about athletes. So I'm using sketches because you really just need to go out and you can just go out in the street or look around the room and see the products that I'm talking about. They're quite visible all over the place. It's about fresh ideas. Design is about fresh ideas, and it's also about reappropriating ideas, and which is a nice way of saying stealing. I think a lot of designers do reappropriate, borrow from others, and I think that's just the way it is for design. So sort of along the line of solving problems, the very most important part of this sketch is actually the barefoot landing on some kind of crash pad. And that is an airbag designed by a gentleman, a NASA engineer by the name of Frank Rudy. So the first person I've ripped off is Frank Rudy. Secondly, I was trying to figure out how to use that technology to actually help people run in the street with better cushioning and more safety, I guess you could say, trying to avoid injury. But you really have to have, I think, a bigger vision than that to do something in design. And in this case, I went to Paris. I saw the Pompidou Center, and so then I ripped off Renzo Piano. All the while, I am trying to reinterpret, what I see. And that building is all about revealing what's inside. And so I felt like if I was going to design a shoe with some new technology that was going to help a runner, I should reveal it. I should basically cut a hole in the side so you could see inside the shoe to see what that was all about. And of course, when you design anything, especially in my business, you have to sort of re-up yourself. You have to try and you move design along, and so. There's a drawing of an Air Max at the top, the original Air Max 1, and then there's a sketch of a much later one from about 4 or 5 years later. And it was inspired by a Ferrari Testarossa 1957. But the reality is, I'm just trying to, take inspiration from wherever I find it, wherever I like it. And so the interesting thing about the original Air Max is that it's been out there now for 30 years. And it's worn by certainly still runners, but mostly it's worn by sneakerheads and fashionistas, women and men in the streets of Paris and Milan. And I guess you could say that even though the design was driven by performance, it somehow leaped into another world, which is the world of fashion. And so that to me is an important point of distinction. I don't start with fashion, but sometimes I end up there. So, next image is something really important to me, and it's about relationships. And it's a little bit of a different type of process, and it's about solving problems for the best athletes in the world. But the design is built around a singular personality. That singular personality in this case is Michael Jordan. And I've designed, again, for about 30 years, Air Jordans over and over again. And but there's a real kind of purpose behind it, which is to satisfy the needs of the greatest player in the world, and just do so with some kind of style. And I was fortunate to find out that Michael himself was very into style and had a great eye, had ideas. And so we became, not only was I inspired by the fact that he could soar from the free throw line and dunk a basketball and score points and win NBA championships, but also I worked off of a relationship with him, something that is dear to me, and I enjoyed this. Have enjoyed all of these years working with him. There's someone who just walked in. Actually, I was going to make a little bit mention about this design process being driven by a singular personality. Well, that's actually not quite true. We are storytellers at heart, even though I'm also telling you I'm a problem solver, and really to sort of tell a story about a shoe, about maybe even more than a shoe, sort of something in the world of modern culture. We employed a young man by the name of Mars Blackman, who's otherwise known as Spike Lee, and I believe he just came in the room, if I'm not mistaken. There he is. All right, let's give him a little hand for coming. He probably just came because I have something to give him, some nice present. So, but no, Spike is great. And what happened was that in this character of Mars Blackman, which really came from She's Gotta Have It and Do the Right Thing, and really an important part of culture for us in this world, we paired him with Michael Jordan, and Mars actually points out that to Michael. How do you do those death-defying, high-flying dunks? Is it the shoes? Come on, Monty, is it the shoes? And Michael goes, no, Mars. He said, is it the long shorts? And he pulls on his shorts, and he kind of goes through a whole list of reasons why Michael's so great, and Michael just keeps telling him, that's not it. And but Mars doesn't let it go. He just says, Money, it's got to be the shoes, right? And he holds his shoe up right to the camera. And Michael finally says, no. And I just want to sort of end my little presentation by telling you that when it's all said and done, I tend to agree with Mars. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Dan Mathews with PETA. When PETA rose to prominence in the 80s, the ad campaign that most symbolized fashion's disregard for animals was Blackglama's What Becomes a Legend Most fur ad series. They were black and white ads with stars like Bette Davis and Diana Ross draped in mink coats. The series began in 1968 and remained very visible through the 70s and 80s. PETA spoke out against it, and we sent videos of minks having their necks snapped to the celebrity models. Here's an MTV News clip from 1989. Yeah.
It should be the little, let me show you.
Sorry about that.
No, don't be sorry. Oh, now you've seen it all. See, now it should go by itself. Yeah. Okay.
To wear or not to wear fur? It's become one of the hot topics of the year, and the latest battle in this war pits animal rights advocates, people for the ethical treatment of animals, against Blackglama, one of the nation's largest fur producers, who are responsible for the slaughter of over 4.5 million minks a year. Liza Minnelli is one of the glamorous women Blackglama has used over the years in their Legend campaign, but she's also one of the people who've been persuaded by the activism of groups like PETA and changed their minds about wearing fur.
What becomes a legend most? Death. That's what you're saying. Sitting there in a fur coat, that's what you're saying. But it didn't occur to me then. It was, and it's my own stupidity, it's my own insensitivity, and I'm sorry about it. I would take it back in a second.
Soon PETA developed our own ad series. In contrast to Blackglama's ads with old school stars covered in mink, ours featured new style icons wearing nothing at all. The Naked campaign actually started in the streets of Tokyo. Furrier staged an Asian fur expo, but Japanese animal groups refused to protest as they said it was considered rude. So a pair of us from PETA went and announced that we were a stripper couple who flew in to take our clothes off outside the fur expo and marched through the streets with a banner that said, "We'd rather go naked than wear fur." It turned into a mob scene, and it got people talking about animal rights not only in Japan, but all around the world. The reaction was so intense that we turned it into an ad for which we recruited Christy Turlington. Stephen Klein shot this free of charge. Before this, anti-fur ads featured images of coyotes mangled in traps or foxes being anally electrocuted. Not many people could take this upsetting reality, but a naked model making a statement? People not only loved it, they wanted a poster. The response from the fashion world was phenomenal at first. Patrick de Marchelier shot Naomi Campbell naked for PETA in Paris, and Todd Oldham shot Cindy Crawford for the campaign, which put PETA on the cover of New York Magazine during Fashion Week at the height of the supermodel era. Suddenly, PETA's image changed from those people with spray paint to that group with the naked models. One activist suggested we change our name to Pimps for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. Time Out dubbed PETA "so hip it hurts." Fur sales plummeted. But as we all know, fashion trends change. By the end of the 90s, as the supermodel era waned, some of the models who swore off fur wore it again for a price. PETA took a lot of flack. One story showed Naomi Campbell swathed in a few hundred chinchillas with the headline, "I'd rather go naked than wear fur." We learned that those who rely on fashion to make a living aren't always reliable. We considered abandoning the campaign altogether. Instead, we switched from models to rock stars. This is who people look more to for fashion tips anyway. Here's Pink's billboard for PETA on 42nd Street. It was also released to great fanfare by PETA affiliates across Europe, Asia, and in Australia. We also work with stylish TV stars. Here's Taraji P. Henson unveiling her naked ad at a PETA party at Stella McCartney's store with Tim Gunn, who allows no fur on Project Runway. Taraji even got producers at Empire to use fake fur. So what's the impact of all of this? Every fall, furriers claim that fur is back, touting how many designers use it on runways. What they don't say is that they pay for it to be on runways for visibility, and that very little of it actually ends up in retail collections. Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein, Vivienne Westwood, Tommy Hilfiger, and just a few months ago, Giorgio Armani all banned fur. And last month in China, the world's largest fur manufacturer, an economic report stated that global demand for fur and leather has fallen so far that fur factories are now being operated by skeleton crews. As for Blackglama, a few years ago, I went to Oyster Bay to visit Peter Rogers. He's the ad man who created the old What Becomes a Legend Most Ad series. We had a few drinks and we had a few laughs, and he said that he had no idea how animals suffered in the fur trade when he originally created the campaign. He tried not to think about it, like many people. Times change, and he was thrilled that PETA has had such enduring success with our campaign. But to the new generation, the whole fur issue is old-fashioned. They're avoiding leather now. I think it's time to reinvent the campaign once more, maybe with the slogan, "I'd rather bear skin than wear skin." Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Harold Koda, and my letter is C for Cheongsam. The Cheongsam in 2000 received a real boost with Wong Kar-wai's beautiful elegiacal film, In the Mood for Love, which actually is a very fashion film in that the plot pivots on Freudian use of fashion, a handbag and a tie. But in fact, the movie itself was really based on the aura of sensuality and constraint that was represented by one article of clothing, which was the cheongsams that were worn by Maggie Cheung. The cheongsam is something that in the West we think of very, very specifically as a fitted sheath dress, high collar, asymmetrical neckline, sometimes in a shiny fabric more than we think of it in terms of more mundane cloths. But in China, in its origination, it was something much more complicated and complex. The cheongsam was something that was used as the representation by young women, women of privilege, intellectuals, and of course some of the demi-mondaine and actresses, as a representation of their avant-garde, forward-thinking lifestyle. In the early 1920s in Shanghai, a body-fitting garment, not shaped in a conventional Western fashion way, but more or less like a chemise dress, was used by Shanghaiese tailors to suggest an affinity to Western high fashion and the flapper dress. In the interpretations that were being promoted in China, the supple cloths revealed the female form in unprecedented ways. There is a complexity to the idea of the etymology of cheongsam. Cheongsam is a Cantonese word. The Mandarin for a female iteration of a long, more or less A-line gown was qipao, which was a subcategory of a male garment, which was the cheongsam. So you have this kind of confusion of cheongsam, cheongsan, male, female, that infuses the thinking about what the cheongsam represents from the very beginning. And there are scholars who actually suggest that the cheongsam is derived from the male garment, the cheongsan. I would argue that instead it is a reflection of the resistance or the introduction of a kind of transgressive garment based on the female prototypes of the qipao that are intended to subvert the more body hiding forms of traditional dress. Here you see a family in the late 1920s, perhaps the early 1930s even, wearing traditional dress, and you see how someone like the actress Hu Die in the 1930s represents modernity, not only in her prop of the streamlined car, but in the streamlined shapes of her cheongsam. The cheongsam was originally constructed as other Chinese garments, one long length of cloth folded at the shoulder line, so straight cut at the shoulder and straight down at the sides. But in the 1920s, by the end of the 1920s, it came to conform more and more to Western construction patterns. And by the 1930s, the dresses themselves really did have an articulation, at least in terms of their flat silhouette, of the shaping of the female form. Of course, it, as with anything that originates in a very specific culture and context, once the idea of it is exported, even when it is worn by someone like Aimee Mullins, who was America's first Chinese film star, it ends up being seen through the lens of the other culture. And one sees a kind of reductivist idea of what it meant to wear Cheongsam. And so the Cheongsam comes to represent in the West all of the prejudicial and stereotypical notions of the lotus blossom, that is the compliant, innocent Chinese femininity, or the dragon lady, as she is posed here, of a predatory, aggressive sexuality and ambition. Interestingly enough, despite this, within China itself, it represented something very, very different. It was associated with national styles. And if you think about the 20th century, it's sort of astonishing to realize that the two forms of what we consider national dress cleave along sexual lines, gendered lines. The Cheongsam, which is indisputably female, and the Mao suit, which is indisputably male. Here you see Madame Chiang Kai-shek, and perhaps the best representative for the style in the West. The then Mrs. Wellington Koo was married to the ambassador both to the court of St. James as well as to Paris. She was well regarded within high fashion circles, and her Cheongsam were seen as appropriate to the most formal occasions. Interestingly enough, Wong Kar-wai's movie is 40 years after The World of Susie Wong. And you see in his version the reimagining of what the Cheongsam meant in the 1960s. If we look at Cheongsam from that period, you have to realize that in 1949, with the Chinese communist takeover on the mainland, there was a suppression of this form as bourgeois. And so it had a life primarily in Hong Kong and Taiwan. And it was that form which cleaved to the silhouettes and materials of high fashion West, including Dior's New Look in 1947. And so suddenly, the subtly shaped garment from the 1920s and 30s began to take on the tailored characteristics of high fashion in the West. This is a complete repudiation, really, of the kind of Rudolphsky approach, which is to say that there is more modernity in those garments that do not conform to these body-constricting forms. In the case of the Cheongsam, it was actually the opposite. By associating itself to Western high fashion, it was an assertion of the modernity and a contradiction or subversion of traditional styles. With Susie Wong, you see the Cheongsam as it has inspired the contemporary fashion imagination, which is the Cheongsam as very, very sexualized. However, if you actually examine the garment, and this is my advocacy of fashion, Western high fashion, over the idea that looking back at some sort of archaistic or regional, unchanging regional styles is preferable from a modernist standpoint, is that fashion forgives you. Fashion allows you, through its artifice, to create and conform to prevailing notions of aesthetic allure. And so with the Cheongsam, what I've noticed from the time I was a child in Honolulu and seeing Chinese women going to formal affairs, is that when it's properly cut, no matter what your size, shape, or age, if it fits, it creates an incredible kind of dignity and allure in the same way that a bespoke tuxedo does for a man. Because it's been reduced to such a limited number of signs, and because as a second skin it really asserts the individual's body while foregrounding their gestures, the way they walk, their hand gestures, and their face, it becomes something that, to my mind, is truly modern. Thank you.
Wow, super impressive. So, hello again. I'm going to introduce the next series of letters. So we will go on with transgressive subversion and conformity, absolutely. So we'll start with the letter D, as you can see with Doc Martens. E for e-commerce, F for facial hair, G for gym, and H for hoodie. Enjoy this next session.
Oops. Great. Hi, I'm Godlis. Thanks for having me, Paola. And I'm talking about Doc Martens, and actually around and about Doc Martens. So let's get started. I got a lot to cover. Are Doc Martens modern? Well, they're the shoe loved by Nazis, punks, and grunge kids. Doesn't get more modern than that. Let me give you the history. The short back history on Dr. Klaus Martens. While on leave from the Army in 1945, he took a fall on a ski slope, and his boots were kind of heavy, so he decided to design a more comfortable shoe with soft leather and air-padded soles. He hooked up with his friend Dr. Herbert Funk, and the two went into business. In Germany in the 50s, their shoe was reportedly a big hit with housewives over the age of 40. But they wanted to expand their business, so they ran an ad in a British magazine. British bootmakers Griggs and Company saw the ad, and a deal was struck. On April 1st, 1960, the first pair of Doc Martens boots was produced in Wollaston in central England, named 1460-1460 for the shoe's date of birth. They were blood red with 8 eyelets and distinctive yellow stitching. Air cushioned bouncing soles, and a legend was born. Okay. Back to the mods versus the rockers, 1960 to 64.
This is a modern world. This is the modern world.
Okay, that was a hit for the Jam in 1977. I saw them at CBGB's. The Jam loved The Who. They did guitar leaps like Pete Townsend. And here's Pete Townsend doing his leap. See his Doc Martens? The Who came out of the mod scene in England in the early 60s, where there were two growing youth culture factions, the mods and the rockers. This is a mod. Pete Townsend was a mod. Mods listened to rhythm and blues dance music and dressed in fashionable European style and rode scooters. These are the rockers. They rode around on motorcycles, listened to rockabilly music. That's not a rocker. That's Marlon Brando in 1953 in the film The Wild One. The rockers dressed like him. In 1964, on Easter holiday, the mods and rockers had a big clash by the seaside, and the British press went wild. Pete Townsend later made a film and a record, Quadrophenia, about that clash in Clacton. And in 1964, Generation X, a popular British book about the mods and the rockers, was an early dissection of the new youth culture. Pete Townsend in 1965 wrote and recorded My Generation, which is kind of a response to that book and a theme song for the mods. Oh, how do I go backwards? Let's see.
People try to put us to down. Talking about my generation.
Okay. 1966, Doc Martens meet rock and roll, or actually meet Pete Townsend. There's Pete Townsend. He decided to shake up his image in 1966 and return to his working class roots, and so started wearing Doc Martens boots on stage. He said they helped with his stage leaps. He was the first rock star to don them. Okay, 68 to 72, the skinheads. The skinheads were a radical working class offshoot of the mods who started wearing Doc Martens in 1968, kind of for more nefarious purposes than Pete Townsend. Elton John. He wore Doc Martens, a very large pair in the movie Tommy, singing Pinball Wizard. All right, a slight digression about motorcycle jackets. This is Vaughn Monroe, my new favorite song.
He wore black denim trousers and motorcycle boots and a black leather jacket with an eagle on the back.
Okay, 1 second. These are motorcycle jackets worn by the rockers in the UK in the early 60s. Some attached badges and buttons. Look familiar? They bought their jackets at Lewis Leathers. Still around, I think. Iggy Pop shop there. Chrissie Hynde got this jacket there. The Beatles didn't shop there, but they actually wore leather jackets in Hamburg in 1960 before the Beatlemania period. And the Ramones wore leather jackets on their first iconic album cover shot taken by Roberta Bailey. The Ramones wanted to be the Beatles. 76, my era. Here's Patti Smith in her motorcycle jacket in 1976. And she did a cover version of My Generation. The British punks in 76 really loved their boots. The Clash, the Sex Pistols, the Damned, Joe Strummer. One more digression. You know, it occurred to me putting together this piece that in CBGB's, between looking at my photos between 1976 and 1979 at CBGB's, most of us were wearing sneakers with our motorcycle jackets. This is kind of an interesting twist that was fashioned by the Ramones, I think. Here's Joey's Kids on stage at CBGB's and on the street. Joan Jett showed up in her Ramones t-shirt and sneakers. And this fashionably dressed no-wave crew on the Bowery in 78 are still all seem to be wearing sneakers. Of course, some wore Cuban heels and high heels. But most of us wore sneakers back then. Okay, back to Doc Martens. 1979, ska hits Britain. The two-tone scene, which was kind of drawing back from the mods, were wearing a lot of Doc Martens. The Specials, Madness, Pauline Black from the Selector. All right, working our way towards grunge. In the early 90s, just as punk reemerged and grunge in Seattle, so did Doc Martens. Well, they never actually really went away. Gwen Stefani had no doubts about her Doc Martens. And Miley Cyrus, practically all she wore in her Wrecking Ball video was Doc Martens. Good old Doc Martens. He knew a thing or two about the modern world.
This is a modern world. This is the modern world.
Thanks.
Oops. Hello, it's a real honor to be here today. I am Maxine Bédat. I'm the co-founder of Zady, a company born online which uses the science of technology and the art of design and story to create a modern, thoughtful fashion label. For the next 7 minutes, we will consider if e-commerce is modern. At first blush, e-commerce seems obviously modern. It's based on technology, and it's a trend that is in the ascendance. as traditional retail is on the decline. Fashion e-commerce is a $60 billion business. It represents 17.2% of all e-commerce sales, which makes it the largest sector of all online sales. With just 2 clicks, the consumer can get clothes from endless labels shipped directly to her door. Just about anything can be ordered online today without ever being asked to interact with another human being. One could say that we've really never had it so easy, and that must mean it's modern. But this facility belies a system putting the planet and its people in great peril. Because what the consumer does not see on the screen is the true cost of her products. In our current state of cheap, one-click commerce, the fashion industry has become, without much notice, the second most polluting industry on the planet. And it's a sector that is now riddled with depraved working conditions and child and forced labor. So how has society gotten here? It was the leadership of IKEA that recently stated, ironically, that we are at peak stuff. We have never had so much clothing and at such dirt cheap prices. Consumers, in fact, have 300% more clothes than they did just a generation ago. And because we have so much stuff, we're now wearing it very few times. In fact, on average, the consumer wears their clothing only 7 times before getting rid of it. So this dramatic increase didn't happen because consumers decided one day to just buy more stuff of less quality. It began as our economy changed, as our society changed, and we moved to this notion that consumerism is going to lead the way. So trade barriers began to lower. This created a financial incentive for brands to source production in countries with lower labor costs without the consideration of the conditions these prices might come with, which caused clothing prices to fall and started a general trend toward low-cost, low-quality garments. And as consumers bought more and more of the cheap stuff, the local manufacturing industry collapsed. The US went from having 95% of its clothes domestically made to less than 2% today. This represents an 80% drop in domestic apparel manufacturing jobs. So we don't as humans prefer low quality. It was only through the rise of fast fashion, a business model based on the artificial creation of short-term trends combined with clothing that doesn't last, what other industries call planned obsolescence, that consumers were, with of course very large marketing budgets, first convinced to accumulate all of this stuff. But this cheap mentality has come with devastatingly high, unaccounted for costs for both the environment and the people making this clothing. Because in order to get these cheap prices, the industry has turned to a very cheap material, primarily polyester. You can see here the rise of polyester from the point where H&M first opened in New York. Today, polyester is now in more than 50% of all of our clothing, and the fast fashion industry is literally fueled on this stuff. But polyester is a disastrous material. It is non-biodegradable. What that means is that every bit of polyester that has ever been created in history is still with us on this planet today. And unlike glass or metals, it cannot be recycled in a closed-loop system. When polyester clothes are washed, thousands of plastic microfibers are shed, ending up in our oceans. Scientists have found that these microfibers are a bigger source of pollution than even those large plastics that we read about. These fibers pollute the oceans, and fish end up digesting them, and we end up eating the fish. A recent study found 1 in 4 fish sold at fish markets in California contain these microfibers. Unlike natural materials, polyester is not a fiber created for user-centered design. It doesn't breathe, so as one's body temperature increases, the fabric simply locks that heat in, causing the wearer to sweat. And finally, polyester requires enormous amounts of energy to manufacture, especially in comparison to other available natural fibers. And this is true for recycled polyester as well. Linen requires just 8% the amount of energy than polyester does. But it's not just how much clothing we have, it's what it is being made out of. It's also compounded by where it is actually being manufactured. Because these already toxic clothes are being manufactured in countries plugged into the most polluting power grids. Take a look at China. It's the country where the US now imports the most clothing from. In fact, over 40% of clothing sold in the US is now made there. Take a look at that, and now take a look at the degree of pollution coming from its energy supply. In China, currently 75% of their power is generated by coal. This is significant because coal is the most carbon emitting of all fossil fuels. By comparison, the US, ourselves, certainly not the greenest energy supply. 33% of our power is coal generated. As a result of the increase in production of clothing made out of energy-intensive materials from the world's dirtiest energy grids, the apparel industry now accounts for 10% of the world's total carbon footprint. Putting that into perspective, that is 5 times more polluting than all airline travel combined. A recent Esquire article revealed that many climate scientists are developing emotional problems, pre-traumatic stress disorder, due to their awareness of what is underway for our planet. This is understandable. All of the evidence suggests we are rapidly approaching a threshold that could lead to the collapse of civilization or even humanity's extinction. And our clothing is at the center of it. In the apparel industry's race for cheap inputs, labor standards have also taken a back seat. I know that's going to be covered a bit later. 1 in 6 people in the world work in some part of the apparel supply chain. 80% of them are women, yet 98% of them are not receiving a living wage. If you map where our clothing comes from and where this map, which comes from the U.S. Labor Department's finding of forced and child labor, you see they map each other quite perfectly. So now what? Our societies has certainly reached peak stuff. Consumers' closets are bursting open, the oil rigs, factories, and waste dumps are polluting, and the too often abused and exploited people making these clothes are hidden away from the models and the promise of free shipping. In this system, it seems that no one is actually benefiting from this chaos. All those in the value chain are losing, perhaps surprisingly, even consumers. If Google searches are the cultural phenomenon that is Marie Kondo's bestseller, The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up, is any indication, consumers are perhaps reaching their limit. Maybe we are deciding that the rapid accumulation of meaninglessness is not the type of modern world we want to live in. So where does that leave the question, is e-commerce modern? What might modern e-commerce look like? Instead of avoiding human interaction, e-commerce might make our global world feel like a local community, where modern technology helps us connect the people throughout the value chain, from farmer to consumer. It may help us create a deep appreciation for the resources, labor, and talent required to turn material provided by nature into the fashion of our times. We're hoping modern e-commerce looks a little something like this. Not a black screen.
Hi, my name is Trainor. I'm going to be talking about facial hair. So I want to start with the question that's really at the heart of this event as a whole, which is fashion modern? And so the strange history of facial hair over the past 250 years answers with an ardent and resounding maybe. Since the founding, I'm going to get into an answer to this question momentarily, but first I just want to sort of go through the history of facial hair over the past roughly 200 years. This is going to be very brief. So since the founding of the United States, facial hair has, in the quote-unquote Western world at least, enjoyed three moments in the sun. The first and the longest of these stretched from the mid-19th century when men like Frederick Douglass, who's pictured here, and Abraham Lincoln sprouted their famous whiskers, to the beginning of the 20th century when Woodrow Wilson brought the long train of hirsute U.S. presidents to an inglorious halt. The second heyday of facial hair encompassed the late 1960s and the 1970s, when Jesus freaks, members of the counterculture, and razor-reverse fellow travelers grew beards in defiance of clean-cut post-war cultural norms. The third and final great moment of facial hair is, of course, the one we're living through right now, the great hipster celebration of all things old, disused, and obsolete. So for the purpose of today's talk, I want to consider the first and the third of these moments and their on-again, off-again relationship with modernity. To illustrate this relationship, I want to introduce you to one of the great figures and great beards of the first period in the American history of facial hair, that of John Brown. Now, John Brown, for those of you who don't know him, was many things. He was a revolutionary, he was a fanatic, he was a liberator, he was a killer. These are all different interpretations which have been posited for John Brown. Born in Massachusetts in the year 1800, Brown moved to Kansas in the mid-1850s, part of a wave of abolitionists committed to preventing slavery from taking root in the arid lands of the lower Midwest. There in Kansas in 1856, John Brown came to the nation's attention when he and his sons butchered 5 pro-slavery settlers near Pottawatomie Creek, hacking them to death with broadswords on the night of May 24th. Over the next few years, Brown would raise funds, he would collect supplies, and gather conspirators for an even more ambitious plot. The plot aimed at fomenting a slave rebellion in America like the one that rocked the French colony of Saint-Domingue in 1791 and created the modern nation of Haiti. Descending on the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry in modern-day West Virginia, Brown and his small multiracial army planned to seize the arsenal's weapons, distribute them to enslaved people in the surrounding area, and take flight to the mountains where they would build the foundations of a revolutionary community of runaways. This plan, not surprisingly, failed. Brown was quickly captured after storming the arsenal in October 1859, and a few months later he was sentenced to death for the crime of treason. But when Brown ascended the gallows on December 2nd, 1859, he cut a very different figure than he had in Kansas. For while plotting the rebellion, Brown had grown a great beard. This beard was no doubt born in part of necessity. Life as a revolutionary fugitive was not conducive to fastidious body care. It was also partly strategic. Brown, after all, was a wanted man, and the beard helped disguise him. But it also reflected the strange mix of ancient and modern motivations behind John Brown's singular life. You see, John Brown was a deeply, even fanatically, religious man, a man who saw himself as a successor to the bearded prophets of the Hebrew Bible, whose life and whose mission were shaped by 3,000-year-old texts and a fatalistic religious philosophy that dated back to the earliest hours of the Protestant Reformation. But he was also a distinctly modern man who breathed the most radical ideals of his age. Brown was an abolitionist and, by the standards of his day, a radical believer in racial egalitarianism. He was among the first to understand that America's original sin of slavery could only be ended through violence, and he adopted as his own the self-same style that rebels had worn on the revolutionary barricades of Europe in 1848, the same beards worn by socialists, anarchists, feminists, free love advocates, and countless others at the avant-garde of 19th century modernity. Brown was not alone. For many of the millions of men and the few women who grew beards in the 1800s, the style's romance resided in its ability to blend the ancient and the modern, to recall the countenance of everyone from Aristotle and the prophet Isaiah to Jesus Christ and Marcus Aurelius, while simultaneously expressing something new and unique about the age of the steam engine and the telegraph. Was Brown's beard modern? It was, and it was not. In this feature, Brown's beard shares much with today's beards. On the one hand, these beards are brazen imitations of their 19th century predecessors in both cut and conception. This is largely what explains the humor of Fred Armisen's Portlandia sketch, Dream of the 1890s, a hilariously accurate send-up of the many ways in which 21st century hipster culture fetishizes all things antiquated, from Gilded Age beards to artisanal cheesemaking. On the other hand, today's beards are reflective of America's changing demographics and the modern virtue of diversity to which many Americans at least pay obliging lip service. Indeed, beyond the borders of Williamsburg and Bushwick, beards are most likely to be found not on predominantly white hipsters, but on Muslim, Sikh, and Orthodox Jewish men, on young black urbanites, as well as Iraq and Afghanistan military veterans who, in an understudied case of cultural influence, have adopted facial hair in large numbers. So I close again with the question, is facial hair, and more specifically the so-called hipster beard, modern? After weeks of reflection on this question, I'm still no closer to an answer. Like so many fashions, facial hair seems to be compelling precisely because of its contradictions. On the one hand, this is a deeply conservative style, a style that not only looks backwards for aesthetic inspirations, but which seeks to reinscribe an ideal of gender difference that looks increasingly outmoded in 2014. Then again, there is an irony about hirsute manliness, a winking sense that modern beards are actually a parody of manhood rather than a celebration that seems all too appropriate today. This is not facial hair's only contradiction. Facial hair in the old-fashioned shops where it's cultivated foreground the labor of fashion in a way that seems intimately connected to modern social justice movements. They also incubate a consumer culture that peddles century-old recipes for beard wax and other products. But even here, this commercial retrospection, like so much of modern culture, seems to be rooted in a potentially misguided belief that the past contains vital answers to very modern problems of sustainability. So, to again reiterate, is facial hair modern? I look forward to figuring that out. Thank you.
Hello. First, a huge thank you to everyone at MoMA. We are absolutely delighted to be here. Our word is gym, and we are interested in the gym bodies. And the word gym derives from the Greek verb gymnazo, meaning to train naked. But we are going to look at the dawn gym body. Our first question is, are gym bodies modern? And we are going to argue yes. Yes.
Yes, very modern. Like in the 1920s and 80s, gym bodies, health consciousness, and sports elements can be seen everywhere in Western fashion. And in fact, even some of the most luxurious fashion houses like Prada, Balenciaga, and Louis Vuitton have embraced the athleisure trend.
Yes, in fact, it's so modern that we have to stop sportifying everything that we love, according to editor Daniel Björk. Today we are so preoccupied with our fitness trackers that we forget the simple joys of cycling a Saturday afternoon. Things that used to be fun, for example, restaurants, visits, sleep, sex and shopping have all become a sport. They are sportified, says Björk.
But will gym bodies be modern in the future? And we also think the answer to this question is yes. However, we think that in the future we'll see more diversity in how gym bodies look and behave, as well as gym bodies, the boundaries of the gym body will become more liquid.
Historian Stephen Kern argues that it was a technical revolution 100 years ago with the trains, airplanes and telephones that facilitated abstract thoughts, arts and also new idle bodies. And mannequins often mirror contemporary perceptions of ideal body. During the early 20th century, mannequins went from being incredibly realistic, some of them were breathing, they had real hair, to become very abstract in the 1920s and challenging almost the human form.
These days, social media and smartphones are ever present. So how have 1 billion networked and portable cameras affected and changed our views on ideal bodies? Since the general public has taken over parts of the media space, old beauty stereotypes have started to erode, and it does appear that the status quo is being challenged by the new generation of fashion designers. Oh no. Fashion theorist Dr. Lisa Ellen argues that we increasingly become the image that we create online and on social media. It's becoming less relevant to both ourselves and our peers of what we actually look like in real life.
And these ideas are compatible with sociologist Simon Bauman's liquid modernity. He argues that today we live in a society where the individual's identity is constantly fluid. 100 years ago, or even further back, to be modern meant to chase the final state of perfection. You have, for example, one job, or in our case, one body, that you strive to make perfect. Today, there's no final state in sight and none desired. People move between different jobs throughout their life and can be seen to exist in a more liquid state.
So it is conceivable then that with the aid of new technology, we may be able to morph or penetrate other worlds. For example, today you can become a transhuman by putting on a pair of bionic boots. These ones are designed by K. Seymour, enable you to run as fast as an ostrich, reaching speeds of up to 25 miles an hour. Or, for example,
the gym body can also morph into becoming a source of energy. This potentially revolutionary new textiles, which is developed by MIT, may change the way we think about sportswear. It can harvest and store energy from when the textile moves with the body and bends. And gym bodies can also morph into sensations. Today, leading tech companies such as Google and Samsung are developing sophisticated textiles woven with sensors and displays. And made for sport fans, this alert shirt by Wearable Experiments have embedded sensors that stimulate what the players feel live when it happens during a game. And other companies are striving to develop sneakers and garments with flexible color screens and clothes that adapt to the weather. And in the future, we may only need one garment that we can update with a new image or animation. These types of new innovation will hopefully help to slow down our totally unsustainable overconsumption.
And gym bodies can also morph you into the dream world. New technologies like virtual reality open up for new possibilities. So, and thanks to social media, I think we're seeing a critical shift from us having the desire to consume goods. We're looking to consume experiences over goods. And in the future, virtual reality may allow us to do yoga on a beach in India, or perhaps go for a jog on another planet even. Gym bodies can also morph into becoming one with a sports garment. Suzanne Lee at Bioculture has already managed to grow a type of sustainable vegetable leather made from green tea, sugar, bacteria and yeast. And here Shamie Aiden's Trainor concept is 3D printed using synthetic biological materials to the exact size of the user's foot, fitting like a second skin. After use, the trainers would also be able to repair themselves when placed in protocol liquid.
Finally, going back to the mannequins, gym bodies or idol bodies are becoming more diverse and are perhaps not as static as society sometimes seems to insist. We will most likely see an even wider variety of mannequins in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fish was set shallow, and today we're seating people. We're putting editors second and third row because we want to put the families of the victims front row who plan to be in attendance. And you get people like, well, I'm not coming. Well, f you then. Fish was set shallow.
A brief history of the hoodie. The hoodie's style and form can be traced back to medieval Europe, when the attire for monks included a hood, called a cowl, attached to a robe. The modern interpretation of the hoodie was first produced by Champion, in the 1930s, and was marketed to laborers who worked in freezing temperatures in upstate New York. The hoodie began to gain popularity as a fashion statement in the 1970s, with several factors contributing to its success. Hip-hop culture played a big role in iconicizing the hoodie, as the culture grew in New York City. Most critical to the hoodie's popularity was its appearance in the film, Rocky. By the 1990s, the hoodie had evolved into a symbol of isolation, a representation of academic spirit, and even became a fashion statement for a variety of artists. Over time, the hoodie has carried negative connotations, because of the way it can obscure the identity of the wearer. The white supremacist group, the KKK, embraced the hood. The hood served to anonymize those committing these acts of violence, and helped create an identity for this egregious movement. In modern times, the hoodie has served to aid those committing crime. It has proven to be a cheap and simple way of disguising one's appearance. Criminal interpretations of the hoodie in culture are often made based on the person's race. Because of this, many people
Hands behind your back. Give me your hands. Give me your hands.
Damn, man.
Stop. Give us your hands, buddy. Put your hand behind your back. I can't breathe.
I am urging the parents of Black and Latino youngsters particularly to not let their children go out wearing hoodies.
Just because someone wears a hoodie does not make them a hoodlum.
For the last 19 months, we've stood in streets and protest in Ferguson and Baltimore and cities all across the country. And at its root, protest is this idea of telling the truth in public. That is what we did when we put our bodies in the middle of streets. We told the truth about a country that killed Mike Brown and killed Trayvon Martin. When we disrupted board meetings and commission hearings, we were telling the truth about institutions that weren't using their power in ways that value Black lives. And we know that in Blackness, we've always faced these issues of erasure, and erasure often manifests in two ways. One is that either the story is never told or is told by everybody but us. And in protest, we became the unerased. We became our own storytellers. We became people who told the truth of Blackness in public. And we know that fashion, too, is storytelling. When we think about the Black body has always functioned as political. The Black body has always been political in the sense that it's been at the interplay of influence and power. And the Black body was America's original currency in so many ways. And as they joke, people want everything about Blackness but the burden. Or people love Blackness but not Black folks. And I'm explicit about talking about the Black body and not the Black soul because we know that they have functioned differently. That it has not been about the worth of Trayvon's life, but it was about his body that was a threat. And the Black body has always been an independent currency and tool in this America. And it's in this context that we understand fashion, that we understand clothing, that we understand that the modern in Blackness today always harkens back to a more complicated, a more treacherous past in Blackness, one that has valued Black bodies in ways that have not valued Black lives. And it is in this context that we understand the significance of the hoodie. That in this context, we explore the iconography that is rooted in the central question of Blackness itself, which is this question of how do I secure my safety? What does safety mean? And what does that look like in a world that has not always valued Blackness and Black bodies? When we think about three primary ways that fashion and clothing function in Blackness. One is around conformity or status appropriation. The second is around an expression of identity. And the third is around worn resistance. When we think about conformity, it is this idea that clothes allow us closer proximity to the politics of whiteness and therefore more access in society. When we think about status appropriation, it is this idea that clothing and what I wear can belie my class status. When we think about identity, it is this notion that clothes might amplify my lived reality and allow me to reclaim parts of my identity. And in Blackness, it is often a reminder that we are not only our pain, that we are more than our pain, that there's joy in Blackness too. And when we think about hoodies and this idea of worn resistance, it is a notion that we can withstand the pressures of this world and that we might be able to call into question the very dynamics and relationships of power and influence that are at play. When we think about the conformity, we see it show up in wearing dress clothes or changing your hair when you go to work. When we think about status appropriation, we see it show up when people wear Gucci and Prada but can't really afford it. And when we think about worn resistance, it is obvious that we think about things like hoodies. What does it mean to have a hoodie that says the police are not necessarily great people all the time? What does it mean to have natural hair that has a certain connotation in this climate? And hoodies are a reminder that there is much work to be done to ensure the safety of Black bodies, to build a world where the question of safety is not the central question in Blackness. And to understand the American predicament is to understand at its root that we are all implicated in these questions. That some of us benefit from the tension that says that the central question in Blackness is about safety, and some of us are burdened by this question, but all of us are implicated. And at its root, it's about a conception of safety that is standard for all people, that is not different by the color of one's skin. And we know that fashion often has four primary uses. One is to explain this world, to tell, to be a window. The second is to reinforce, and that is to strengthen an understanding. The third is to disrupt, and that is to upend, to dispel, to call forth, to call into question. And the fourth is to imagine and to help us think about new possibilities. What we know that is so powerful about the hoodie is that the hoodie, though it cloaks black skin, though it can become a covering, it does not erase the pressure and the power of this question of the black body in America. With Trayvon, it did not save him. It did not save so many other people. When I leave this podium and I put on a hoodie, when Kirby has on a hoodie, we are still just in some places black men in America, and that means something. Something that is not always safe or beautiful about our blackness, but that is real nonetheless. And when we think about protest, again, we think about it as telling the truth in public. And the hoodie is perhaps our most public truth-telling piece of clothing. And let the hoodie be a reminder that you are all implicated in this truth-telling too. That as people who go out and create things in this world, you have an opportunity to create new realities in how we think about how we share this world with each other. We are responsible for this world. You are responsible for this world. This world is ours.
Thank you so much to our morning speakers. I'm going to ask Kobe and DeRay and David and Dan to come back to the stage for our Q&A, as well as my partner in crime, Alexandra. So if you want to come on up and grab a seat. So thank you all so much, everyone on stage and everyone else who presented this morning. They were incredibly powerful, compelling, thoughtful, unique presentations. We want to make sure that we get time for Q&A with the audience as well. I know there's a lot of people in the room who have really fantastic perspectives to bring to bear. But first of all, we have our four speakers here on stage, and their items and the way that they responded to them all very much spoke to a politics and activism, a radicalism that in some ways either embodied by the items themselves or the way in which we wear them, the way in which they're seen out in the world. And before we get to those items in particular, I wanted to ask you a question that kind of gets back to your biographies or your particular expertises. When I'm thinking about a particular clothing or accessory that's sort of radical or connected to politics, and when you're thinking about it, we gave you these items. We asked Kirby and DeRay to talk about the hoodie. We asked Dan to talk about the Blackglama coat. We asked David to talk about the Doc Marten. But is there a particular item, if you hadn't been given the items that you were given today, that really for you kind of sums up radicalism, politicalism, or some kind of activism within fabric, within a material garment? When I was thinking about this, for me, I was sort of thinking about a moment where I had a political awakening, and it actually revolved around black activism as a kid in Scotland who lived in a village of about 200 people. The first time I ever saw the very iconic photograph of the Munich Olympics with the two fists raised in black power, the glove for me was the first garment that ever said, oh, clothing can be in some way radical, political, it can activate. Is it the hoodie for you, DeRay and Kirby, or is it something else? Is it the Blackglama coat? Is it the Doc Marten? If you were to pick something, what would it be?
For me, it would be the hoodie, if not the t-shirt. I started designing when I was like, maybe 10, 11. And my first way of actually expressing myself was going to do screen prints. They were pretty cheap to make. I could, create like a t-shirt line for like $150. And I was able to do that and spread my t-shirts around my schools, and that was my first way of like getting my political cartoons and like those types of graphics out with a couple of little t-shirt streetwear brands that I had when I was younger.
So the idea of a t-shirt is something that's sort of mass dissemination. And David, maybe I'm thinking about music as well with t-shirts, the idea of being able to put a message, whether it's a message about a band or the politics of a band.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I would have definitely picked the t-shirt. I hadn't even thought about that, but and I left it out of my presentation. But with the Ramones, the leather jacket, the sneakers, but the t-shirt was the other thing. The Ramones logo. I think they were the first band to really start selling t-shirts at concerts, and they made a lot more money on t-shirts than they ever did on records. And but I remember when in the 70s when things started to change and people started to be on the street with t-shirts that said either something or had some kind of logo on them, and what that said about your choice of what to put on. And so yeah, t-shirt for me.
I would have liked to have L for leather. I find that a much more mass market concern for people that care about animals than than fur. I worked with a slaughterhouse worker in Pennsylvania whose job was to chop off the lips and feet of cows that were supposed to be unconscious, but they weren't. So he'd chop off one hoof and another hoof would come around and kick him in the face. He actually brought PETA in there to capture it on film so that we could show that cows were skinned alive. And when I see people in their leather jackets or in their shoes, I know that if they just knew these things, if they knew the cruelty that was involved and the environmental disasters involved in seeping untreated dead animal skins and all these chemicals and the runoff, it's animal cruelty, environmental disaster, and now there's so many options that are so readily available. So next time I'd like L.
You will have L next time.
And I too would say the t-shirt, I'd say the white tee. And I think that when we think about war and resistance, it's so fascinating in Blackness because you think about the people who've had to make a way out of no way. And in so many low-income communities, people wore white tees so that, if the police came around looking for a black guy on a white tee, it's like, well, everybody has on a white tee and jeans today. And it was a perfect way to use fashion as war and resistance, right? We're going to push back on stereotyping because everybody's going to wear the same thing. And it's cheap, which is why you can get white tees at like any corner store in any neighborhood. I think that is like a powerful way that people have like reclaimed something that was used against them.
And I want to talk a little bit about war and resistance, this idea of telling the truth in public. Because I think, Alexandra, I feel like that's a nice way to think about our stakes in it as people within the field of fashion, whether that's us as consumers, people who wear clothes, or designers, or editors, or fashion houses, or conglomerates that own fashion houses. The idea of war and resistance is incredibly powerful. Telling truth in public is powerful. How realistic is that to ask of fashion as a field, as an industry? Is it about, you said, paying lip service to something? Is it something that or in fact, I think it was actually Sean who was talking about paying lip service to a certain idea. Can we as consumers, can fashion as an industry really, can we ask it to tell truth in public? Can we ask ourselves to do that? Or is it something that's an ideal rather than a real?
You have to be really, really willing to give up a lot of money when you make statements.
And you had to do that, right? The first time you did this. Do you want to explain your presentation where that really happened for you, Kirby?
Yeah. So September of 2015, I did my SS16 show. At the last minute, I changed the presentation format to include like a video piece, which a documentary we created that included victims of police brutalities, their families, and news of that spread really quickly. And then the show happened or whatever. But right before the show, I had pretty big stores cancel orders on us. We lost venues. Like people wanted to like distance themselves. I mean, afterwards was fine, and now we're okay. But that's not. You have to be really willing to risk your bottom line. I always compare it to like when Kanye West said in Jesus Walks, and he was like, if this will take away from my sins, and it will also take away from my spins, then it's fine. It's something I could live with.
Alexandra, I'm asking all my questions, but I want to make space for yours as well.
First, when you were asking our guest this question about which object they would love, they would have liked to talk about, I thought maybe I'm on the line, so maybe I could answer something. And so then I was thinking maybe I would choose like a tattoo, because I think inscribing things in the skin today has become like a very usual, as if it was not political, and it is super political. And okay, so you didn't ask me the question, but I was thinking of it. So why not? I have several questions, of course, and I have first a question for Kirby because of your absolutely strong and unbelievable presentation, and I was just wondering about the way that you did it. If the fact not to speak is because you believe that form are stronger than speech?
Yes. Yeah, I'm more of a visual person, and that's the way I learn personally. So I wasn't really considering whether or not everyone else in here would learn that way, but I was hoping that you do. So my team came up with that idea to just not say anything. I feel like I talk enough, and that's one of my New Year's resolutions, to shut up.
So you're suffering very much now that I'm asking you questions?
Absolutely. I want to walk out.
Then I have a more general questions that I'd like to address to you and also to David. That might be a little bit polemical, but I think that's why we're here. aren't we? So is fashion a mainstream political expression, or is it the expression of the political that is fading into mass conception, or is it both? What are we exactly talking about? David, could you maybe answer to that?
I don't know if I have an answer to that, but I can talk to it. In terms of, I'm thinking of the scene that I kind of covered or came out of, which was the early CBGB punk scene. The whole thing was, to get away from what rock and roll fashion was. And to get away from it was basically to not have a real fashion, to either cut up T-shirts like Richard Hell, or have short hair, which nobody thought was a good idea for rock and roll. And most of those bands sort of paid the price. In the early days, nobody really thought they were any good. They just were like, what is this people doing with this kind of fashion? They're not rock and roll. So they didn't appeal to the rock and roll scene crowd. And so they, like Kirby said, they paid a price. They didn't become very popular at the time. And the fashion, though, clung on, and people really got it later on that, it's time to change all of our rock and roll fashions, whatever's going on.
And I think that in some ways, politics is, when I talk about blackness, politics is always at play. Like, people are always making choices that have these implications that are broader than meets the eye. So, like, what does it mean when designers make things that curvaceous black women cannot, like, literally they're not in their sizes, right? Or, like, those are choices people are making that are also making statements about people's worth and value. And that has to be a part of the conversation. And when Kirby talks about, like, there's a risk involved, it's like, is there an opportunity for somebody who has a lot of power and influence, who has everything to lose from this, to come out? If Anna Wintour wore a shirt that said, Mike Brown, that would make a different statement. That would potentially open up space for other people to do that, which we see with Beyonce, right? And Formation, like, allows other people who are afraid. They're like, well, Beyonce can do it, And, like, that is, who is making those risks in this space? Like, that, I think that's a real question.
Talking about risks in space, can we come back to the idea, and it was Dan who raised it, of authenticity, the idea of models saying one thing or spokespeople saying one thing and then coming back to another. How important is authentic experience in delivering a political message? And that seems like a no-brainer question in some ways, but thinking about having certain experiences and then being involved with certain messages. Do you have to have the experience in order to be able to deliver the message authentically and meaningfully? And again, I guess it goes back to telling the truth in public. If you haven't had that experience, can you still participate in supporting that truth-telling in public?
I think it's very important. The lesson we learned was that models, and a lot of them, Christy Turlington included, have been very, very devoted and very dedicated and stuck with their word. But for others, modeling is a pose. It's a pose that changes. It's a pose that doesn't reflect their insides, but just how many expressions can you get out in 30 clicks of the camera. But I think society's kind of now embodied that a lot with the selfie generation. I was very impacted by the e-commerce presentation about how there's just this gross overproduction, and I think it would be wonderful if fashion took a break for a year and we all shopped in thrift shops and developed our own style.
I think that's a lot of what Maxine talks about is a very political understanding of citizens rather than consumers. And I hope actually when we get to the Q&A in the audience, I'd actually really love to ask you to talk more about that, Maxine. Thinking about authenticity, so Dan, you're talking about it from the idea of models and your particular message with PETA, but in terms of maybe Kirby and Derek speaking about Black experience and the issues that you raise within the movement of Black Lives Matter, what level of authenticity works there? How do you think about authenticity with that particular message? What is the relationship between those two ideas?
I think PETA actually opens up, well, you're not PETA, opens up the important entrance into this conversation about proximity, that you don't have to, it is not necessarily a lived experience that you have to experience, but it is about how close are you willing to get to it. You don't need to be a drug addict to understand addiction. But it is about, like, how close are you willing to be to the issue? So I think you can become an ally. You can become someone who fights on behalf of other people and stands with other people. And he doesn't have to be an animal to understand that skinning cows alive is a bad thing. But it is about being close enough to the issue so that you can become an authentic storyteller. And I think that proximity is a lens by which we think about authenticity.
Right. And so there's proximity for authenticity, but then thinking about the kind of question that's driving what we're talking about today, is fashion modern? There's also a lot of distance in terms of today's modernity. So we're thinking about, it was Serge and Sofia who brought up Zygmunt Bauman and this idea of liquid modernity, the idea that today when we're thinking about the modern, it's not necessarily that kind of classic Western quintessential modernity that puts us in contradistinction with the past. It's not a railing against what has gone before us, although that still happens, but a kind of a constant recalibration of ourselves in an age that is an information age, a technology age, a digital age. So we can constantly refashion ourselves by looking to digital media or reading the news on our way to work, about having this immediacy of information in our lives. And I'm making that as a generalized statement because, of course, not everyone has instant access to the internet, but liquid modernity being able to constantly recalibrate ourselves. And so how does that work in terms of delivering a political message? Thinking not about this sort of authentic proximal experience, but getting people involved with social media, using Twitter, being able to use an Instagram to deliver a particular message, Kirby. How does that work in terms of politics? For maybe what you're doing down at PETA?
It works. I mean, it's been a turning point for us because before we used to have a struggle to get the images of what happens to the animals, whether in the fur trade or the wool trade or the leather trade, on the air. People said it was too upsetting and people would turn the channel. But as soon as our social media team was able to get these images and videos out to the masses, it changed everything. We get millions of views on videos in just a matter of days now, especially from younger people who don't have a big leap to make to understand this. It's a very generational issue, and with all this information available to the new generation, I think non-animal fashion is perhaps the most modern fashion.
And then, David, you talk about almost the opposite of this. When you were working, it was super analog, and so how were your images being disseminated? Was there a politics of the image itself, or was that too delayed? Was it you had to really be there in the moment?
What I notice, I mean, it's kind of obvious, that I have more control over disseminating my images in the digital era. I mean, I loved shooting analog, but trying to convince people to publish them was difficult. Right. Then, and I kind of did a book project recently with a Kickstarter. After trying to go to publishers and get my book published, I went straight to the public through Kickstarter. Somebody recommended that, and it touched people that my photographs of a DIY scene was being put together as a book in a DIY fashion, and that they could participate and I could reach out to them. And it dramatically changed the way I made the book and the way I interacted with all the people who helped me as backers and were part of the creative process, in fact.
And so a lot of what you're dealing with then is emotion. It's a political in its sort of larger sense, in a macro sense, but in many ways you really are in your different connections with fashion and the modern world, thinking about reaching people emotionally. It becomes this very immediate kind of connection to the stakeholders that you're trying to reach. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, anything I do with my pictures, I consider myself a photographer, but also an artist. And yeah, I am trying to reach people emotionally. The scene I covered had music. They can reach people emotionally through music. I was not doing kind of standard documentary. I was kind of, trying to get a feel for what it was like to be there and put it into the picture for people who weren't there watching it from a distance, or people now looking back. Because I was always looking towards, I want to describe this experience in a visual way, without words, really. Right. And so, yeah, I mean, that's always been my trade. I don't consider myself really political, though at times I have been, but I do like to disrupt what's going on as best I can, maybe sometimes to my own advantage, but also I kind of like to others' advantage. I mean, that's what we all did at CBGB's. It was a group of people that were sitting there, whether they were musicians, artists, designers. There were a lot of different people from a lot of different areas, filmmakers, and we were looking to disrupt what was going on. It bored the shit out of us, And so we were like, the music is terrible. Filmmakers were like, films are terrible. Everybody was banding together and helping each other change to some degree. Here's a better idea that we think maybe might take, and hoping to get through the powers that be or around the powers that be and it sort of eventually seeped down to the younger people who then started bands or started making films, and eventually it got to digital where people could do that themselves much easier than even we could.
Right, so political, but also kind of subcultural, subversive, something that in some way pushes against the status quo.
Yeah, I think that I look back and I think that whole time period of like 74, 75, 76, 77 was a big change in the culture and a big change in fashion. I mean, you know, you couldn't buy black jeans in a regular store. You could barely buy Keds in a regular store, tennis Keds. You had to go to the old stores and get stuff that was left over from the 60s, the stuff they had left in stock. And yeah, and even, you know, the whole idea of dressing on stage like you dressed when you walked on the streets was a kind of novel idea that was breaking what was boring about the rock and roll scene. It was kind of, you know, Rolling Stone was in New York. They had no idea they could have cared less what was going on down there at that time. They just, you know, well.
So if the 70s were your political awakening, David, Dan, was it the moment that you were standing naked in Tokyo that was yours, or did it come earlier? Like, how did that political awakening happen for you?
For me, it happened when I was about 13. I used to get gay bashed at school, and one day somebody slugged me in the stomach, and I knocked over, fell on the ground, couldn't breathe, and was gasping for breath, and everybody just looked down and laughed. And a few weeks later, I was on a fishing trip with my dad, and I already felt uneasy about fishing, but I yanked this fish out of the water, a big, heavy flounder, and everyone considered him a joke fish. They just looked down at him and started laughing. Somebody yanked the hook out of his mouth, and blood pulsing out. He was gasping for breath, these two eyes looking up at me from the side of his head, and I just looked down and thought, that's me, only now I'm the bully. And I looked at animals differently in all ways since then.
How about for you, Kirby?
I say like my political awakening. This is layered. I don't want to be long-winded, but my political awakening came for me in college. You know, I grew up in a mostly black neighborhood in East Flatbush, Brooklyn. I didn't really experience overt racism from people around me. You know, I went to high school fashion industries. Everybody was warm, welcoming. I think I had some bad run-ins with the police, like being stopped and frisked maybe like 12 times before I turned 16. And when I went to college, I bought my first car. It was a 1992 Lexus SE300, and I saved.
Is that, I know nothing about cars. Is that a nice car?
I know everything about cars.
Okay. I know the color of my car. My husband despairs. It's silver. No, it's not. It's gold, actually. Sorry. It's a Subaru. It's a Subaru. Is it a nice car? Or?
It's a nice car. It was an old car, but it was nice. But yes, I was, you know, I was working like 18 hours a day and still going to class. And I was driving back home. Driving back to the dorm rooms. I was on the Southern State Parkway, going back to Hofstra University. And I just see like lights flashing behind me or whatever. So I get up and so I pull over into like on Hempstead Turnpike. I pull over into like a Popeyes parking lot or whatever. I don't eat Popeyes, it's disgusting. But I went to a Popeyes parking lot and just to see what was up, and the cop just came like hot. You know, he just like came, started banging on the window. I rolled down the window. He was like, you just hit somebody back there. I was like, no, I didn't. I was like, so I'm thinking like, did I fall asleep and hit someone or something like that? And as I'm like talking to him, he just shouts out, "You're resisting." And pulls me out of the car window. My seatbelt's still attached. Pulls me out the car window, smashes my head into the back of the trunk of like 6 other cop cars. And I'm small now. You imagine how small I was then. So I was probably like 120 pounds. And he just like, you know, just started like manhandling me. So got to the precinct. They let me go. You know, I finally told them like I wasn't where you thought I was. I had the deans from the college come down to try to file a complaint. They pretty much blocked the complaint from happening or whatever. And that was like my first real experience with racism, because it was like a he said she said thing. There was a guy who said I hit his car. I didn't do it. I wasn't even where he said I was, and it was just that guy's word, who was a white man, versus mine. And you know, and it's funny, you know, like just hearing like the stories about PETA and stuff like that. You know, you've been protesting and being activists for animal rights since the 90s, and I don't, like, if Stella McCartney, you know, what she did says, I'm going to stop using leather, her business doesn't suffer. You know what I mean? If someone says, they are supporting LGBT rights and stuff like that, their business doesn't suffer. But if you say, even in this climate now, it's 2016, if you say, look, I'm supporting the Black Lives Matter movement, you think we should have equal rights or whatever, then I lose, one fell swoop, lose $250,000. So it's like, so what does that say? What does that say as far as like what our lives are worth compared to everyone else's, And that's like, that realization that I'm having now is the same realization I had when I was 16, 17, just being in a predominantly white school and just dealing with, and just having to learn how to navigate the world a little differently than you may have had to, so.
For sure, and yet I don't see you in your work personally ever stopping saying that, which I feel is a necessary thing, a strong thing, and yet it is not the sum of your work. I've come to your shows and they're beautiful in and of themselves.
I try to, it's a personal belief, and I have to understand that I have a staff and I have a team that works hard, and my personal beliefs can't always be overtly in my work because it'll affect their livelihood. So I have to, but this is me, and that's Pierre Moss,
I asked everyone else, so I want to make sure that you get a chance to answer this one too.
Yeah. So I like Kirby. I used to run an after-school program in Baltimore. I started it for middle grades, 5th through 8th graders, and the principal hated me at this school, and I needed to get to school before he got there. So I'm like flying down the road. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. The janitor, I know she's going to be there, so I'm trying to get there because one of our staff members left something on the table. So I go, and the cop pulls up behind me, and I know I'm more afraid of Dr. Lee, the principal, than I am this cop. So the lights come on, and actually the lights didn't come on. He was just behind me, and I just pulled over because I knew he was going to stop me. And it's like, give me a ticket, that's fine. I just need to go because Dr. Lee is going to get me. So I pull over, lights come on, and he is like on 10. So he's like, the fuck out of there. And I'm like, I just say to him, like, calm down, it's okay. Calm down, because I'm afraid of Dr. Lee. This guy is like, just give me a ticket, I need to go. And he like pulls his gun, and I'm like, chill out, like calm down, da da da. And I'm trying to talk him down, the cop, and eventually he like chills, and I don't even get a ticket, I don't even get a warning. He's just like, I'm sorry, and I'm like, you're nuts. And then I drive away, and he pulls up next to me, roll down the window, and I'm like, he just had his gun drawn at me, and he's like, oh, I see it's your birthday soon. And I'm like, this is wild, right? Like we are not friends. So I go to school, get that done. I get there before Dr. Lee, which was important, but I didn't think that this was happening all across the country. It was like an outlier. It was like a bad day for the cop. This was not okay. I had nowhere to file a complaint. And then Mike got killed on August 9th, 2014, and I was the senior director of human capital in Minneapolis for the school system. I was sitting on my couch. It was Saturday, August 16th, and I saw it on Twitter, and then I saw it on TV, and what I was seeing on Twitter and TV just didn't match, right? And I was like, I'm going to go. So I got in my car, drove 9 hours, ended up in St. Louis, didn't know anybody. I put on Facebook, like, I'm going to St. Louis, and I hope I have a friend who knows somebody where I can sleep in St. Louis. So I get a call in Iowa, like 7 hours in, and they're like, Terry, we found somewhere for you to sleep. It was like a friend of a friend of a friend. And she called me being like, you can sleep on my friend's couch. I was like, okay. So I end up in the street, and, it was what you saw on TV mostly. And the second night that I was in St. Louis was the first night that I got tear gassed. And it was the first night of the curfew. If any of you remember the curfew back in those days, but the curfew was at midnight. And we got tear gassed at like 8, and it was like out of a TV. It was, there was a canister in my left foot, canister in my right foot, parked cars behind me, and a gate at my left. And it was like, I remember that moment of putting my head under my t-shirt and running through the smoke and being really excited on the other side, not because I thought I was going to die, but because tear gas can make your contacts sear to your eyes, and I wear contacts. So I remember opening my eyes being like, I can see. And then it was just like pain, But it was in that moment that I became a protester. Like, I didn't go to St. Louis to protest. I went to be a witness. Like, I went to just see what was happening. And I got tear gassed. And, it's hard sometimes because people look back on Ferguson or look at the unrest in August of 2014, and they think that we, like, marched in solidarity with the 60s because we thought marching was great. And the reality, it was illegal to stand still in August of 2014, So, like, it was called the 5-second rule. So if you stood still for more than 5 seconds, you were immediately arrested. And, like, that is what made me a protester in this way. It was like, people shouldn't ever have to live in a world like that. And I was a teacher, and it was this moment of you have to be alive to learn, that I spent so much time making sure kids had great teachers. But it's like, Mike will never know a college professor. So Rakia Boyd, Ayanna Jones, Tamir Rice will never know a high school teacher, right? Like, it was in that moment my work changed, and it has been that way since.
Right. And so bringing it back to our question today for I'll Close Modern, and before we get to the audience with more questions as well, it seems then that to be political, to be active, to subvert, whether it's in digital or analog means, is a process of bearing witness and then unflinchingly telling those stories, of being a storyteller. Whether you are the designer, whether you are someone who is a consumer, some other kind of stakeholder within the field, it is about, as Maxine's story is as well, making sure that we constantly tell and retell and are ambassadors for particular messages. Alexandra, I want to make sure I keep asking questions, but if you have them, and I know that we have so many amazing voices in our audience, and so maybe we'll turn to the audience and then come back to our questions on the stage. Does anyone have questions for either the speakers on the stage or anyone else from this morning's discussion? I see a hand just back here. And we have Mike, so if you can just introduce yourself very briefly before your question, that'd be great.
Hi, my name is Asher Levine. I'm a designer, and I love leather. My question is directed towards Dan. What should we do with the byproduct of skins in the meat industry? And technology is also showing us that we may be able to grow leather in the future. I'd like to know your viewpoint on that.
Thanks. Actually, most of the skins now from cows come from India, and the process by which they kill them is so inhumane. It's actually illegal in much of India, and they drag these cows halfway across the continent to be killed and skinned. And their skins are as much of value as their meat. In fact, more in value in many circumstances. So if you take a look at how that's impacting villages in India, where the runoff from the chemicals to try to tan the hides is making the water not only undrinkable, it's giving people diseases, it's causing all forms of cancer. There's Stella McCartney actually hosted an incredible video about this, which you can see at PETA.org. So it's no longer a byproduct. Leather and meat, it's all part of the same thing, especially in the world market. So now I think the laboratory developed leather I think is exciting. It used to be that you just had plastic or pleather, but now there's PVC, all sorts of breathable, environmentally friendly things. The modern edge of fashion is developing a lot of sophisticated materials. Doc Martens got some great veggie docs, we call them, that have no leather at all. So it's getting more sophisticated every year. There's even vegan wool coming about that doesn't involve any animal cruelty. So I'm happy to talk to you later, but check out Stella's video at PETA.org.
So you think throw the leather out?
It took me a while to throw my leather out. I grew up in the punk world and had a lot of that, but at a certain point, I just couldn't, with good conscience, wear something that I knew caused such suffering. I mean, I had cats, and you pet your cat, and it's beautiful fur, and then you think, is it so beautiful that we should rip it off this living, breathing, feeling animal? No, we don't need it. We're not in the prehistoric caveman days that we need to skin an animal to keep warm, and I think PETA's just agitating to provoke a modern attitude about that, and including leather and all animal products, really.
What about the in vitro?
Though there's in vitro meat, there's in vitro leather. It's in its pretty new years, but it holds a lot of promise, and I think it's great. It doesn't cause any animal suffering, but has the same durability and consistency. A lot of designers are now choosing to use non-leather things because they clean easier. They keep you warmer. If you are a mountain climber, you use Gore-Tex. You don't use wool because those retain moisture, and you don't want to retain moisture. You want to repel it. So a lot of the non-animal fabrics across the board are really being embraced now.
But what do you do with the byproducts of the meat industry right now?
Well, yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to get an answer, like what do you do with the byproduct? There's millions of cows, millions of lambs, millions of goats, millions of pigs that get slaughtered.
Well, the demand needs to stop, and as long as people are wearing it on the street, it creates the attitude that there's still a demand for it and that it's cool. So we suggest you throw it out. Okay. When you reach a certain point and you've come to that conclusion, and it's a different time for everybody, is you throw it out and move on. Just it's not something that belongs in the future.
And I think, Dan, you would also say that there would be no byproduct if there were also no meat eaters. So I think PETA's position is...
Exactly. And for instance, people like everyone from Mariah Carey and others who've stopped wearing fur have given PETA their fur coats. We actually, in turn, give them to the homeless. We've shipped them to Afghanistan where people absolutely have nothing else to keep warm. So there's a place than that even for leather coats. There are people who need something to keep warm. And we run a lot of programs to pass those things on.
Just out of curiosity, how many people have seen the True Cost movie? I feel like a lot of people in this audience will have. If you haven't, because of course leather is an animal issue, but it's also very much a human labor issue. And so there's True Cost. There's also a really fantastic short film on Vice on how leather is made. And I had no idea, but it's insane and degrading and incredibly polluting as an industry. And so they're out there as resources. Other questions? I see a hand going up in the middle and then a hand at the back.
Thank you all. Is this on? Is it on? You can hear me?
We can hear you. Yep.
Sorry, I'm Susan Yalovich. I teach at Parsons, and I want to thank you all for fantastic presentations. Thinking about the PETA model conceptual, which is essentially propaganda, I wonder if we couldn't use that model to work on a class issue. I think around all this, it's easy enough to reach certain audiences and change their mind. In this conversation, we're asking what's modern. Well, what's modern is recalibrating the self. No one's going to tell me that, I don't think any of you are going to say that we're going to get rid of Instagram or Twitter or any of that anytime soon. So we've got this pressure for changeability, even if it's just online. That seems to be echoed in fashion, right? I need more clothes. If you're insecure about your status, your class status, like I have relatives in Wyoming who have tons of stuff they can't afford because they just feel like they'll keep up that way, right? I mean, they become shopaholics to compensate for what they see denied them because of their class as workers or whatever. Somehow the propaganda machine, the modern techniques of recalibrating the self, need to send a message, for my mind, that, maybe there's a more modest self, and to do it without putting people out of work. Taking a vacation from fashion is not a good idea, I don't think. I think there's got to be a way to somehow ask for more modesty without going back to the bearded, hippie, yups, or whatever. So if anybody has any ideas on propaganda that's not aimed at people buying fur, I'd love to hear them.
I'd love actually the mic to come down to Maxine because I feel like this is a really fantastic, sorry to put you on the spot, Maxine, but I think it's a really great question for e-commerce and Zady and the idea of mediating between being able to keep fashion alive and being able to think about consuming less, because they may sort of seem contradictory, being able to have an e-commerce and business, but also to recalibrate the ways in which people think about wanting. And when I think about that kind of want, I think about it as a sort of a mid and late 20th century modernity. I actually think young people today are really quite savvy in terms of thinking about a modesty or a changing relationship with the idea of buying. Maybe not everyone, but I think it's out there. Maxine, how would you respond?
Yeah, so admittedly, I was thinking about the hoodie for most of this part, but I was not a person who started as focused on sustainability, or I was a lawyer. I was not somebody kind of tapped into that at all. And I loved fast fashion. I got very excited when H&M first opened in New York, and I got to visit it. It was really from a personal experience of continuously buying things and yet never having a feeling like I had anything to wear, that I just stopped and thought, well, like, why is that? What are my clothes even made out of? What do I actually like in all of that? And I don't think that I am alone in my generation in having that exhaustion and just kind of seeing that consuming just for consumption's sake is not satisfying. And so people ask me often, well, does it feel like a sacrifice to have to shop in a way that feels cohesive with the rest of the world? And I say not at all, because what was a very empty, short-lived high, now when I interact with clothing and when I do make a purchase, it is that same kind of feeling I get if I, have a great conversation, or if I'm going to do yoga. It's connecting with the rest of the world. It's something that's really beautiful that is going to be, an extension and a part of me. And so that's where I feel it's not to say you are bad, don't shop anymore, don't, do these things. It's more, what can we do to feel connected and actually empowered by the pieces that we are wearing every day?
And I don't know if Michael's in, thank you, Maxine, that was wonderful. I don't know if Michael Praisman's in the room as well. I know that he's here from Everlane, and he might be able to speak to this idea as well. And I want to challenge both Maxine and Michael to talk a little bit, not only about the response you gave there, Maxine, which was about recalibrating your relationship with the act of consuming and wearing, but also then to come back to Susan's question about class, because how does that work for someone who has no time to think about recalibrating anything, let alone what they're wearing? I think of my mom, she's a single parent, 3 kids, had to clothe them, was not thinking about a beautiful relationship with the clothes that she got her, she was thinking about the bottom line and how much it cost. And so, Michael, maybe since you have the mic now, can you talk a little bit about your model, but then respond to Susan's idea about class?
Oh, it's on. Hi, everybody. I run a company called Everlane, which is a transparent fashion brand. I just want to make sure I answer the question appropriately, but the way we started the company, I think, is the notion that the infrastructure in fashion is pretty broken today in the way the whole industry works. We have, large footprints of physical stores, which are no longer necessary in today's world, and wholesale environments, which people sort of, if you work in the fashion industry, most people love and hate wholesale, but it caused quite a lot of problems. And then, of course, you have the whole discounting model, which I think has become a bit of a drug for the customer, which people discount product and we buy into it. And then, of course, retailers and fashion folks buy into this idea that why don't we just make product for outlet, tell people it was marked up and then mark it down. And it's all a bit of a fraud. And now Nordstrom Rack is bigger than Nordstrom and all of these things. So Everlane is a very clean, simple idea. And I think the internet has allowed us to do this, which is sell direct to customer and be very transparent and honest about the prices and control the whole supply chain. And so I think you can get in today's world the opportunity to both get access to high quality product, but at a much lower price because you're completely disrupting the infrastructure of what existed. And still give people that idea. And I guess our belief in general is that there's a whole new class of companies that are being started, Warby Parker obviously, and companies that can both do good and still offer customers a benefit because of the new infrastructure that's being created.
Thank you, Michael. So thinking about your model, again, is it going back to storytelling, thinking about offering this message enough and as widely as possible to sort of bypass this as a class issue and just coming back to recalibrate the way in which we have a relationship with clothes, as Maxine was saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, we're very much in this notion of storytelling, and I think it's educating the customer is what's really required here. And we have, obviously, that ability. Zady has that ability. It just takes time. PETA does it in their way, educating customers to understand how things work and then letting them make the right decision.
Thank you. I see other hands going up, so maybe just in the back here, and then I think Anya has her hand up too.
I don't really think that I need a microphone, but can everybody hear me?
If you can speak loudly for the live stream as well, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
I'm just curious to know. I know, obviously, based on like a lot of the questions that have previously been asked, I'm wondering. I know New Balance, I believe, are the first to come out with a 3D sneaker, like a shoe that was made by a 3D printer. I'm wondering, and I think this might be a question directly for Kirby or whoever designers that are here as well. Is that something that is starting to become I guess, a conversation that's happening in the fashion industry? Are you guys talking about 3D printers and the possibilities that may create for the future?
What's up, Dion? I went to college with Dion. He's trying to be low back there. Yeah, it's right now it's a novelty item. It's because it's really expensive. Only a few brands like New Balance, really big brands who can afford that kind of machinery can afford to produce. And even when they do produce, they produce in limited quantities. It's not something that's readily available. It's like the beginning of DVD players. When they came out, they were $1,600, $2,000, and now they're $10. So when it's $10, then I'll use it. But right now it's very much $1,600.
I want to give the microphone to Anya. Actually, she had her hand up down in the middle here, Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Anja Aronofsky-Kronberg. I edit the journal Vestoy. And I'd like to bring the question back to the comment that was made by Michael just before. A skeptic might say that building an ethical initiative into your commercial company is a way of not just doing storytelling, but actually marketing what you're selling. I mean, the philosopher Slavoj Žižek famously talks about whitewashing. And I wanted to connect that to another buzzword that's been used a lot already, which is authenticity. And I'm wondering is it in fact possible for a company, especially as it's growing and incorporating more and more people with different points of view, different ethics, people who need to make a living, how can you make sure that you remain authentic? Is it possible in a capitalist age even?
I would say so. I mean, we work with merchandisers, mass market retailers all the time who change their buying practices. Everybody from Zara to H&M, Banana Republic, Gap, to source from less cruel sources, as well as to replace animal fibers with non-animal fibers. They're very open to it, and they end up starting to market things like that. So I think, especially if you're marketing to young people are all about animals. Young people are all about not leaving a massive carbon footprint with your high heel. So yes, I think it's definitely the way of the future to take social responsibility into the marketing and have it be an authentic stamp of your company.
But that's my point exactly. I mean, that's marketing. How do you make sure, I mean, what is the difference then between marketing and this word authenticity that we're using?
I mean, I think if you're a sharp, ethical brand, there isn't any difference.
I wonder sometimes if it becomes collapse on you, as you're saying, and Kobe, you've spoken about this before, the ways in which you sometimes are concerned about your politics and your message overshadowing or being too closely aligned with your clothes. You see them as absolutely connected, but also you want to have them have separate lives. And having media seize upon it as a marketing. And Anya, I'm sort of taking your question and moving it in some places differently, but trying to interrogate it a little bit more. Can you talk about that a bit? The kind of the way in which you are sometimes nervous about the messages that you have within your collections being interpreted or standing for the entirety of your work.
One of my biggest fears is being typecast. I did that show in SS16 and it very much lives on now. It's probably the reason why I'm here. But we did a. We'll argue about that later. But
but you also talked about depression in your last show, and that equally interests me. I mean, it's something again that's a political issue, and it in the same way sort of cuts across race, gender, class, economics, politics, etc., etc., etc. And so, you've talked also about that as being something you worry about, it being taken as just read as that and nothing more. And coming back to fashion, coming back to the aesthetics, how do you make sure that still stands, that you still actually at the end of the day have people look at your garments, which are beautiful?
It's a very difficult process. It's a very it's something that we have to treat very delicately. Again, you just spoke about my last show, which the AW16 show was about depression. The next show is going to be about something else that's close and dear to me. It has nothing to do with race. In some ways, it probably will, but it's a very difficult line to separate. But I think how we do it and how we are able to speak politically and make the clothes stand for itself is by one, making really good product, and two, activating your cult. We've built a cult over the past 3 years, and I think as long as they understand the difference and can deliver the message for me and continue to carry out the messages and continue to help me separate them, then it helps to keep the brand and the man behind the brand separate in that way.
Ray, do you want to speak to this as well? Because I know that sometimes you've come under fire. There's a critique of social media about having your message out there, about standing for an entire movement with one person. And I think, again, you've responded really eloquently to those types of critiques in terms of talking about authenticity versus marketing, about individual politics or individual ethics versus collective ones. Not necessarily tied to fashion specifically, although I think your blue vest is actually part of that in terms of an authentic voice within a field. But do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I think it goes to this question of how do we redefine what profit looks like. And I think that there's interesting space there, that what it means to win might not be making $1 gazillion, but it's creating a different world. And I think that some people choose to live in a world where profit means something different. I think that's real. I think that this idea of like, what does it mean to symbolize things, whether you want to or not, I think is real. I think on the movement space is one, we're really thoughtful about the fact that so many people made this happen, right? That I am a protester. I was one of the people there in August of 2014. I was not the only person there. And what social media has done is that it has both accelerated the pace of impact. So the police were killing people long before they killed Mike Brown.
Yes.
But there was something about the videos and the way that we could spread those that just, we didn't have those tools before. You think about the 60s, people protested during the day, not because they were afraid to be out at night necessarily, but it was because they had to take the footage from the day protests and like walk it to the news station, right? That there was not this seamless flow of the way things could travel. And the second thing that it does, and I think Kirby just talked about this, I think PETA is a great example, is what does it mean to build community? And social media has allowed us to build community differently around the country. We also know that things, causes, messages will always need storytellers, and that people ascribe certain values to the people who also tell those stories. And the question becomes, how do you stay true to that, right? Like, I think that one of the things that was interesting about the Panthers, if any of you have seen the Panthers documentary, is this question of, can movements grow as people grow, So what happens when people are just in different places in their lives, but there's still this commitment to a cause or an issue, and how do we make those things work together, I think is a real... I think that some movements have done it much better than others, but I think that's a real issue when you think about issue-driven work that is not present when you think about non-issue-driven work. It just doesn't matter the same way.
Right. And something you said there about the tools being very new. When we were talking about technology last night and the idea of modernity, it struck me that technology as a tool is something we often talk about in fashion, 3D printing, being able to grow non-animal leathers, et cetera, but actually it's far more about the context of our lives in fashion at this point in time. I think the idea of, again, going back to a liquid modernity, being able to constantly recalibrate ourselves through technology. And so it is a tool, but it's also very much the landscape of our modernity, the landscape of now. And I think it comes back to being able to storytell in a different way to get a message out there. I think we have time for one or two more questions. So I see hand just here. Yeah. In front and then, behind as well. Yeah. Great. Either, both. Thank you.
Hi.
Whoever has the mic, go for it, and then we'll pass it forward. And thank you for sharing.
Hi, I'm Ricky. That's my professor right there. I'm Ricky Bird. I'm a freelance writer, and I'm a graduate student, graduated from Parsons in 3 days. I guess
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And also, Ricky did an amazing series of talks at Parsons on fashion and race, which I went to and enjoyed. So thank you.
So I guess my question is for Ray. I think it's interesting that you spoke about the hoodie because your vest has become a topic of conversation. And I know, like, sometimes jokingly on Twitter, but I just wonder if that's become an item that's defined you and been a part of you navigating who you are in the movement, as well as just navigating your Blackness in general.
Yeah, it's funny. The vest became a thing for other people. It was really hot in August of 2014 when we were first in Ferguson. It was super hot. I wore these red shorts. I wore these red shoes. When I went to St. Louis, I literally packed 3 T-shirts, 4 pair of underwear, 1 pair of socks. I was going for the weekend just to see what's happening. And, it's been a long weekend. And then it got really cold, and I needed something that I could wear that I didn't have to pack, but that would keep me warm. And I had this vest, and I put it on one day, and then on Twitter, people were like, the guy in the blue vest. I'm like, who's the guy in the blue vest? I'm like, I'm the guy in the blue vest. So Patagonia is great. I'm happy that I wear a vest that is also for a company that has a cause I believe in, so I don't have to
I don't have any crisis of identity and values in that way. I do wear these Nike shoes. That stresses people out sometimes, because Nike had like a police officer appreciation day. That was a real challenge for us in the movement. But so no, it hasn't become. The hard thing for me is that people think that I'm brand building, right? And it was cold. Like it was cold outside, and so much of my stuff has been in storage for a long time that the vest just makes me feel safe, and it's completely irrational. Like there's no Kevlar in this vest, and I get a lot of death threats. And we were in Baltimore once, and for the screening of the Panthers, I live in Baltimore. And somebody tweeted in that they were going to shoot me at the movie theater. So I'm not stressed about it. I'm not nervous, but people around me are like freaked out. And I get this text in the middle of the movie from the people who are hosting, and they're like, DeRay, the police are coming to do a sweep. I'm like, cool, I don't tell anybody around me. And the next thing you know, the lights come on, they evacuate the movie theater, the employees are too afraid to be there. It's like this whole thing. And I'm not afraid, but people around me are like totally stressed about it. And the vest just makes me feel safe. It's like totally irrational. I've worn it. We met with President Obama in February. I wore it there. I don't think I've been out without it in a really, really long time. And Patagonia has been really kind to me. They like patch it up. I might go to the Soho store while I'm here. They patch it out, or like the down. I don't know if you know, the down like seeps through the seam sometimes. So one day I took it in, and literally the guy just like massaged the down in for like 20 minutes. I was like, thank you. So that is.
If you were traveling with only 3 t-shirts at the beginning, is it also hiding all the stains?
Yeah. It's funny. When I iron like sometimes, I literally only just iron the sleeves because you'll never see what's here anyway. So I want to ask people like, Kirby, can you make like sleeve fashion? Because that is, I need things with sleeves at this point. But no, what worries me about it is that people think that I'm trying to build a brand, and that was not my intention. I wear it because I wear it every day. It's really simple to get dressed. I do miss my other clothes someday. Like I want to wear a sweater or something, or like something with colors that's not just the sleeves, but yeah, and I know that for some people it is a symbol of it symbolizes justice work, and that's important to me too. But it wasn't a brand building exercise, and it is interesting. I was in an election recently, and there is this thing about issue driven work, about this question of how pure can you be. Like people want like this radical purity at all points, and like I think that's an impossible. You start playing with the politics of enough, like, well, are you enough of this? Are you enough of, and I think that becomes a real challenge. And the vest has made me think about those questions.
So I think we have time for one last question, then I'm going to let Alexandra wrap things up too. Do we have, wait, one just here with the mic, thank you.
I got hold of it. Hi, I'm Kate Secules. I founded Refashioner, which was the first redistribution engine for your old clothes with stories. So DeRay, your story about your vest is perfect for this. Because we all have very deep relationships with what's in our closets, right? Or we wouldn't be here. So what I wanted to do was put that online. So there's e-commerce, and then there's re-commerce, which is really the second oldest profession, old clothes trading, but put through a digital filter. And I mean, I don't know what my question is, except I'd love to hear anyone's reactions if there's time. But the thing is that there's a tsunami of, they're not pre-owned clothes, which is what is generally the term. They're owned clothes. We still have them until someone else has them. And there's nothing bigger in fashion than all the clothes that are owned already. And we need to get them back out and move them along in a, not just a commercial way, because there's been scaling happening in Silicon Valley for re-commerce. And this isn't really the question, because it just, that enables more bad buying in the first place. So I think this whole ecosystem of what we wear needs to have this element involved in it, that we bring back to market in any creative way possible the things that are already out there that have some value, emotional and actual. So what does anyone think of that?
I think it's a super endeavor. I know in a more personal way, when I decided to throw away my leather shoes, I lived in downtown DC, and I just threw them out the window of my 4th floor apartment. And I sat there and watched until homeless people came and got them all. It only took about an hour, and they were all regifted. It was perfect. So I think that there's, buying in thrift shops or buying clothes and then recycling them through whichever way is great. I mean, let's face it, if people are, I think it was in your presentation that people wear something 7 times and then throw it away, let's put them in circulation and be a little bit more sensible.
The idea of peak stuff, yeah, definitely stuck with me. The idea of being at a point in time where we are at capacity, and yet we obviously never are, because, I mean, we work on Fifth Avenue here. We can walk down the blocks that surround MoMA, and I've done it. And after Rana Plaza, I can't see another sign that says a T-shirt for $5.99 without thinking that that's not $5.99. It's just not ethical. It is. I haven't bought from any of the stores that are around my workspace since that moment in time. And so I think if we're talking about telling stories, we're telling them to other people, we're living them ourselves, and we should be authentically doing what we talk about, I think, and bringing those two things together. Alexandra, how would you respond?
No, I would go for a last comment maybe, because I was wearing hoodies in Paris, and a couple of years ago, friends of mine told me that I couldn't wear them anymore because otherwise the cabs driver will not stop and take me, which I noticed was really true. So I was really into all that you said about that, and wearing still kind of hoodies with me, not exactly the same one, but kind of. And I washed it ever since. It's not like hiding all the stains under the Patagonia things. I mean, that's what Michelle implied, but...
No, do I know you've done your laundry today.
No, in fact, I wanted to add something because that's a direction that I think is really interesting. I mean, what we're talking this morning is, of course, not only dealing with fashion. I mean, the political issue, the power of forms, the power of objects, what we're wearing, what we're looking at. I mean, objects are talkative, and they say and they express things. And I think that's why it's also extremely interesting to go through a focus on fashion, on some objects, and just keep in mind that what we're talking about is much bigger. The landscape is much bigger than what we're talking about. But I was just thinking that when David was talking about the Doc Martens, I was thinking that a couple of days ago I presented a film by an Indian-British designer called Ankar Kular about the politics of shoes, in which he explained that originally shoes and sabotage are linked because the craftsmen who were doing the shoes in the 18th century started doing very slow in their practice. They were taking so much time doing the shoes that, of course, the money was not great for the company they were working for. So I think the political thing is already there. But then it drives me to another question that is not only for you, which is linked to the fact that what about Trojan horse? What about finding ways through items to say things that are not that legible, that are not that easy to decipher? Do you think that there is a possibility to have like layers of content that could be the expression of a political issue with the kind of object that you're doing, or other objects that are interesting to you, that you've been photographing for you? What about these other layers and hidden things?
That's what I was trying to sort of explore with the sneakers and the leather jacket. That the natural thing would be to have the leather jacket and the boots, and set a tone that I'm tough. And the Ramones sort of did this thing that was undone before that. I think that to wear the sneakers was totally opposite of the leather jacket, and they were certainly not tough. And but I do think there's a thing where the impulse is to if you want to be tough, to have a tough shoe, and to go totally opposite and play the toughest music. The Clash had to do it with a different shoe on. The Ramones had a fashion thing happening. I mean, if I could throw, you were talking about the leather coats, and I was just going, oh my God, I've got so many leather coats and motorcycle jackets in this presentation. But, I don't wear my leather jacket anymore. It's too heavy to wear. Just if I had like a fake leather that I could wear that looked like that. And I think the Ramones, who got stuck having to wear their leather jackets on stage every night, once it became a concept, it went for like 20 years wearing those heavy leather jackets so they could build a point in their presentation where they could get rid of them for a while. But, it's time to sort of be able to use the whole old, kind of cool stuff and refashion it. I'm not a fashion person at all, but there's got to be a way of doing the same thing and not having to, if you could wear sneakers, you could wear a leather jacket that's not leather.
Yes, Yes, yeah, sure. Maybe that's where modern is also coming, because if we've been, I mean, during your presentation, but that was the same for the hoodie. I mean, the beginning, what it means is a very different thing than what it meant at a certain time, and probably it will convey a different emotional or content charge in the next year. So in fact, it is changing all the time. This is this kind of liquidity or plasticity, I would go maybe more for that, this plasticity that these things are conveying. And so maybe modernity is always to try new bubbles, new forms, new shapes in order to convey message. That's a hard and tough job for the one working in the fashion world.
And on that note, that's such a perfect way to end it. We're now at the moment in time in our Abecedarium, which is our lunch break. So I want to say a huge thank you to everyone on stage, and also to Tinker, to Harold, to Sean, to Maxine, and to Serge and Sofia. You have a list of restaurants in your program if you want to find lunch nearby and you don't know the neighborhood. If you have a ticket and you definitely want to have a seat for our afternoon, please be back by 1:20 and we'll let you into the theater. After 1:25, if there are new guests that are coming in the afternoon, we'll let them in too. And so if you want to secure your seat, just make sure you're back then. Thanks so much.
And remember to be here at 1:20 max. Thank you.
signaling the IV booth. Yeah, we have it. Right. Good afternoon and welcome back. I'm going to let a few stragglers sit down and I'm going to introduce our next batch of great speeches. We're going to start with a video from Maholo Uchida from Tokyo about the invisibility clock. It will be then followed by Jeans, Emma McClendon, the Kefia by Hala Malak, Little Black Dress by Valerie Steele, and last but not least, The Mumu by Mickey Boardman. Please tune in the video, and thank you very much for being here this afternoon again.
Hello, this is Maholo. I'm a curator at the Museum of Emerging Science and Innovation in Tokyo. Our Japanese nickname, Miraikan, means Museum of the Future. This is our symbol exhibit, Geocosmos. I, for invisibility, is a beautiful term for me. That's because science and innovation have been humanity's endeavor from long time ago, in which science discovers invisible things and technology makes them visible. Today, we are at a moment very thrilling, heading for the future. Here I present a view from Tokyo, starting with the ancient Shintoism. In Japan, with Shintoism, people used to believe that there are more than 8 million gods living everywhere. We invented several ways to fill them, making a border, building a gate, and giving a name. There are 3 important tools to access them. One is mirror, the tool to see the truth. One is sword, the tool to break and build things. One is amulet, the tool to believe the existence. After more than 2,000 years, those gods are called nature or the truth, and we call these tools as science, technology, art and design that have been incredibly improved. Mirror. There are observing technologies that we can see further universe and tiny scales. We can even catch particles, the smallest object. We can see deep inside of our skins. And then we have 360 degrees eyes in our daily life. Sword. We can break down things into very tiny size. And we can even manipulate nano size with robots. Superfibers cover our skins and give us a strong body. We artificially copy and paste our body cells and make them glow. Amulet. We can touch the object that doesn't exist. and we can see something that shouldn't be visible. And we can replace and extend our body parts by few dollars. Do we need real space for our physical art experience? Do art need absolute object? Do we need our body? And do you want your body? Why? Fashion has been presenting what we are and where we are in our history. It has always been visible, yes. It's because our old tools were on visible and sensible scale that fits on your skin's body, surface, lifestyle, and your existence. But as you know, science, technology, art, design, and fashion, whatever be called, our tools have reached to the point to access invisibility. They will come inside of you and manipulate your body cells, brain, and sense, and recreate you and your existence. Let's say, fashion will find invisible you in the future.
So I just hit the green, the big green. Okay. So firstly, of course, thank you for having me here today. When I first talked to Paola and her team about today's event, the idea of the modern as a move towards standardization came up. And I think that this can be a really useful framework for us to begin to consider jeans and how they fit into the context of today. An organization called the Global Denim Project estimates that on any given day, over half the world's population is in jeans. This is a truly staggering statistic, and it very much positions jeans as the great equalizer of clothing. According to Cotton Inc., the average American owns 7 pairs of jeans. In Europe, the average is 5. In Brazil, the average is 6. And Japan, the average is 3. Now, the 5-pocket riveted jean as we know it can be traced back to Levi Strauss & Co.'s denim workwear of the late 19th century. They first patented their 501 jean, originally called their XX model, in 1873, and it has been in continuous production since. So this has led many to posit that the 501 may in fact be the best-selling garment of all time. Given this long-spanning history, a key question arises. What is it that makes jeans continue to be relevant generation after generation? Now, the classic way to answer that question is to look at the countless cultural references that imbue jeans with meaning, whether it be film, television, music, politics, John Wayne, Marlon Brando on his Harley, or Brooke Shields in her sexy Calvins. Each of these images really inform on us as consumers. But while these references might be helpful in answering why we each own a pair of jeans, I don't know that they are that helpful or adequately that they answer why we each own 7. I think to answer that question, we have to look at the jeans themselves. We have to look at their color, the countless washes that are available on the market today, also the way the jeans break down, fade, rip. These stylistic elements, these formal elements of jeans, are some of the key reasons we continue to buy more and more jeans every year. The image just here shows a type of wear pattern called whiskering that's really typical of contemporary jeans lines. Wear patterns like this historically formed naturally in denim based on the body of the wearer. So based on the lifestyle, the habits, the movements, for example, how a wearer might sit, their posture, how long they might sit in a given day, even what they put in their pockets, how often they rub the top of their thighs. Each of these habits really left an imprint, very personal imprint on the jeans themselves. Now the reason for this is because of the nature of denim itself. Denim threads are dyed blue through a process called rope dyeing or long chain dyeing. In this process, what happens is that the blue dye only penetrates the outermost layers of the thread. So the core of the thread is left white. You can see that pretty clearly in the image here of some threads from Cone Mills, which is down in Greensboro, North Carolina. What this means is that as you wear your denim, as you wash your denim, the blue starts to brush off and it increasingly exposes the white core underneath. Now, natural wear patterns are most often seen on the market today in what is called quote-unquote raw denim, which basically just means untreated denim. The images just here show the same pair of jeans, and it gives you a sense of how extreme these natural wear patterns can be. So the first image shows the jeans brand new. The second image shows the jeans after constant wear for 8 months, and the third after constant wear for 15 months. The marks on these jeans are entirely unique to the wearer. For example, you can see where his knees hit from the sort of starburst effect and fading on both legs. You can even see where he put his iPhone for the first 8 months. You can also see that after 8 months, he started switching his iPhones in and out of both pockets. He probably didn't want to have such a stark wear pattern on the jeans. Raw denim enthusiasts recommend constantly wearing but barely washing your jeans to achieve effects like this, to maximize the wear patterns. So it's likely that this particular pair of jeans was washed just twice during a 15-month period. Now, obviously, that's an extreme approach. A question that comes up a lot with raw denim is, what do you do if your jeans start to smell? Raw denim advocates really say to freeze your denim to kill the odor-producing bacteria rather than washing it, so that you can preserve the integrity of these marks. Now again, this is an extreme example, so it's not that surprising that companies recognized the average consumer is not patient enough to wear out their jeans naturally. So what we've seen is that the aging process has been artificially accelerated and industrialized. The image here shows workers at a factory in Mexico adding wear patterns by sanding the jeans down by hand. So what were once his very personal, unique marks are now standardized across product lines. Before we even get to this point of the jeans being sanded down, the jeans will be washed several times in large industrial washers like this. They'll typically be washed with some amount of stones. This is, of course, where we get the term stone washing. Acid washing, another common technique, uses the same stones as stone washing, but the stones are pre-soaked in bleach or other enzymes. Again, the stones and the bleach, it helps to break down the fabric even further, and it also can add a decorative pattern. All denim on the market today that is not designated as raw has been put through some degree of this pre-aging. So what we get now with the denim industry is a tremendous environmental fallout. The sheer amount of water waste and energy waste in the denim industry is colossal, not to mention the working conditions you get in the factories around the world. just the blue dust that comes off of the jeans as they're sanded down is enough to fill the air of the factories and risk clogging the workers' lungs. So what this means is that as we move further into the 21st century, I think jeans occupy an increasingly problematic space. On the one hand, as cultural symbols, they connote individuality, youth, creativity even, and rebellion. But as physical objects, they are mass-produced, homogenizing garments that have had a truly detrimental impact on the environment. Thank you.
Hi. So my name is Hala, and I'm talking about the keffiyeh. I'm originally from Lebanon, and so this pattern is quite familiar to me. So is this one. But actually in 2008, when I came to New York, I was walking down the street and I snapped a shot of this. And I was very fascinated. I was like, what's going on? What is happening right now? And so I started my research then to really figure out how did we get from those two original patterns in the Arab world to something like this. And so dubbed as the new Pashmina once, that was according to media in 2008, the designed item, the keffiyeh, it stands for multiple things, but it's really, really Arab at its core, and I'm going to tell you all why in a bit. Starting from ancient Mesopotamia and reaching necks, heads, and beyond, I really believe it constitutes a rare and noteworthy platform for a rich study in identity, design, and material culture. And that's why my fascination with this one item keeps on growing. And so much layering and analysis can, kind of reflect a reality just from one piece. And that's why I really believe that the keffiyeh is the strongest symbol to come out of the Arab contemporary world. And I'm going to tell you why I believe that is, by setting the scene, tracing it back to its roots, and establishing a definition and context for it, and trying to see if it really is modern. So, treading the realms of street, politics, traditional garb, trends, and catwalks, the keffiyeh has transcended form and various functions to become more than just a simple item, but an experience even. Its influence lies in its power to adapt, evolve, exchange, and integrate, all the while standing for many, many, many contradictions at the same time. So first of all, it's still very practical and is used to cover male heads in the Gulf. It keeps heads and faces protected from the desert and harsh sun, so it's a really practical item in the desert and heat. It's traditional. It's worn by local men in the Gulf and the Arab Gulf just up until today. It's also worn by a lot of people in Syria and Iraq, in the Arab world, but it's a very male item. It's political. It stands for the Palestinians and Palestinian struggle. It's revolutionary. It's a powerful icon of hope and change. It's been used in many, many situations as that connotation. It's become trendy. It's been seen on many catwalks at Urban Outfitters multiple times. But really, where did this item come from? Where did it originate? And I asked myself these questions multiple times because every time I went to ask people, people would tell me different stories. And so really I kind of traced it back to pre-Islamic times. This item originally was seen in Sumeria, which is the land between the two rivers currently known today as Iraq. High priests at that time, so pre-Islamic times, they used to put turbans on their heads and wish for prosperous fishing seasons in this area. And so after that, they started taking fishing nets and putting that on their heads. And eventually, those two were integrated into the first patterns of the keffiyeh. The name originates from the city of Kufa, in Iraq, which was a really big textile center during the rise of Islam. And this is why this item was kept. It's because it was so geometric, it was because it was so strong, and it wasn't representative of anything pagan. So it was picked up during Islamic times, and obviously in that area, there's a lot of desert, there's a lot of harsh sun, and so it became, a city of Al-Kufa became a textile center that really was producing so many of them. And it's the fashionable side of it started since that time. Between males, they were although it was a traditional Bedouin headdress, but really males were kind of ordering ones with golden threads, and you really could tell within the various colors, weaving techniques, and whole range of price points to produce it. It really indicated status, belonging, and tribal affiliations at that time. And so it was a traditional Bedouin headdress, and it only arrived to rural areas in Palestine and worn by villager peasants more than anything. And so in the 1936 uprising against the British, all of that changed when the keffiyeh was adopted by townspeople and villagers alike to hide the rebels' identities, replacing the once popular Turkish tarbush, which was worn by the higher class at that time. And so this was the first time that the keffiyeh really started to connote something political and really kind of show that in community and unison, we can hide our personal identities, but really kind of have something really strong together as, you know, a rebellion. And so it was only with the rise of Arafat in the 60s when the black and white keffiyeh became synonymous with Palestine. Before that, the black and white one was in Iraq and Syria, it still is, but actually this was the first time when it really started becoming synonymous with Palestine, represented for the Palestinians. And so at this point, it was no longer confined to the cloth. We could see it kind of spreading. It became a struggle, a concept. The journey became explosive, spread all over the world, like the Che Guevara logo. And then you kind of can see it in a lot of designs online. You can see a lot of iterations kind of showing the revolutionary status of it, trying to kind of give strong messages, as you can see in these images. And then, you know, a lot of art has come out of that as well. It also like appeared in many subculture groups, anti-war, anti-government, leftist organizations, urban streetwear, with its symbolism. In 2007, Nicolas Ghesquière from Balenciaga appropriated it on the catwalk in high fashion. And that was the moment where it really became like a must-have accessory. It started appearing left and right, and a lot of different fashion brands made their own versions of the keffiyeh. And there was a huge media craze, dubbed as the keffiyeh craze at that time, with a lot of keffiyehs that started appearing in Urban Outfitters and around. And then we can see it really, or the pattern of the keffiyeh come up in multiple kind of fashion shows. Givenchy, the 3S4 that did their own version. You know, here is Jeremy Scott. So we can see it in the Chanel Cruise Collection 2015. You see it again in Givenchy, Neil Barrett. And lastly, Cecile Copenhagen actually built all her brand on the keffiyeh. So all her brand is really just various clothes made with the keffiyeh pattern. And it's really interesting to note that from a fashion perspective, it's a very Western take on using the keffiyeh in fashion. It's rarely seen, you know, in fashion in the Arab world, although we do have a lot of fashion designers there. But this wasn't the first time we see the keffiyeh in Western fashion. This is an image from Vogue from 1965. And so it's been really interesting to kind of look at how the keffiyeh has played a role in all its extensions, shapes, and forms. It's appeared in music videos, fashion must-have lists, worn by celebrities all over the world. But at the same time, it's really being used as a pure terrorist connotation in all media, in pop culture, in movies. So it's really interesting that this is happening at the same time. It's really fashionable, but at the same time, it's still representing something really scary. And so it's also really interesting to note that this very male item has crossed over into the female realm, whether in a fashion sense. The middle photo there is an ad for a gun that I found that actually uses the keffiyeh and a woman. And the third image are actual Palestinian rebels right now from the new young generation. So this is an image of different ways that it's been used. This is a very famous piece by the artist Mona Hatoum that used hair to actually weave the pattern in there. It's a really very polyvalent design, right? But the design of it, the strength of the pattern itself in its pure geometry is still very recognizable up until today. And the early Mesopotamian weavers, they were inspired by nature and their surroundings. And so the very first iterations of the keffiyeh actually had abstractions and icons from the sea, shells, and fish that were then dropped with the rise of Islam. Graphically, I can stress on the visual, abstract, primitive patterns of the keffiyehs that are still very present today. And we see, and if we take a look at this slide, and you see it's almost looking like an ancient Egyptian script. By drawing a visual narrative, the borders have repetitive triangles all surrounded by one single plate. This can be tied back to the Palestinian times when the keffiyeh wiped out personal identity for the greater good. It was used as a mask to hide the faces of the rebels and render them unrecognizable in front of the British during the Arab uprising at that time. So if we look at the middle cluster of this design and compare it, for example, to the American flag that also represents multiple states and its stars, it looks, on the other hand, like a very common linked society in the middle, creating a fence that no one can break through. And that's why it's very, very strong visually. Its design is very symmetrical, extremely sturdy. And even though it's just a cloth, it almost seems as hard as a rock. It's understandable why people could be intimidated by it and why it could be such a powerful symbol. So this is also kind of seen in the Kaaba book by Dutch designer Bram de Daus. Sorry, how do I go back? Sorry, there. Yeah. That analyzes and concludes that the repetitive structure, he studied patterns a lot, and he comes to the conclusion that a repetitive structure like the keffiyeh and the pattern that the keffiyeh represents is one of the strongest visual design elements in pattern work. This is a conclusion that, by maybe chance, the Arabs came to years ago. And so, but also on the other hand, it's a very approachable and recognizable design. And so it has kind of infiltrated life almost really seamlessly. And so people in the West have dubbed keffiyehs, and the question starts to arise, what is a keffiyeh? And so all these three have been dubbed as keffiyeh. One of them is the American keffiyeh. In the middle, the ice skater has been said to wear a keffiyeh. There was a whole controversy about Rachel Ray and a Dunkin' Donuts ad. The three of those are not keffiyehs, but they're all kind of thought of as keffiyehs. Stalin here is said to be wearing a keffiyeh. It's not really a keffiyeh. So it's been kind of gathering these images has been great because it's kind of like, am I wearing a keffiyeh? Sometimes you are. Do you know what it means? And so what is this category, right? Moving beyond the cloth, here the keffiyeh is called the Kanye West style scarf. And so the question arises, checkered, repetitive patterns, icons, it's like the expectation of any scarf within a geometric repetitive style, no matter of its color, is becoming a keffiyeh. And so just to kind of end off this conversation, it's really interesting to see how the keffiyeh also has been tied a lot to the hipsters. Even in the hipster ipsum, as we were kind of going through designing stuff, the keffiyeh comes up in the hipster ipsum kind of text, dummy text over and over. So by association, the keffiyeh is kind of tied to hipsters. One of the last things that I want to talk about is, unfortunately, though, there's only one last standing factory that creates keffiyehs in Palestine, and this is the owner of that factory. And the question arises of when he dies, what will happen to this tradition of, weavesmanship and craftsmanship and manufacturing in a region where most of the keffiyehs in the Arab world today are being imported from China and India. And that is really kind of sad, but the kind of conclusion of globalization. And I wanted to kind of end this all by kind of raising this question that, the keffiyeh story kind of mirrors the confusion in identity and the West's fear and misunderstanding of the Arab world in general. And it's true that identity is a struggle for the Arabs and the Arab worlds, between old and new, old Arab world and new Arab world, between places like the Gulf that, you know, has money and the old Arab world that has heritage. And, you know, in the West, you know, Arab stereotypes have tainted popular culture for over a century. You know, we've been coined with the 3 Bs, belly dancers, bombers, and billionaires. And I think that the kafia tells a really relevant story that kind of touches upon our history. And we've managed to put something out there that people are using. And I think it's very, very, very important to kind of reclaim or at least keep this story alive. Thank you.
The little black dress is a fashion icon, and it's one which is closely associated with Gabrielle Coco Chanel. Here you see her 1926 little black dress, which was referred to in Vogue magazine as a fashion Ford, obviously referring to Ford's remark that you could get the cars in any color as long as they were black. Now, Chanel claimed to have invented the little black dress. That's not true, but she did help popularize it, in part because the style was so much associated with the modern woman of the 1920s, and who better epitomized that than Chanel? Still, you should remember that many other designers were doing it then. 1922, Premé had a wildly best-selling little black dress called La Garçon, which allegedly sold more than 1 million copies. It's often been said also that Chanel is the one who transformed the black dress from being mourning to being fashion. That, too, is overly simplistic. It's true that the black dress has been associated with mourning for a long time in the West, black clothing in general. Here we see a mid-19th century picture of a governess who's sitting alone, wearing black, quite possibly in mourning, because why else would she be out there working if she didn't have a family to take care of her? Notice how the other girls are in light, bright colors, sort of like happy girlhood, and she's in the dark, presumably mourning black. At that point, black dye was relatively inexpensive, so people in general went into mourning. The association with mourning comes from a series of associations, black being night and therefore associated with danger and death. Black also had many long associations in the West with asceticism, so that priests would be wearing black, for example. And black became known as a color of respectability. So a lot of people, both poor people like governesses and my favorite writers, poor people like writers were supposed to be wearing black, and shop girls, etc. That was a color that didn't show dirt, it was hard wearing, etc. So it had this kind of impoverished quality to it. But black also, and for a long way back, as I'll show you, was associated with sex and power. So that in addition to the idea of death and mourning, it had the association of, well, the devil was the prince of darkness, so you have all of the sin up there. And then the dandy was the black prince of elegance. In 1957, Vogue said, black is worldly, elegant, plainly alluring, indispensable. This went back a long way. In the Middle Ages, black was not only seen as a color for elite mourning, but also as a very expensive, prestigious, elegant color. Now, this woman is not in mourning, clearly, with the red as part of her ensemble. But many aristocrats would wear black to indicate kind of prestige, a sort of dandiacal, before the dandies existed, a dandiacal elegance which made them stand out among the sort of peacock-colored courtiers around them. So as the famous historian of color, Michel Pastoureau, put it, there's always been a good black and a bad black. And he points out this is true as well in African culture, where shiny black tends to be the good, elegant, beautiful black. And often a dull or a matte or a faded black will be the one which is the sad, the mournful, the poor black. The dye, again, at this point was very expensive, so black was an extremely prestigious color to wear on clothing. Black also very much had this sense in the 19th century of being an elegant color. So we think of, 19th century as all people in mourning black, and that Chanel was the first to make elegant, fashionable black. Nothing could be further from the truth. Black was a color which was seen as being extremely elegant. As La Mode de Paris put it in 1885, said, quote, "Of course, black, which can look very economical, can also be, on the contrary, very expensive. And yet the most distinguished dress, the most becoming dress that can be worn by any woman on any occasion is certainly a black dress," end quote. Black dresses were, however, seen as being unsuitable for young girls. So in one of Edith Wharton's novels, there's a woman who goes to the bad, and someone says of her, "What can you expect of someone who was allowed to wear black at her coming out party?" So black had this connotation of sexiness and eroticism. We see it, of course, in the portrait of Madame X, and you see it as well in novels like Anna Karenina, where the black velvet that she wears is contrasted with the ivory of her skin. Furthermore, as Valerie Mendez, the fashion historian from Britain, points out, black was fashionable long before the 1920s. In particular, she writes, the little black dress was born in the early 1900s, especially after the death of Edward VII in 1909. And then during World War I, black became ubiquitous, of course for mourning, but also as a fashion color. So this advertisement from 1918 specifies that black was whether for social or for mourning wear. So it's really around this time in the teens that you get the idea and the expression, the little black dress or the little black frock. Robin Givhan, the fashion journalist, points out that a woman in a little black dress is not forced into the role of a kind of peacock. Rather, she looks somewhat mysterious and alluring in a more different, subtle, dandiacal way. Here with this Chanel evening dress, you see also the connection of black with evening attire. In fact, there was a wonderful exhibition on black and fashion in Australia, which was called Black from Morning to Night. Chanel, of course, emphasized, quote, Scheherazade is easy, the little black dress is difficult. And she was reacting against the brilliant colors which were popular in the early 19-teens, all of the reds and greens and oranges. And she said they made her feel literally nauseous. And she went over to the other extreme to have white, cream, black, and dark navy blue. Black also has long antecedents as a bohemian color, an artistic color. So here you see Martha Graham, but also you can find it associated with beatniks, with turtlenecks, with modern dancers. It goes way back, black leather jackets. There are lots of rebellious, artistic, bohemian blacks, sort of downtown blacks. And then you had also the chic cocktail dresses, the high fashion, elegant blacks. So Balenciaga, for example, shown here, was described as creating dresses in Spanish black, like a deep night without stars. Or Audrey Hepburn, of course, famously in various little black dresses. Christian Dior said of black, you can wear black at any age, under almost any circumstances. He also pointed out, as have many other designers then and subsequently, that black is appealing for designers because once you take away the color, you can focus on the silhouette, the texture, and other aspects of the dress, just as you would with line drawing for an artist instead of color. Then this wonderful Barbie in black always reminds me of a story about Barbara Hutton when they said, for her 5th wedding, the bride wore black and carried a scotch and soda. Punk black became very, very important, and black's association with power, again, goes right back to the Middle Ages, to judges and executioners. It's been associated with crime and deviance. In Reservoir Dogs, there's a scene where Mr. Pink says, why can't we pick out our own color? And Joe said, I tried that once. It don't work. You get 4 guys fighting over who's going to be Mr. Black. Black is associated with the charisma of deviance as well, with the idea of sexualized women. And in politics, you have the black of fascism, the black of anarchy. In the late 1970s, Karl Lagerfeld held a party where the invitation stated, tragic black attire absolutely required. Thousands of people came, many in black leather. In the 1980s, the Japanese fashion revolution made black the dominant avant-garde color in fashion. Yohji Yamamoto said, the samurai spirit is black. The samurai must be able to throw his body into nothingness, the color and image of which is black. Rei Kawakubo put it more simply when she said there are 7 shades of black. And of course, again, although it sounded cryptic, in fact, a black velvet dress is completely different than a black satin dress, a black linen dress, etc. One of the reasons why black is such a powerful color is because there's so many layers of meaning. It's like a palimpsest, everything from elegance, evil, desirability, sexiness, power. And for all these layers of meaning, it means that a designer can create a wide variety of clothes, all of which end up having some of the modernity and allure of the little black dress. In a sense, the little black dress is not a style per se, but it's a conceptual fashion that's entirely versatile. There are many ways to design it. It's modern, it changes, but it's always the same, and it's always a kind of chic armor. Thank you very much.
And now from the sublime to the ridiculous. The moo-moo. I mean, just to say it, moo-moo. Close your eyes when I say it. We're at MoMA talking about the moo-moo. You're either about to squeal with delight or flee in a panic. And I'm about to do both. This is a picture of me in a moo-moo. I apologize that it's not full length, but this is a vintage moo-moo that I had that was green and navy blue. And I would wear tucked over pants. I would wear it tied to the side. I wore it like 1,000 different ways. I don't know where it is today. And I don't know where I am today, so there's a lot of consistency in this presentation. So just a little historical stuff about Moo, which thank you to Michelle and everyone at MoMA who was so wonderful, helpful with supportive, factual information about the Moo. When missionaries arrived in Hawaii, not only I was surprised to find out that the local Polynesian women were thrilled with how the missionaries dressed, which was sort of a very slim-sleeved, kind of tight on top, what's the word? Not flashy kind of a way. Discreet, demure, yes. Whereas, the large Polynesian ladies were basically just in layers of towels and whatnot. So anyway, that's how the haloku, or the muumuu, was born. And you can see it sort of devolved into this, which of course I'm completely delighted with. And holoku, holo, there are 2 different versions of the story. Holo means run and ku means stand, because it was an outfit that then these women could run and stand, and they swam in it, they, I'm sure, had sex in it, they did everything, they could do everything in it. It was super, super modern. And I think it looks great, and it's the sort of the grandmother of the current muumuu. Now this, to me, the muumuu at its peak was always symbolized by my friend Beth, who was a flight attendant for United Airlines. And when she worked first class from Chicago to Honolulu for the dinner service, she changed into this muumuu. That's not her, that's a mannequin, if you're wondering why she looks so pasty. I have a very bad picture of myself in her muumuu, but unfortunately was unable to find it. So anyway, to me it said, you're going to Hawaii, you're getting special service, you're in first class, that deserves a muumuu. So that's the muumuu at its peak, because the muumuu has known high highs and devastating lows. This was a high for me, depending on how you think. This is Agnes Moorehead, who played Endora on Bewitched. Do we have any Endora fans out there? So we do have a few gays out there. And some ladies. Now, again, much like Black, this look, she was a witch, she was evil, but she was glamorous. And I think always the evil stepmother was always, or mother-in-law was always the most chicly dressed. So I loved Endora and thought she looked great. And there's Samantha also wearing sort of a black muumuu. That was a special episode, I think, that was in Salem for the witch trials on Bewitched. So now there's a lot of confusion on my part personally about the muumuu. Like, is it a muumuu? Is it a kaftan? Is it a jalaba? So, you know, because muumuu basically means anything that covers up your fat and is in flashy, cheap-looking colors, I've always found. So basically what a muumuu is a loose, brightly colored dress, especially one traditionally worn in Hawaii. A kaftan is a man's long-belted tunic worn in countries of the Near East. Is a loose, typically woolen, of kind of traditionally worn by Arabs, but I do still think that they all fit into the muumuu category when they're meant to be a very forgiving but festive kind of garment, and that's the muumuu at its best. For example, here is the queen of all muumuus, Elizabeth Taylor. Now, this I think is technically perhaps more of a kaftan, but how can you not, do you not all think of a muumuu when you think of Elizabeth Taylor? You either think of young Elizabeth in a riding outfit, or you think of old Elizabeth in a muumuu. You do. She's gone up 10 pounds, she's a little drunk in the daytime, and she's wearing a Poochie muumuu in Marrakesh. Am I wrong? May she rest in peace. This one photographed by Henry Clark in 1967. Here is the chic muumuu, which is perhaps technically a jalaba, Bianca Jagger wearing a Zandra Rhodes ensemble in 1972. Zandra Rhodes loves a muumuu as well. It's kind of just a big, shapeless, comfortable, easy to get into, easy to get out of, easy to pass out in kind of ensemble. And how glamorous is Bianca? Susan Hayward in Valley of the Dolls. I'm breaking all gay stereotypes here in the muumuu presentation at MoMA. She was the Barracuda show business veteran who on stage wore sort of sexier, more contemporary outfits, but when she was off stage, she was always in a muumuu with kind of a martini, you know, giving sage advice and whatnot. So she's, to me, the classic muumuu. Shelley Winters in S.O.B., a highly underappreciated film, S.O.B. I don't know if they show it here at MoMA, but I just watched it the other day, as a matter of fact. Yes, absolutely. Every Friday they show S.O.B. Unfortunately, poor Shelley Winters is now deceased, so it's unable to appear. But it's a story, it's a Blake Edwards film, and Shelley Winters plays sort of a nasty, power-hungry agent of poor, innocent Julie Andrews. And she's always, because she's fat, she's always in a kaftan / muumuu. This one's very Chinesey, or chinoiserie, to use the technical term. And I think it's wonderful. Here she is in a full-length version of it. I mean, what a cast. Look at that cast. That's for a whole, got to have me back for a whole separate thing just on the cast of S.O.B. Here she is, another one. Now, just when you thought we couldn't sink any lower / reach any higher, here at MoMA at the Bartos Theater. Is this named after Celeste Bartos, this theater? Celeste Bartos. Lord love her wherever she is. I'm sure she had a muumuu or two. Does anyone watch The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills? Too embarrassed. Okay, you could admit it after the show. They went to Dubai, I understand, and Kyle Richards, aunt of Paris Hilton, just to throw some more VIP names at you, always loves to wear a kaftan. So the girls, while they were in Dubai, wore lots of kaftans. And lots of muumuus. Here we are in some muumuus. Lisa Vanderpump and Kyle. I mean, and I think also I felt like a little too hesitant. Shahs of Sunset, there's a woman on the line on that show who has a line of muumuus, but I felt like the lowest I could go was the Beverly Hills Housewives. So anyway, so as you see, the muumuu has a regal and sometimes sad history. It's beloved and reviled, but it's always beloved by large inebriated actresses and housewives. So I'm with them. So I love the muumuu, and I hope you do too. Thank you very much.
Wonderful excursus through some of the most enthralling items in our lives. And the next batch of great presenters are Joan Kron and Michael Caine with Nose Job. And then we're going to have Leslie Vosshall, not Emma McClendon, for Opium. P for prosthesis, not Hala Malak, but rather Aimee Mullins. Something's happened, very interesting. And then for Rana Plaza, we indeed are going to have Carmen Artigas and Mary Ping. So I'm going to call first to the podium, Joan and Michael.
Oh, I think I'll go alone.
Wow, no, Michael's here.
No, but he's got his own.
Well, but you can be together.
You're just going to stand by my side?
Whatever you
I
say.
love it. Okay, let's do it. I only have 3.5 minutes. Everybody else got 7 minutes.
No, everybody who was 2.
Right. There we go. Today, every part of the body is an accessory, especially the nose. Call it what you will, the beak, the nape, proboscis, schnoz, or snout. Noses are signifiers. Aphrodite's straight nose equals beauty. A small nose is considered feminine. A long nose is intelligent. A slight rising of the nose is aristocratic, but it mustn't rise too high. Now, this is the first cosmetic nose job, and if you think nose jobs are 20 years old, you're wrong. This is 700 BC. Assyrian royals augmented their noses with ivory, and a strong nose, they did it because a strong nose is power. This is the first nose slam, not page 6. Cleopatra wasn't pretty, but she had a great personality. That's what Plutarch said about a century later. And this is about the only picture that we have of Cleopatra, and it was made by the Romans, and the Romans didn't like her, so we're not quite sure if they made her nose worse. But Cleopatra's nose is the most frequently reinvented. And everybody likes to make her beautiful, but she had a great personality. The first important cosmetic nose jobs were done in 1898 in Berlin by Dr. Jacques Joseph, who said that he was going to make conspicuous noses inconspicuous. And the first socialite who had a nose job that we know of was Peggy Guggenheim, who had her nose turned up unsuccessfully in 1920. 1923 was the first celebrity nose job, and it was in all the papers, especially the New York Times, 3 days in a row. Fanny Brice wanted to become a serious actress, even though she was the top comedian in the Ziegfeld Follies. And this is the first nose job slam. And this is Dorothy Parker said, Fanny Brice cut off her nose to spite her race. Now we're getting into the politics of the nose job. Of course, the Nazis were not too keen on Jews, and they demonized Jews with this poster. It was a long history, which I don't have the time to go into, since the 13th century, of Jews being depicted with large noses, but the Nazis really did the job on it. In fact, today there's a lot of research in anthropology and race science, and there's a belief that there is no Jewish race and that there is no Jewish nose. And I prefer to call it the MGM nose, a multi-genomic mixture. That nose occurs in all these groups and maybe others. Palestinian Arabs, Lebanese, Syrians, Kurds, Armenians, Anatolian Turks, Northern Italians, Norwegians, Slavs, and probably many others. So it's up for discussion about whether there is even such a thing as a Jewish nose. So what's modern? Anatomy isn't destiny. That's what's modern. Noses can be remade to order. Despite a nose pride movement, and you recognize Barbara and Diana and Oprah, who have kept their noses. Last year, there were 145,000 cosmetic nose surgeries in the U.S., and many more in Iran. Cost? Everybody wants to know what it costs. Less than a Birkin, and Birkins come in all prices, and so do noses. The biggest fear? Looking overdone. You all know this face. Did he have too many nose jobs? That's what we all think. No. Actually, his nose was shrunk with repeated cortisone injections after he had a couple of nose jobs. And I have to say, allegedly, but I have it from people who know. Out of favor, tiny, pinched, and scooped. In favor, refining, not redesigning. So, in conclusion, a new nose is the ultimate accessory. It's a permanent identity. It's not an impulse purchase. And now I'm going to show you something that's a little treat. 1 minute from the movie I'm making on the nose job.
Now she's on every guy's list since she
Visual media has ascended, and celebrity culture has ascended in the media. And so the whole culture is interested in visual representations, and people want to look their best as a means of communication. And so we are reshaping our bodies as our own personal landscapes. Don't accept what you've been given. Make yourself a success.
The world favors pretty people, and if you're a woman, you really have no choice. It's going to be a much harder life if you're not, you know, the magazine definition of attractive.
We all judge each other. I do believe that. And I also believe what you see in the mirror affects how you feel about yourself.
She got a nose job, she got a nose job, and now she's the prettiest gal in town. Now she's the prettiest gal in town. Nose now she's the prettiest.
Thank you. And thank you, Paola.
Items. All items are designed. Items you choose have a role in your identity. Your face is an item. You wear it every day. For many, your face is your identity. Your face and your identity can be designed. Our face is modern. Certainly there are many ways to make faces modern. I can take a face and make a high sculpted cheekbone with a hollow cheek underneath it. I can make a high, full cheekbone, sort of a Nordic style cheekbone. I can make a nice, wide, beautiful, broad East Asian style cheekbone. I can make a strong masculine jawline. I can make a heart-shaped soft jawline, very much in favor with East Asia right now, in East Asia now. Or some of my own people. I can take a somewhat soft, sagging jawline and make it a stronger, younger jawline. That takes about 15 minutes. I can take a mildly soft jawline and give someone a stronger jawline in 10 minutes. No downtime. But the key for me are the eyes. Are eyes modern? And, you know, one of the definitions of modern, we were talking about this yesterday, is up to the minute. Everything I'm doing here, none of it's surgery, none of it's laser. The technology is 15 to 30 years old. It's just using it in a different way. Like we were talking about silk screening t-shirts earlier this morning. It's what you do with it. I love technology, but it's not the be-all, end-all. So I can take a sort of aging, hollowed out set of eyes and restore them to younger, more plush eyes, but still her eyes that she used to have. I can take eyes that are sort of collapsing a little on the outside and give them structure and frame them, almost like she's wearing a pair of spectacles under her skin to frame the eyes. I can take eyes that are starting in the upper eyelid to hollow and raise a little bit, and I can refill them, make them look more plush, younger, maybe a little more East Asian. I can take an East Asian eye on a pretty girl, but the eyes are a little on the round side, and I can make almond-shaped eyes that fit her face a little bit better. All of this, eyes take me about an hour. Now, this may surprise you, right? This is not new high technology, but it shouldn't. The thing that should surprise you is who your plastic surgeon is, right? Because everyone likes to think that their plastic surgeon is some sort of artist. Well, here's a pop quiz, right? Who's your plastic surgeon? Is he or she an artist, an artisan, or a craftsman? None of the above. They're an overeducated, overpaid manual laborer just like me, right? That's what they are. Because all this stuff I'm talking about, they don't teach it to you in medical school. They don't teach it to you in your residency. It's something different that you do on your own. But then again, maybe it's a good idea that your plastic surgeon isn't an artist. I think the most dangerous thing out there is a plastic surgeon who's not an artist, who thinks they're an artist, right? I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. Now let's go to the other definition of modern. Say your plastic surgeon's a big mid-century modern person, and you lay down on that operating room table, and this is his idea of beauty, right? He's a big Picasso fan, and all right, this is the weeping woman. I'll show you a woman who's really weeping when she wakes up, and this is what she looks like afterwards, right? This is the kind of thing you want to avoid. Or say both patient and doctor are big Jackson Pollock fans, and so there's a little convergence, and I'm sorry for the puns. But so there's a little convergence here, and they both like this. Well, I could dribble a little Botox and splatter a little Restylane across the face. I'm not getting this, I think that's probably a good thing, right? Well, here, say a patient walks into your office, and this is what they want, right? So I expected a few giggles there, sorry about that. But say, maybe it's just lousy delivery. Say they're a big Rothko fan, and this may seem absolutely ridiculous to you, and it's not. This is exactly what I actually do every day. Because what is a Rothko panel? It's something where you look at it and you get a feeling. It gives you some sensation. It does something. It speaks to your identity. And in a perfect world, that's what I'm doing with my patients. All this other stuff, all the prologue, I can change your eyelids, eyebrows, lips, nose, chin, jawline, forehead. But that's just the means to an end. And the end is your identity. What is bad is when someone's identity, that ghost in the shell or the ghost in the machine, looks in a mirror and doesn't recognize itself or doesn't like what it sees. And that's what I do. I try to make people happy. I try to make that feeling of the ghost in the machine good. And I can give them this sort of feeling by using all those other things as a means to an end. And I know it sounds a little crazy and sounds a little silly, but in my world, this is the perfect result. Because you've got that person's identity, that person's, however they feel they are, and they see themselves. And most people are reasonable. My patients don't want to look 25. They don't want to look like a film star. What reasonable people want, they want to look like an idealized version of themselves. When they look in the mirror, they want to see how they want to see themselves, and they don't want to look very different. They want to be themselves, just maybe a little bit better. And that's what I do. And faces are modern. I'd like to thank you for the invitation and thank you all for your valuable time. Thanks.
No, can't make it go. So what more perfect transition from nose job to opium? So I'm a smell scientist at Rockefeller University, and I'm going to talk to you about, are perfumes modern? Sophie Dahl, photographed by Stephen Meisel in 2000, is wearing very little, except she's wearing opium. Anybody who wants to come up later, strip their clothes off and spray opium, I'm here, I'm ready for you. Perfume is this amazing thing that sneaks up on you, that's fashionable. You can't avoid experiencing it because to smell, you can only smell by breathing and you can't stop breathing. So perfume is something that is a little hidden secret of fashion. So what does opium and any other perfume do when you experience it? From this brilliant commercial shot by David Lynch in 1992, here's a beautiful woman taking off the glass stopper from the bottle and spreading it down her cleavage, and begins to have a perfume-gasm, right? So the most beautiful sensation that you can get just from opening up a little glass potion and spreading it on yourself. So what is in the bottle that is making this incredible emotion pop into the mind and into the body of the wearer of opium? So this is a sort of the secret formula of Jean-Louis Ciazac, who made this perfume in 1977 for Yves Saint Laurent. And so it's just 72 molecules that are a mixture of things that come from nature and that come from the chemistry laboratory that are mixed together to give this sensation of this very oriental, very passionate, very exotic perfume. And so here's just for the chemists in the audience some of the beautiful molecules that are stirred together in just exactly the right recipe to give you a sense of opium. And so when the perfumer is asked to make something a little bit like our plastic surgeon who just preceded us, is given sort of an image of what do you want as a customer. So I think I imagine that when Givaudan was approached by Yves Saint Laurent to make opium, you want something that's a little exotic, mixing together a little bit of East and West, the sort of the Westerners lying on the ground, languid, semi-unconscious, either just had sex or will soon have sex, with beautiful wall hangings. And so then Jean-Louis Ciazac mixes together 72 molecules, and that's what you get. So again, I do think that perfume is an essential part of fashion. It's really cheap, right? The most expensive perfume is $300, lasts forever, and you can spritz it on in combinations or singly, and it sneaks up on people. So each of these beautiful vintage Yves Saint Laurent outfits, you can look at it, you can maybe see it, you hear it when it switches by, but the smell really sneaks up on you. So what is smell? So smell is not just opium, not just perfumes, but so we should be encountering smell all the time. You should have, when you were having your couple glasses of wine at lunch, you should have been smelling the wine. Maybe the vegan burger that you had at lunch, I love that picture of Brooke Shields in Blue Lagoon. So there's a lot of smells going on in that picture. The espresso that you're going to have later this afternoon, and then another really fantastic Shalimar perfume. And then the everyday perfumes of dirty diapers, right? So these everyday perfumes that come from the body, that come from food, that come from natural products, and that come from us. So how does actually nature mix molecules when nature is making things, when it's not Givaudan making a product for Yves Saint Laurent? So the magical thing is our favorite beverage, a cup of coffee, is actually that smell is a product of hundreds of natural molecules that are coming up when you roast the coffee and heat it. And what's cool is that each of the molecules individually smells nothing like coffee. So individual molecule may smell leather-like or fruity or flowery or sweaty or rose-like or orange-like, and it's the blend that nature has put together that gives you that unmistakable percept of coffee. And so this is what perfumers are able to mimic by mixing molecules together to give a scent. And so we've been doing some studies to figure out how regular people in the street describe smell. So here's 4 iconic molecules, either in food or in products. The top left one, carvone, is the toothpaste ingredient, and the third one over, vanillin, is in baked goods. And so when we ask our subjects to tell us, what do you think of when you think of these smells? So Vicks VapoRub comes up as the most important descriptor, just showing that people really do connect with the products that are out there. So just a few seconds about how smell actually works. You cannot avoid smelling the perfume on the person sitting next to you, because if you're breathing, you're smelling. The smells are going up into the brain. So here's some smell molecules. Imagine this is some of the 72 ingredients from opium hitting the cells that are at the very tip top of your nasal cavity. As you're breathing it in, the molecules are engaging cells that are sitting in the nasal olfactory epithelium, and they bind onto these cells and then activate them by some kind of magical code that scientists, we don't completely understand how it works. So let's say the blue molecule will activate one cell very strongly, one cell weakly, one cell a little bit, one cell not the other. And then that together gives you the sensation of whatever the blue molecule happens to be. And so we can actually look into the brain to figure out how individual molecules are being sensed. So this is an experiment where people looked at, okay, what does peppermint at the bottom look like? What does peanut butter in the middle look like? And as the brain is smelling more and more and more molecules, you can see from the right where there's very little smell going on, all the way to the left, that there's a lot of smell going on. So we're able to encode all of these different things with this beautiful family of about 400 different genes that each of us has within us. We all have slightly different smell receptor genes, explaining why you may find the perfume of the person next to you disgusting or lovely, depending on how variable you are. And so let's look at the evolution of smell. So we all think that we humans have a really crappy sense of smell, but I think we shouldn't be that hard on ourselves. So we're sort of half as good as dogs, rats, mice, and opossums. So these are little scurrying animals that hunt around for food. But we have about half as many different possible receptors, so we're doing pretty well. So I'm going to close with why it should matter at all that we smell. So we've surveyed people who have completely lost their sense of smell, and it has really profound effects on the enjoyment of human life. It affects how you interact with food. So people eat spoiled food because they don't realize it's spoiled. Food loses its taste. People end up eating a lot more. It affects hygiene and safety. So a parent could forget to change a child's diaper because it doesn't smell, the stinky diaper. People get obsessive about cleaning their house because they don't notice it's dirty. And it has a massive effect on mental health not to be able to smell. So will you be able to find the love of your life if you can't smell them? Will you not be able to show your daughter the smell of early September mornings, the ocean, gasoline, matches, and garlic? Thank you very much.
Hi. Thank you, Paola. Thank you, Michelle. P for prosthesis. From the Greek, pros and thesis. It means an addition. Around 1900, it started to be used to describe the addition to the body, as in a limb, but it simply means an addition. So with that, I'm going to say that all clothes are prosthetics, as is the makeup we wear. There's our jeans. Eyeglasses, obviously, are addressing a medical disadvantage. And of course, the idea of making these things go from just function into something more and is about understanding the power of aesthetic and the role it plays in our identity, shaping our identity, changing the way the world sees us, the way we feel about ourselves and what we present to the world. So these are probably something you guys have seen now, but I was the first person in the world to run on them 20 years ago. And they were purely functional, and the idea being as a bilateral below the knee amputee, so both legs amputated, it's very rare, that situation. Most times someone who's an amputee is missing one leg, and so the role of the prosthetist is just to achieve symmetry. So your height, the weight, the pronation of the feet is already determined. Well, for me, I didn't have that, and it was a big headache for all the prosthetists I had growing up because it's all a big X factor. I thought that was fun because if I was trying to be the fastest woman in the world on artificial legs, supposedly, and didn't have to have human legs, why are we looking at them? Why weren't we looking at the fastest thing that runs? So these legs were modeled after the hind leg of a cheetah. That was me running in Georgetown with them, next to the next Flojos of the world, and they were functional. So I could sprint and jump with them, and then it started with this ID cover, and it was at the TED conference in 1998. The first time I think most people kind of saw these legs unveiled to the world. And people would come up to me afterwards and say, you know, you're really pretty. You don't look disabled. And I thought, well, that's amazing because I don't feel disabled. Then I thought, like, look at that swimsuit calendar of Pam Anderson on your garage wall. That's prosthetic. You know, that's an idea of, think about it. This the nose job was an amputation. So the idea of exploring beauty and what a sexy body was, what an attractive body or an appealing or a strong body could be, was something that I found I wanted to explore. So that was an image taken by the wonderful Nick Knight. And 3 months after I did that shoot, I opened Alexander McQueen's runway show. And he had made for me a pair of wooden legs carved out of ash. They're quite heavy. It's a 6-inch heel. Those are magnolias and grapevines carved on them. If any of you got to see the wonderful exhibition either in New York or in London, most recently at the V&A, you will have seen those in the Cabinet of Curiosities. This was that shoot that I did with Nick Knight. This was taking the idea of the dolls in Victorian times that had alabaster legs. They were fabric bodies with alabaster legs. Well, we just decided to keep my legs as human-like as possible and paint the rest of me white. These legs are made for me in England, in Bournemouth, by a company called Dorset Orthopedic, and they are incredible. That's hand-painted, intrinsically colored silicone. That's built up layer by layer, and it has capillaries, and you can see little blue veins, and they match the exact color of my skin, and they give me a perfect pedicure, which I would have never had, and ankles, which I would have never had, because you haven't seen all the women in my family who have cankles. And I opted out, because I could. So this started this whole adventure I had into playing with aesthetic. You know, the idea that a prosthetic as a medical symbol was really representative of loss and something morose, really. You know, you had people making these associations of a hierarchy, you know, and the idea that a human-looking leg was optimal, and I disagreed. So I started finding people like Alexander McQueen, but then Matthew Barney, who would make prosthetics for me that, you know, could really push this. So these legs were optically clear polyurethane. It's a bowling ball material, so you can imagine how much fun that was to walk around in the Guggenheim. But they are very beautiful and very, very heavy. This was the idea of a tool that attached to my prosthetic with which I could cut potatoes, and had to cut many, many potatoes in the film Cremaster 3. And this was another of the characters in Cremaster 3. This was a woman that was half human and half cheetah. These were articulated paws. This was incredibly difficult. If you can imagine downhill skiing on your tippy toes, that's what it felt like. But it took 13 hours to build that character every day that we had to shoot it, and 3 hours to get out of it. That was the wonderful prosthetic makeup artist, Gabe Bartalos. And then this is just the legs that abandon any idea to have humanness in them at all. These, I just kind of call them my jellyfish legs, but I didn't have to use them. I got to just sit in a sled holding a bunch of lamps. It makes sense if you see the film. This was another character from this film, Una McCool, the wonderful wife of the Irish folk legendary hero, Finn McCool. And they were cast in soil with potatoes growing in them and beetroot coming out of the top. And the toe, it was functional. That is a wonderful gold toe that I had to learn to actually weave from. And it was hearkening back, this is not the Egyptian gold toe, but this is probably the earliest known prosthetic in the world. It's about 1,000 years BC. It's an articulated toe. So the person who wore this could walk with 85% of their previous function wearing Egyptian sandals with this articulated toe. About 10 years ago, I had the privilege of being in Cairo and at the Cairo Museum, and in the exhibit with Queen, with the Pharaoh, Hatshepsut, was the sarcophagus of her, who they think was her wet nurse. It was a woman who had died in her late 50s, early 60s, which was a great age in those days. And she had what they think was diabetes, and she lost the big toe on her right foot. And they had made a prosthetic for her, which was basically pieces of linen that were dipped in gold and probably like an albumin egg white to make a glue. And because the sarcophagus was glass, I could stand at the bottom of it and see the bottom of her feet and see that the bottom of this gold prosthetic toe was worn through. So she wore this very, in my mind, probably very proudly. And I was incredibly moved to stand there and recall my experiences on the runway and think that this woman 5,000 years ago was rocking this incredible gold toe and not trying to be discreet and blend in. These were legs that I had made for the opening ceremonies of the 2012 London Games, using the idea of the laurel wreath. Was very difficult to get metallic pigment into silicone. So that was a technological first that they were able to do. Like I said, I'm not alone in this. I think that the idea that we've wanted to decorate our bodies and certainly turn things that society would want us to have a morose connection with into something celebrated and beautiful. Frida Kahlo's leg was amputated in 1953, I believe. And this was the prosthetic that she had designed with a lace-up boot and a bell on it. And this was her back brace that she had to wear every day from her bus accident. And she decorated all of her back braces and made them quite colorful and lovely. So that was the prototype of the Cheeto legs you saw. This is the next generation. This is a bionic sprinting leg. It doesn't really exist just yet in fully functioning terms, but this is the man designing it, Hugh Herr, who runs the biomechatronics lab at MIT. These are the biomes, which is a bionic leg with an ankle that articulates. So basically, for the first time in my life, 2 years ago, I got to bend my ankles, which was great. That's a battery pack there that kind of looks like winged Mercury coming out. But these are designed for soldiers. These are the prototypes. This is meant for a 200-pound guy. And so when I put them on, yes, they're heavy, but I'm used to that. What is extraordinary is the fact that they power you, so that when you walk, you start walking your natural speed. And if you're a New Yorker, you know what that is. It's like, get out of the way. But this kicks in at some point. It makes a wonderful whirring noise, meep, 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 which should signify trouble if you hear that on the sidewalk. Get out of the way. Unfortunately, I can't stop as quickly in these as I would want to. So I find that they're really problematic to wear around New York City with darting children and dogs. But they are very beautiful. Most prosthetics come with this horrible rubberized human-like foot shell to cover all of that beauty. And the only thing I ever saw good about those foot shells was I got some in various shades of black and brown, because I thought I might try out to see what that felt like, to have different skin tones, rather than the yellow that they give you, unisex yellow rubber feet. So that's a very personal display for me, because it is a personal experience for me, but I think it's something that we all share. I think if you look at your phone, you'll understand that's a prosthetic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paola. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Carmen, my co-speaker, who I've met 3 days ago. We put this together for you. over email and phone calls, and it was a big challenge. Not the easiest topic, but so we begin.
He's somewhere else.
Somewhere else.
Oh yeah, there's pro-wear on the top and sword in the middle.
A coat machine in the vicinity caught his tattoo. Seemed to be heading for this particular domicile.
No, you can't come in.
Can't too!
I'll get my billions.
Welcome to Costco. I love you. Welcome to Costco. I love you.
So those scenes from Idiocracy, straight from the brilliant, hilarious mind of Mike Judge, set hundreds of years in the future, might as well be our present day. The costumes, flimsy, synthetic, brand emblazoned, portrayed as conveniently dispensable and mindlessly disposable, are emblematic of what surrounds us now. While there is comedic truth to equating fast fashion with the thoughtless ease of flicking it out of a tissue box dispenser, we are facing more real and tragic consequences as a result of that.
So this is a true crisis in fashion, and it's hard to talk about this topic, especially when you're a designer and you're sensitive, and we are critiquing what made us join an industry. But here we go. Rana Plaza was built on unstable land without proper codes. On April 24th, 2013, visible cracks could be seen throughout the building. A local engineer recommended to close the structure, but the owner bribed his way to keep it open and threatened to fire workers. Can you hear? Okay. I'm too close? Okay. A power outage activated the generators on the roof, causing the building to shake violently. In under a minute, the 8-story garment factory collapsed, killing 1,137 people, injuring over 2,500, and leaving at least 800 orphans. 3 years later, victims are still dealing with emotional trauma and struggling financially. Bangladesh is a densely populated country. Imagine the population of Russia squeezed into the area of the state of Louisiana. Second to China, it is a prime destination for cheap manufacturing. There are almost 5,000 factories in Bangladesh, around 4 million workers employed, 80% of them are women. Of the 300 parliament members, 30 are factory owners. Fashion is a $25 billion industry in Bangladesh. The global textile and garment industry is worth about $3 trillion. And they work 6 days a week for an average of 29 cents an hour. To give you an idea, by the time a garment worker in the US breaks for lunch, you have already paid a month's wages in Bangladesh. So this is a glimpse of the value chain. The Rana Plaza disaster is a wound that hasn't healed, but this tragedy was not in vain. It immediately sparked controversy and turned the spotlight onto cheap fashion brands where price trumps quality. And the general public was aware and witnessing who's paying the price behind the machine. It certainly provoked a call to action around the issues that were being discussed in the ethical fashion circles for years. And the textile and apparel industry, in this case, is archaic, complex, inefficient, polluting, and is currently undergoing major changes. The manufacturing model in Bangladesh is low-tech, labor-intensive, highly unregulated, suffering from labor exploitation and environmental issues. In my opinion, educating a new generation of fashion designers has to become a dialogue. It is necessary to openly share the facts and address the blind spots in order to tackle the challenges ahead. It is also an invitation for the students to develop solutions around these issues. We are experiencing moments of consciousness. The linear economy model of take, make, waste failed, And today we need to step into the circular economy business model, where we eliminate waste at the conception phase, apply design for disassembly, and repurpose those materials. So the word neophilia was coined by the cult writer Robert Anton Wilson, and neophilia drives fashion. So it's almost like a junkie statement. Perhaps our language also needs to evolve. I believe the words responsibility and accountability will redefine the future for a resilient fashion industry. Another objective should include a shift from hyperconsumption experience towards mindful consumption. And it simply means that we are aware of the decisions, the impact of our decisions. Thank you.
So when Paola assigned this dense and intense topic to us, and I thought I didn't know how I fit in exactly, but then I realized that at least the core and the bones of my work for Slow and Steady Wins the Race could serve as a good contrast. Our collections reinterpret everyday wardrobes and address those categories like a reference library. How can design be timely and timeless, individual and universal? I'm fascinated by the cultural anthropology of how we wear and why we wear design through ideas and concepts. And for example, here's the pearl t-shirt from our Luxe collection that examines the what luxury can be redefined as. So it's the iconic everyday white t-shirt, but it's actually embroidered entirely in pearls. In another equation, the subversive challenge of rethinking the wedding dress, one that is actually only $100 that still distills all the rituals we identify traditionally about that particular dress, but without diluting the design and meaning. So over 6 years ago, we created an installation as a reaction to the speed and proliferation of the fashion system at Saatchi & Saatchi. Everything serves as a living archive in the collection and all the designs. Each piece, from the earliest to the most current, is still available today as a testament that good design is always relevant. So the installation refocused the lens in order to sustain the audience's attention back onto the design itself, to focus it onto the design value of the objects themselves. So we decided to use the still life as kind of the earliest visual storytelling metaphor. It was a presentation over 10 days as an installation in the middle of hundreds of 8-minute catwalk fashion shows during New York Fashion Week. So think of it as like a sensory savoring rather than a quick bite. So I started Slow and Steady Wins the Race over 13 years ago at the age of 23. And starting at the age of 4, my grandmother proudly taught me everything that she knew about clothing construction, tools that she learned when she was age 4 as well. So in a way, if you want to add it all up, I'm carrying 130 years worth of knowledge. So recently, a friend of mine, we were talking, and he said something really interesting. He said the past is the future when we were talking about what we were working on next. He was talking about music, but in a way, I talked to him and I said, you know, it actually is relevant for everything. So I wanted to bring up for the last slide this Massimo Vignelli quote. Was actually more of a list when he and his wife decided that they were going to tackle clothing design. So I think I'm not going to read through it. I think it's beautiful as it stands. So it's a manifesto of codes, and it's a manifesto and a reminder of how clothing can be and should be. So we're going to leave with what we can say is the pendulum needs to swing back, and we need a call to arms for a smarter approach. When did the scales tip in favor of those who were better at figuring out costs than those who could measure value? And when did it become acceptable to sacrifice dignity and integrity? Rana Plaza offered a moment of introspection and highlighted the importance of educating new designers in these issues from the start of their careers to create a guilt-free fashion system. Thank you.
to come back up to the stage if they would. Thank you.
I don't know anything black, that's why I'm just enduro olowu today. Thank you.
So I do many things at MoMA that terrify me, but this is truly terrifying because I know nothing about fashion. I'm sitting here with someone who's worked with Matthew Bonney and Alexander McQueen, someone who has a PhD from Yale and has an amazing legacy of fashion exhibitions. And then Mickey, who helped break the internet with his paper front cover with Kim Kardashian. And then Alexandra, who knows more theory than anyone I know at all. So, Alexandra, do you want to start with the first question this time, or do you want me to?
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Michelle.
Perfect.
You have some black? No, that's blue. I have kind of really strong, heavy questions.
Well, I'm strong and heavy. I don't know about these gals, but Amy's fast, so.
So maybe I'll start with you. I was still thinking of what happened this morning and the kind of question that Paola raised yesterday, and what is the title that is gathering us today. So is fashion modern? I think that's the question. So I was also thinking that is fashion modern is a question that we are just raising within the Museum of, and I will not quote you exactly, but of the Museum of Mumu Art, maybe.
Yes.
That could work. So I will wonder now, as we have seen this afternoon, that many of the guests who talk have been raising the idea of contradictions for the keffieh. For the little black dress, you were talking about the good and bad black, and you raised the notion of palimpsest. And I was really wondering while I was listening to this afternoon talk if maybe fashion is not modern, but maybe it is postmodern, or maybe it is super modern, or beyond modern. I would like to address to you first this question. I know it's no, not to you. Yes, yeah, because you talk about the palimpsest and you raise that kind of thing. So the complexity, of course, we know it's not outside of the modern world, but would you agree on just exploring this notion that maybe is fashion postmodern or else?
I think it's this is on. I think it's a little bit like the whole question of, is fashion art? It really depends on how you define art. So it really depends how you define modern or postmodern. I mean, yesterday Paola came up with a whole list of synonyms for modern, sort of right now. I mean, time is built into fashion. So, I mean, it's supposed to be about at this moment, and then it will change. Obviously, it's built on fashions of the past. I've never really understood what postmodern means, except as a kind of jargon term to mean it's not of the period of classical modernism. So I guess you could say some fashion is modern, but modern is perhaps not the first word I think of with fashion. I think that if fashion's what's going on now, there's a lot to it that's not really modern, that a lot that's based on the past, or a lot that's based on something that you might hope would soon be past, like fast fashion and exploitation.
I would love to know more. Would you like to say something?
Always, toujours. I think fashion is in a way automatically not modern, and I think because it's a basic human need of life, like food, shelter, and clothing, to me are in a way automatically made not modern because of the fact that they're necessities and there are certain things that you have to do with them. I mean, is comme des garçons modern? Maybe, but something that we wear and something that has to meet certain basic requirements of clothing, whether it's keeping us warm or protecting us from the sun or not letting people see our dirty bits, to me, removes it from this kind of idea of what is modern. And I think the same goes for, as I said, for sort of food and shelter. They're kind of just basic things. Although maybe I'm being simplistic, but that's what I think.
And certain things look modern, but they're not. I mean, if you get away from clothes for a minute, which are complicated because they're so tied to our bodies and our identities. But if you look at Ming Dynasty furniture, it looks modern. If you look at Qing Dynasty, it doesn't look modern. It's so over-elaborate and carved. But Ming's even earlier than Qing. Neither of them are modern in the sense of now. So it's a question of certain aesthetics that we feel certain things from the past are congruent with what we think is modern.
And you could say it's something in fashion similarly looks modern, like it suddenly feels modern to, like Celine felt so modern because of what came before it. That doesn't mean that the actual clothing of Celine is something new and revolutionary and doing anything that hasn't been done before. It's just that based on the context of where fashion was, something clean and simple seems fresh and new.
Thinking also beyond aesthetics to processes of modernity as well, because the things that sort of seem to tie your items together, at least for me, is this idea of regeneration, of constantly remaking as a process of understanding these items. So, Mickey, you have the muumuu, which for me is like maternity wear, or the best dress I actually have in my closet. I have a brilliant red muumuu, and every time I wear, or both, yeah, actually, if I get pregnant at some point, I'll probably keep this dress as the thing that will still be a standout in my wardrobe. And so you have this oscillation between sort of anonymity and very high specificity, and also the context of wearing. And I think that's the same with the little black dress as well, Valerie, where you have something that's highly specific. We can all pick out these iconic little black dresses, but then it's also something that's a way to kind of anonymize sometimes. New Yorkers wear a lot of black, and I think it's a way just to sort of move effortlessly through the city. You can wear something that is chic and elegant without screaming out loud in the middle of the room. And then you were talking about this as well, Aimee, the idea of being able to, I mean, in a certain way, actually sort of regenerate parts of one's body, whether it is a limb or whether it is a lipstick color or whether it is some kind of sunglasses. So modernity as a process, can you speak to that a little bit, either with your particular items or more generally?
Well, I just got to start an experience at MIT where I had I was MRI scanned and had robotic indenters kind of take measurements and ultrasound. And the idea being that basically when any amputee is fitted for a new prosthetic, it's been done the way it's always been done, which is just a plaster Paris mold. And what that means is that you just see the surface. You don't know what's going on underneath. So, and also you're taken, the cast is taken when you're seated, which has nothing to do with pressure and how the tissue, the cellular tissue is being moved around within the socket when you're weight bearing. So the idea is to create a sort of like a topography map. And what you produce then, once you have all this information, is you would 3D print a socket using carbon fiber for the durability, but leaving these kind of Swiss cheese-like holes throughout where, say, you have a bone that's quite close to the surface of the skin that would cause such irritation that this is the main reason why most people who could have independent mobility don't, because they can't get over the pain of an uncomfortable socket fit. So the idea that this will be this incredible, and they 3D print, it's like a Nerf ball material basically. So it's squidgy and it absorbs shock and it absorbs all the friction, and I can't wait to be able to try them out. But the idea is that this is how everything's going to be made. You will soon have your biometrics, in like an Evernote file. You'll have your whole body scan. And when you want to go buy a pair of eyeglasses, let's say you go to Oliver Peoples' website and you pick out the frames you want, but you'll send them this segment of your information and they will 3D print those frames to fit your face exactly. And so what's starting as this kind of very niche market of people who are using prosthetic limbs, it's really about being the guinea pigs for everyone else.
Right.
And that is going to make fashion modern.
Very modern. Yeah, the idea of regeneration being part and parcel of our daily life. Technology is both tool, but again, very much as a kind of context for modernity as we experience it. Valerie, I'm interested to hear you talk a little bit, because you were nodding as Aimee was speaking.
Yes, I mean, it's interesting because if you think about fashion in metaphorical terms, there's that dialogue that Leopardi wrote where fashion and death are talking. And fashion says, "It is I, your sister." And death goes, "My sister?" And fashion goes, "Yes, don't you know both of us are daughters of decay?" And Chanel herself said, "Fashion must die and die quickly so it can be born again." Or her friend Cocteau said, "We must forgive fashion everything because it dies so young." The idea is that fashion you have seasons in fashion, and it will be born again, sort of. It never really dies. Fashion's more like a vampire. It's undead, unlike the human body, which ages and dies and decays. The promise of fashion is always that you're going to be reborn with a new look. So there's this tremendous kind of metaphorical power built into modern fashion.
And so when you're reborn with a new look, Mickey, in a muumuu?
Well, the problem with the muumuu is it's everything that Aimee was talking about is totally modern, and I find absolutely fascinating. And I find that there have, for decades since I've been involved in fashion, there's this false promise of technology and fashion merging. And what Aimee spoke about absolutely is fascinating and at the forefront of things. And, there was a little bit of I think it's bullshit, the fact of technology. I always, whenever anyone pitches a thing, it's all about fashion and technology. And as Paper's co-founder Kim said last night, she doesn't want Hermes to make a bag that pays her bills, or
I feel like Hermes has a negative. That Hermes bag has to have a negative effect on your bill,
or something. Right? You want a bag that's pretty and tells people you're rich. That's what you want a bag for. Or that tells people who you think you are or who you want to be. But with 3D printing, there was a moment that actually that is truly amazing, and like what 3S4 has done and what some different designers have done with 3D printing, that's incredibly modern and amazing. But it's an incredibly modern and amazing process that goes into making a dress that's addressed the way a dress has always been addressed. You know what I mean? It's not. So to me, I still don't see how the technology and the actual fashion have been used together in a way that's modern. Because a muumuu is a muumuu no matter what. You put it on, you pull it over your head, and it either makes men want to fuck you, or makes you feel like you look nice, or it makes you do those things that clothes do. Not to use the F word at the Muumuu Museum.
We're being live streamed.
Anyway, so I do think that the fashion is handicapped in that way, and it does often feel so old. And something that's modern happening in fashion to me seems now that, I also feel like it's been a bit of a letdown. The buy now, see now, buy now. But because of people are trying to do different things, they are asking themselves what works for me as a fashion brand, what works for me as a person, and they're approaching things in a different way, as opposed to they've just showing in September because that's when everyone's always shown, and doing it the way everyone's always done it. Fashion is very old and not modern in many ways, I find.
So go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the promises with 3D printing is if you had your body size and you could just program in, I want the new dress by Celine and this is my body size. Theoretically, you could make it and there'd be no exploitation and there'd be no waste because you'd only be making one. But then millions and millions of people will be out of work also. So there's always this kind of flip side, because fashion's always traditionally been using whatever technology there was, whether it was the needle, the sewing machine, or whatever. It was always still kind of a labor-intensive process.
Right, and so that cycle of regeneration is both an incredibly compelling one in many ways. You can keep reimagining yourself. You can be a vampire. You can live forever. There's an immortality. But then there's also a factor that's somehow lost. And certainly in terms of this talk about technology, there's maybe a human factor that is lost, at least in the cycles of fashion. I also wondered, Mickey, in terms of the history of the muumuu, so we did some research, Mickey, myself, Paola, Stephanie, our wonderful intern, actually Maria as well, did research on the muumuu. It's tough to find a library book on the muumuu. It's tough to find even a short article on the muumuu. It's difficult, and so we tried. And
you did a great job.
Well, the only thing we could find,
it's hard to find a full-length picture of Elizabeth Taylor in a muumuu. Where these photos.
So true. And so we tried to interlibrary loan and successfully managed to. Basically, a pamphlet was the best we could come up with, which is what you saw in Mickey's PowerPoint, and this wonderful yellow book that again. Lost, sort of the regeneration is a process of translation, and what's lost in translation, at least for me in that particular booklet, it sets out the history of the muumuu in a very uncritical way. Missionaries came to Hawaii. Hawaiian women were very excited to have the missionaries dress them. The muumuu was born, and that was it. And of course, there's a colonial history to this. There's a very, there is a religious context to it. There's a critical history that's kind of lost, and so the human is lost in translation. Some of these other types of incredibly important histories are lost in translation too. And I wondered if there's anything else that you can think of, especially in in regard to each of the items that you're talking about today that's sort of lost in the process of translation, especially in this sort of very contemporary moment?
I don't know if I could answer that question, but something I was just thinking about was that we were talking a little bit about earlier is, you know, the moment of how fashion has to die so that it can be reborn. And I remember being at the Marc Jacobs show one season, and it was the season after he did that Dr. Seuss collection where Rachel Feinstein did the backdrop, and it was like sort of disco pilgrim shoes with big fur, not fake fur, real fur hats, and you know, it was so crazy. And there were some women in the audience, I don't know if they were shoppers or friends of the house or whatever, who were wearing total head-to-toe looks in it. And the show that time was sort of all black and white, I think, and it was super mod, and it was like sleek, and they just all sort of came and walked out at once, and it was the opposite of the previous show. And as we were walking into the fashion show, I was like, oh, look at those girls are in head-to-toe looks. They're so cool. They're so, like, barely in stores now. And as we were walking out, I looked at them and I thought, oh my God, they look so fucking tired. Like, they, in 1 second, their look went from the hottest look of the moment to yesterday's newspapers.
And on that note, I'm going to ask Zady, because we have a little less time actually for this conversation. So Alexandra, should we open it up to questions from the audience? Do you want to respond to Mickey?
I just wanted to, I just take that occasion because, Aimee, I wanted to meet you for a very long time. And I'm very happy of that you're here, and also that to listen to what you said. I was really interested by the question of identity, and I think that would be maybe an interesting topic and concept to open to the audience. And I was really interested also because when I was hearing you talking about prosthesis and from prosthetic to aesthetic, I think it's a very important topic. I'm not going to ask questions. I just opened this kind of concept and topic that I think are really deep and important, maybe to talk about that. So prosthetic, aesthetic, as you said, prosthesis. That's okay. Too many papers. Sorry. Thank you very much. Prosthesis is to defend a thesis, and that's a very interesting thing. And I think that's what we are trying, at least, to figure out today. And so this question of identity made me think of a text that I don't like very much. I will not quote the author when he was saying that design is from the genes, so the genes that we've seen today, to the gene. Maybe I don't pronounce it correctly, but the gene like we've seen with O for opium. And I think, this is really big questions that we are just opening up right now. Yeah. So I think it would be really good to give you time now to ask questions. Yeah, right here.
Hi, hello, my name's Chi Perlman. Hi, Aimee. Chi. I have a question for Aimee, actually, because she showed a picture of legs that she was wearing. I believe it must have been 20-something years ago on the cover of ID magazine. And I'm just interested from your point of view, because there are a lot of interesting people at the Media Lab and others globally working on this notion of prosthesis. I love that you showed the ancient toe prosthesis, and I'm keen to hear from you, how's it coming from the external view that there's so much technology going into this, but from your own point of view personally, are we really making any headway? And is it just a matter of switching out materials, or are all of these other systems and technologies, are they going to make a difference in terms of your lifestyle and how these pieces relate to the human body?
Full disclosure, she was the editor of that magazine that she put me on my cover 20 years ago. Nearly 20 years ago. Not quite. But yes, it is making a difference. I mean, the sad reality is that the only time we ever see a leap in advancement for prosthetics is during times of war. So, the Charles and Ray Eames learned how to do the bendable plywood from working with prosthetics from veterans of war to make them prosthetic legs. So but it's amazing for most of the last century, design and aesthetic and functionality stayed incredibly separate when it came to the medical use of prosthetics, and it's something that I've really tried to challenge in my own varied career, and have been lucky to just have to go and find people who had no history of building medical prosthetics. The less they knew about what a leg should be and should do, the better for me. And it didn't always make for easy walking, but they looked great. And I think anyone who's ever had to wear a pair of high heels knows what that feels like. I think for me it was about wanting options. That was my coming to a sense of my own empowerment as a young woman. That I remember having this man who was so brilliant, who designed those first prototype of the cheetah legs, said to me in an airport. I was a 19-year-old girl on spring break from Georgetown, and I was shoving, off the track. I had these basic, like, wooden legs with a horrible rubberized foot that the toes had come off of in the most grotesque way, just from, wear and tear. And they're unisex. It's like, and a horrific color that you either get Caucasian or not Caucasian. Those are your two options. And Caucasian is somewhere of a nuclear peach color. And I was shoving this foot that was basically meant for orthopedic shoes, which no 19-year-old is going to wear, into a shoe that had a little bit of an inch and a half stacked heel. And yeah, it meant that I was taking it in my knees and my hips, and it's probably not the best thing, but I was absolutely a vain teenager, at the time. And he chastised me in this airport. He said, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? You have to just accept it. You're a double amputee. And I was like, wait a second. I just saw Jerry Hall replicated in Madame Tussauds wax museum down to the specific color of, her eyes and her skin. And I saw, articulated knees and ankles walking in the Terminator. I saw what Stan Winston built. Why do I have to be somehow better than your average, vain teenager, when I just wanted to be able to look good? I knew you could build a leg that you could wear a heel with. And I had to go, to England to find someone who would do it. The fact of 3D printing and the materials and the fact that they're getting cheaper, there is a trickle-up effect from this pool of veterans who are benefiting from a lot of money being spent on basically taking these soldiers and rebuilding their bodies so that they can keep them as soldiers, that they don't lose their investment as training soldiers. That's the reality of where that is starting, but it is going to be affecting society at large, I think, and it's definitely happening. The change in 20 years, in my lifetime is already massive. The idea that I was watching a socket being 3D printed that was after the internal ultrasound of my leg is extraordinary, and I can't wait. Questions of identity. Am I going to allow my legs to age as I do? Probably not. I don't know.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Liz Jackson. I'm going to follow up on Chi's question. I'm actually the founder of the first Fashion Trade Association for people with disabilities. We're going to be debuting in September, so clearly I'm a fan of yours. But my question is I look at Under Armour's one-handed zipper and how that was made to fill the need of a person with that had only one hand. And I wonder if there's anything else that you've experienced in terms of the leg that does benefit a much larger population outside of the work that you're doing.
You're talking about as tools?
So the one-handed zipper was made for an amputee.
Right.
It's everybody is one-handed.
Well, but I think about this all the time, that, the idea of accessibility, it's at every point in every human being's life, you will need to have access to, a design, basically design for all. The idea that building wider door frames is for people who use wheelchairs, it's like, that will be you at some point, or it will be someone in your immediate family, and it might be temporary. It might be that you fall and break your leg or you break your arm. But I remember a story from Michael Graves, the architect, telling me about this, basically having this experience where he had bacteria in his spine and he was paralyzed, and he's in the rehab hospital and he's in his wheelchair and he gets into the bathroom and the mirror is hung at the wall, so he wants to shave and all he can see is this much of his forehead. And immediately he went down to the director of the hospital's office and he said, I know what you're going to say, I know. And he said, well, if you know, why did you do it? It doesn't require anything other than you sitting in a chair and trying to go through your life in a day and seeing what adaptations need to be made. So I think the idea of adaptation, I mean, that pair of glasses, and it was only in the early 70s when the Cutler and Gross ads started showing, fashion eyewear. Before that, if you look at old things from the NHS, the British Health Service, glasses were made, and the same horrible Caucasian color that I would get in these legs, this weird shade of glowing peach, was what they would made, and it was meant to be so that they were discreet. So the idea that I saw a commercial the other day for a hearing aid that was supposed to, it showed somebody on their front porch listening to a conversation that their neighbors were having on their front porch. I was like, this in no way is being advertised for people who have hearing impairments. This is going to be bought by somebody who's like, this is amazing. I can totally eavesdrop on every conversation I want to eavesdrop on. So it's there. It's certainly around, but I just think that the idea that accessibility is something that everyone, as our population ages, and the majority of our population is over the age of 65 already, you're just going to see people demanding that options.
I grew up with those NHS glasses, Aimee.
Did you?
Yeah, I a product of the NHS. No, I have contact lenses, but then they came around
Augmentation.
again, totally prosthesis.
Cheater.
Yeah. But like modern fashion, they came around again, and actually by the time I got to late university, it was the fashion statement to have that type of glasses. It became a hipster.
The bowling shoes.
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
Yes.
beard,
Yes.
everything. Do we have another question in the audience? Great.
Yeah, I was. My question has to do actually with the word that I kept hearing from last night to this morning that I feel like this most recent session kind of cracked a little bit of space around, which is the notion of authenticity. Because as much as I am enthusiastic and respect the notion of authenticity when it comes to origins and stories and materials and methods, I'm also thinking about authenticity in the way it's being used in, say, the current situation in North Carolina, where people are being questioned about how they present themselves and if that's disturbing people's notions of an authentic projection of a gender, that they would be required to prove authenticity in their sex, which I can't think of a more humiliating and oppressive condition to prove an authenticity. It seems that authenticity in that manner is being used as a tool of oppression. And so I sort of been, the last group of speakers brought out notions of inauthenticity or synthesis, disguise, or play as positive possibilities that sort of move away from just a single notion of authenticity. So I was just kind of wondering if the panelists could speak to that, or even some of the panelists who presented earlier on those topics that do open up a little bit of room from a monolithic notion of authenticity to explore these other options of different kinds of pleasures, and one pleasure that can derive from the inauthentic.
I think that's one of the most important things about fashion. One of the things I've always been fascinated about is how much hostility there is towards fashion. That it's seen as, bourgeois and consumerist and anti-feminist and unnatural. And that nature, like authenticity, is a very troublesome concept. I think one of the strongest things about fashion is that it's artificial and it makes you question what you think is natural. So, like RuPaul saying, getting dressed is it's all drag. And once you get past the idea that you think some kinds of things are natural for women to wear this or to be this way, then fashion opens possibilities that there are all kinds of highly artificial ways that you could be other people.
I think I was at the GLAAD Awards the other day, the GLAAD Media Awards. I just go from one VIP event to another here at MoMA, the GLAAD Awards. And Caitlyn Jenner won some, and Diane Sawyer won something. And I think it's interesting to see, and it's alarming to many people to see how important fashion is to someone who's transitioning. And so here you have a 65-year-old white man who delights in having hair and makeup on her reality show, delights in the DVF wrap dress silhouette like no woman I've seen since Paris Hilton. She lives for that wrap, and she looks amazing in it. And, so that's, to me, her being her authentic self. And, you've been denied that for 65 years, you obviously are going to relish it, and then it plays a hugely important part in your identity and being able to express that to the world. And at the GLAAD Awards also, there was this... there was a young woman who was an identical twin who I think was 18, whose parents allowed her to live as a woman, although she was biologically born a boy. And, there were pictures of her at Christmas, like in a dress, like living, serving, like modeling, super modeling up and down in front of the Christmas tree in Kansas City, Kansas, or wherever they were from. And, it was amazing, you know what I mean? And she's living as a woman now as 18. But the point of my story being, fashion is such an important part of expressing who you are and, your authentic self. And it's funny that it is such an artificial thing. Something as makeup and fashion that can be so frowned upon and so looked down upon is such an important tool in expressing who you are. So I don't know if that has anything to do with what you're talking about.
No, such a great question. I actually had in front of me, as part of the discussion, I'm so glad you brought it up in such an eloquent way. We had a wonderful writer take part in an exhibition that Paola and another co-curator, Jama Hunt, had over the last 2 years, Design and Violence. And Alison Bancroft talked about Scary Beautiful, these really teeter-tottering heels that really quite viciously, violently changed a woman's body when she put them in, and it was meant to be a critique of this type of prosthesis, this type of change that we put our body through. And I had another essay of Alison's highlighted here. She talks about the idea that fashion is often seen on the periphery. It's a scholarship that's not taken seriously. I think actually several times in the last day someone said, oh, it's only fashion, but. And even Paola actually had the slide from Rudowski in 1944 saying, what I'm trying to do is reinsert fashion into a conversation about design because it's not taken seriously enough. And then 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, Vanessa Friedman saying exactly the same thing. And as an outsider reading all of this critique, the fantastic scholarship that I've come across in fashion, it's incredibly potent as a space for dialogue. And Alison sums it up here, as your question did and as your responses have. What makes fashion so remarkable is that it has zero regard for heteronormative ideas about men and women, masculine and feminine. In fact, it offers one of the only cultural spaces there is for variant models of sex subjectivities. And she's talking about the queer in fashion, both very specifically, but actually in a much broader way, saying exactly what you did, that there's a space for play, there's a space like no other area of design, actually, that allows us to really challenge what other notions of authenticity are that are handed down to us and that in some way kind of repress us or shape us in ways that we don't want to kind of take on bodily. So great question, really great answers. Aimee, I can see you're about to say something too.
No, I'm just thinking about, the word transformation. It's just, right. We use, certainly that's been something I've used my various prosthetics for. I feel different when I change my legs. And there's always like a period of sort of 30 seconds where I'm walking and it's just I'm clicking into a new version of myself. And sometimes I do that quite deliberately. And in the way that sometimes, you reach for a McQueen dress because your spine is held a little more. The course that when you have something that's got a little bit of boning around you, you feel held, or something that elongates your neck. I mean, we use these things as armor, as talismans, as amulets was the whole thing that they're very, very powerful, and certainly I think political, as we've seen this afternoon, that right. I got some serious discord from people who were, like I said, amputees who were really annoyed with this desire I had to peacock around. It was like, who do you think you are? I literally got that. Who do you think you are? I was like, well,
I'm me.
Yeah, and I get to change me.
Yeah.
Every day. And like I said, we all that is a power that fashion is, and it's very something as affordable and accessible as red lipstick changes how we feel, or your frames.
Well, I think that gay liberation was super important in getting fashion to start to be taken seriously and accepted in positive aspects as a form of self-expression. That and subcultural studies. So everyone from punks on were using clothes to make their own statements about who they were. Because for a long time, feminists had taken this old dress reform idea from the 19th century that you wanted to be natural. And I remember one 19th century feminist dress reformer saying, only women and savages are still wearing bright colors and jewelry. Men have given this up. And you thought, wait a minute, what's wrong with bright colors and jewelry? You know, who are you to say that certain kinds of things you're going to decide that's all that you can wear?
Right, deciding.
Something that I think is so interesting, not to keep going back to trans activities, but like, say someone like Caitlyn Jenner versus Hari Neff, who I think is a speaker in this thing today. Hi, Hari. Who I've always found so revolutionary because where I come from, I'll be 50 this year. In October,
congratulations, you don't look a day over 30.
Shop. But the idea to me, in my time, to look like a woman, it was a drag operation. Whereas now, someone who's Hari's age, who I'm not sure how old, 19, or whatever, just is absolutely herself, but happens to wear almost like a tank that you can't even tell. Is it a man? This is obviously a woman's sweater made to fit a fat man. That's what this obviously is. But what Hari wears, I feel like, is you can't really tell. So it's so much more subtle, like the difference, but it's the way you're expressing yourself and who you are. And it's great that people can do that subtly or more loudly. But Aimee, I think, is so revolutionary. I mean, just that and that ID cover to see legs like that. I think you're always sort of taught if you see a person who doesn't have legs, don't look, or she must, like, don't look at her legs now, don't look at her. And meanwhile, her legs look amazing. How amazing do her legs look? So let's give her a round of applause for that. We're able to look, and you see runners who have the cheetah legs, and
you're invited to look.
Yeah, and it's amazing, and I feel like you can ask questions, and that moves us forward as opposed to just, it's ridiculous that someone would give you a hard time for wearing a tiny little stack heel. But see, fashion is moving us forward.
I think it's also very interesting to realize that, and in the examples that you show, that the prostheses do not have always to look like the legs, that they can show the machinery, they can show it works. And I understand that when you were 19, you were looking for the exact replica of what would a leg be. But I also think it's really interesting to see that some of the examples that you presented have nothing to do with faking. What would be the authenticity of the leg? And I think this is a very interesting thing. It kind of reconnect that kind of ideas with the history, the quite recent history in architecture about the prosthesis, especially when scholars are really looking at the way that the prostheses, exactly as you said, are not a supplement or an additional thing to the body, as Corb used to say. It is a transformation of the self. So it allows transformation of the aesthetic of what it is.
Yeah, even to allow like the see-through ones that Matthew made, I'm literally walking in the air, like suspended. I am not touching the ground. My entire negotiation with the ground is imagined.
And we're jealous. Yes. And on that note, I think it's time for our coffee break in the program so you can all refuel. But I want to say a huge thank you. Thank you so much to everyone who presented. Hopefully the conversation can carry on over coffee, and then we come back if I'm right on the program. Okay, so welcome back for this new session. As you can see, it's going to be crunchy, super exciting, and even better than everything you heard before. So that's at least that's the pressure we give you, dear speakers. So we're going to start with S for Syrian lingerie. Yes. Then with T for turtleneck, U for unisex, and V for veil. Very different topics. And please come, and I wish you a very nice session.
One favorite was Ish al-Asfur, the bird's nest, a metaphor for women's pubic hair. Another was the mobile phone thong, which beeped a little tune. A style not pictured was being perfected by Damascene lingerie designers in 2005 when my co-editor Rana Salam and I were researching our book, The Secret Life of Syrian Lingerie, Intimacy and Design. Held together by heavy magnets and batteries, a bra and panties fell off the female form with a clap of a hand. In Islam, public display of the female body, of the naked female body, is haram, forbidden. Still, lingerie styles were prominently on show in the souks, stores, and stalls of Damascus. Hand-assembled catalogs were filled with Eastern European women modeling new styles. It was a prolific fashion culture that was shabby, street, and vulgar. Interestingly, men from religious families designed the lingerie for an observant female clientele, mainly shy brides and their eager women relations. In some social circles, sexy lingerie was a rite of passage towards respectable married womanhood. In others, it was something to titillate a husband, second wife, or mistress with. Always close to conflict, Damascus had become a regional sex capital with nightclubs and prostitution. Syrians too poor to marry relied on charitable semi-state-sponsored mass weddings. In a nightclub on the airport road, 100 brides married 100 grooms. As some couples danced for the first time as man and wife, they held onto each other awkwardly. With arranged marriages, this might have been the closest physical contact they had had with the opposite sex. Lingerie would break the ice later on. The Syrians were the Chinese of the Middle East. As the 11th largest cotton-producing country in the world, they flooded regional markets with cheap and traditional clothing, like black abayas for Iran. The Chinese chip enabled their lingerie to light up, wiggle, and sing. They stuffed G-strings into chocolate hearts. They also tailored men's suits. In a male-dominated manufacturing culture, female sizing could be unpredictable. In Aleppo, a lingerie photographer told me he once watched men in the medieval souk, which has now been destroyed, measuring a bra on a Kurdish man. As the oldest inhabited cities of the world, both Aleppo and Damascus kept their traditional looms. In 1947, one of the few times when Syria was independent, the then Syrian Prime Minister Shukri al-Quwatli gave Queen Elizabeth II hand-woven silk brocade, the height of luxury during World War II rationing. Syrian history in thread. As a people, they were no strangers to austerity. During the Hafez al-Assad dictatorship, their own borders were shut to the world. They made what they needed, even cars. Lingerie was a luxury item. Syria could only afford the shiny, elasticated materials after the 1973 Yom Kippur War, when Gulf states invested in frontline Arab countries against Israel. This was against a backdrop of violence and intimidation at home. Political dissidents were imprisoned and tortured, sometimes for decades. Thousands were slaughtered in the 1982 Hama massacre. Hafez's son, Bashar, was supposed to change things. He didn't. Sexy lingerie was described by a Syrian woman journalist and activist as the habit of a deeply repressive society, one that was sexually oriented, which keeps people absent-minded and later exploits them in a vicious network of tradition, religiosity, and authority. Something was going to give. During the 2011 Syrian revolution, nonviolent mass protests in the country were met with regime brutality. War changes everything, even shopping. The final interview, conducted for Syria Speaks Art and Culture from the Frontline, was with a man nicknamed the Mystery Shopper. Assad al-Achi was in charge of the shopping list for the Syrian citizen journalists. From a Chinese supermall, Dragon Mart, in Dubai, he purchased phones, laptops, gas masks, and encryption software that were smuggled across many borders back into Syria. Spy cams and hats, Spy cams in hats, pockets, and pens were popular. By 2012, Syrian citizen journalists posted over 300,000 films on the internet, ranging from documentaries, reportage, and confessionals to testimonials, trophy footage, even real-time torture taking place inches away from a hidden camera. The martyred Syrian body, like the naked female form, is transgressive. It is not to be seen in public. It's not to be seen in public. Yet this imagery runs like a darkened strand through the new Syrian art, video, and installation that has emerged during conflict. The country is no longer home to a vibrant, sexy lingerie culture. All but a few of its traditional looms have fallen silent. What does remain? A subversive building or sewing from scratch, and an unremitting gaze. In the short film that we'll see sections from, A Button in a Day, it was produced by the anonymous film collective Bédat by a filmmaker, Aza Hamwi, which is also a pseudonym. And in this short first extract, the filmmaker makes her final preparations.
نلتقي اليوم في لحظة فاصلة في تاريخ بلدنا. لحظة نريدها بإرادتنا وتصميمنا أن تكون فاصلة بين أمس مثقل بالاضطراب والألم سالت فيه دماء بريئة هدمت قلب كل سوري.
She then goes out for a walk.
نلتقي اليوم في لحظة فاصلة في تاريخ بلدنا. لحظة نريدها بإرادتنا وتصميمنا أن تكون فاصلة بين الاضطراب والألم.
في بس 10 دقايق بين النظامي والمحرر. هوية المكان. أنت بتهمك الأرض ولا الفكرة؟
S is for Syrian lingerie and spy cams. I'm Malou Halassa. Thank you.
Here is a piece of clothing, valuable for its capacity to redefine or perhaps undefine a particular group of people. It can create a visual void and bring our attention to something other. If you look at the people who we associate with having appropriated the turtleneck, academics, feminists, and artists, you understand the value of the void, where the focus away from the body becomes a focus toward the mind. And more than this, it allows the physical form to be an expression of and extension of our minds. is also a subversive aspect to it, a rejection of the status quo. There was a reason why in the 60s, that decade of revolution, it was adopted by designers to reinvent the suit, why it became a signifier of the Beat generation, and why it was standard issue for our most iconic tech CEO. It served as a rebellion against the shirt and tie, an anti-uniform, but a uniform nonetheless, creating a feeling of democratization and anonymity. Iconic both as a symbol of cool and effortless beauty, and of the dated and staunchly uncool, the subject of ridicule and the epitome of sophistication. But how does it translate so fluidly between divisions of people? How has it come to symbolize nothing instead of something? And how, after many incarnations, is it still relevant? Perhaps if we think of fashion and all that we adorn ourselves with as additions to our outer selves, the turtleneck is a very conscious subtraction from that, leaving us with a neutrality that forces us to observe to understand. I wish there was a way to talk about the headscarf using the same language. To talk about it as an expression of love for the mind and soul of a person. As an antidote to the consumption of beauty. To share my thoughts, but not filtered through the lens of my physicality, or rather, to define it as a platonic place for my thoughts to live. But the idea of a headscarf has become so imbued with symbolic overtones of subjugation and shame. It can no longer be just what it is, it can no longer be neutral. And when you give an object that power, or the perceived power of control, you absolve those enacting that control. Maybe the only way to lift these connotations is to dilute them, to add other definitions in order to open up the imagery that surrounds it. It's strange to be on the outside, when it's us and them, always. Voiceless or strung out in someone else's sentences. And while shorter hemlines came to represent a rejection of enforced gender roles in a male-dominated society, it's as if we looked at that and said, it's nakedness they want, but we're missing the point. It was the embodiment of a deliberate act of choice. That was the liberation. I'm not held except by my own compulsion. And I think that's what people find so difficult to believe. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not afraid or controlled, except in the way that we all are. You know, I'm still beholden to Western ideals of beauty, more than I'd like to be. Still have insecurities, and I think that's what makes it so important to make a choice every day and see that and be conscious of it. It's funny, but consciously or not, it's no surprise that many of those women looking to redefine the headscarf are choosing to pair it with the uniform of mind over body rebels, the turtleneck.
Do I just press this? Oh my gosh. Oh, they're both green. Cool. Hi. Okay. Hi. The truth is, I'm so tired of talking about gender in relation to fashion. Not because fashion isn't worth talking about, we wouldn't be here if it weren't, but contrary to what some folks in the previous panel were saying, I do not think gender is fertile ground for a discussion. No, I do not think fashion is fertile ground for a discussion of gender. Because when we talk about gender, generally speaking, we're talking about the gender binary. We're talking about two options, male and female, dead end, one-way street, nothing at the end of it. But we're also talking about the myriad visual signifiers that accompany male and female, like what we see on a bathroom, you know, the guy in the suit, the girl in the dress. And when you're talking about this rigid binary to begin with, and then start talking about it in the context of objects, you're sublimating something that is so limited to begin with and making it even more limited. So I kind of want to chart a very brief history of quote-unquote subversive gendery fashion imagery. You know, all of these sort of images and genres we get in fashion that are supposedly subversive to gender and the gender binary, but I hope to outline that they really just reinforce it. This is a photo, very iconic photo by Helmut Newton, French Vogue, 1975, of a female model in the infamous YSL Yves Saint Laurent Le Smoking suit from fall 1966. This image is shoved in my face on like every shoot I have ever done. I'm a trans model, so my embodiment in fashion to many folks is inherently subversive. There's my femininity of my identity and the masculinity of the assigned gender at birth. You know, whether that's true or not is another discussion for another day. But, you know, this is kind of what people want to see me do a lot of the time. But I look at this image, and the discourse around this image is that a woman, you know, gains this power, this sort of dominance, this sexiness from donning a man's suit. But if she is sourcing this new sense of power and sexiness, this decadence, the cigarette, if she's sourcing that from a signifier of stereotypical masculinity, then how sustainable is that as a power source? You know, if she's just putting it on and taking it off, is that really a subversion of gender boundaries, or is it just a reinforcement of the binary as we know it? A reversal. A 1992 photo by Paolo Roversi of Jean-Paul Gaultier's muse Tanel Beldrosson. He's wearing a dress from the 1984 Barbet collection, fall 1984 of Jean-Paul Gaultier. The discourse around this image is a man assuming the sensuality and vulnerability of a woman, you know, in this soft blue Paolo Roversi lighting by wearing a dress. I became acquainted with this image. It was in that Jean-Paul Gaultier exhibit at the Brooklyn Museum a couple years ago. Again, you have the cigarette, the symbol of decadence, of, you know, boundaries sort of slipping away. But again, if Tanel is sourcing this sensuality, vulnerability from a dress, from a signifier of womanhood, what is the source? It's just the other side of a gender binary. And I don't really see his escape from it. I see a pose in a garment that he's going to take off, and he's still going to be Tanel at the end. Radharani, fall 2010. Unisex fashion. We're operating outside of the gender binary. And operating outside of the gender binary means kind of black, masculine tailoring, shapeless silhouettes. Everybody's wearing heels. Everyone's kind of pale, and they're not wearing makeup, and their hair slicked back, and there's nothing. I see this as a response to the gender binary in fashion that is at its core innocent and cool and like, I guess, productive in a certain way. But I see an erasure of the person. I see an erasure of the body. I see an erasure of identity regardless of gender. I see something that exists in a vacuum that doesn't really take an individual into account. It's kind of anti-person. And I feel like it just exists in relation to this binary, but erases so much in the process. I want to end with a personal story. I know it's like a picture of me. It's like weird to talk about that in a presentation. But this was the first time I ever walked a fashion show. It was Hood by Air, spring 2015, I think. This was very shortly after I began hormone replacement therapy, and you know, Shane asked me to walk the show, like, in the basement of a club at 4 a.m. He's like, I really want to show people that, like, trans girls are, like, out here running shit. And I was like, cool. But, you know, this was a point in my life where I didn't really look super feminine and my body wasn't super feminine. And I was, you know, I understood that I had, you know, masculine elements of me, quote unquote, and feminine elements to me, quote unquote. But I really wasn't comfortable exploring all of those different aspects of my gender identity because I wanted people to see me as a woman so much. And the original plan was that I was going to walk the runway topless with just a harness and like my budding breasts would be out and it would be this like big subversive thing. But they ended up putting me in this hyper kind of masculine look, like a white button-up and slacks and this shapeless vest and boots. I kind of look like Frodo Baggins. But when I watched the you know, and like, you know, I felt that insecurity and I just walked out on the runway and I watched the video later. I watched my body in motion. I watched kind of the performance that I was giving. And I looked like Frodo Baggins, but I was walking like Naomi Campbell. And it was this moment for me where I sort of realized that all of my hang-ups about gender that I was sort of projecting onto clothes, like hoping that they would communicate something about me, it didn't really cut it. And I wasn't really able to make sense of myself as like a gendered person until I saw myself in the clothes, a person, moving, acting, being. So I guess what I'm trying to move towards is that clothes are just going to sell you short at the end of the day. And if we're trying to find a way out of this binary, I think it's more about looking at people in the clothes and what they're doing, a gesture, a personality, in action, versus trying to figure out the way out of the gender binary through clothes just for clothes' sake. This experience kind of allowed me to recognize something about myself. And it wasn't really until I gave it up with the whole clothes thing and just got down with what my body was doing in them. Thank you. This is other stuff that I was going to show, but I don't have time. Okay.
Hari, thank you for that. That was incredibly moving. I wish you did have more time, but maybe in the Q&A you can continue. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grace Sally, and I am here to talk about the veil, but the veil as a tool of sabotage. So the first things first, let's locate the veil in its geographical and cultural context. Here in the West, when we talk about the veil, we talk about these lovely numbers and gauze and lace and tulle. I don't know about you, but I have all of these in my closet. And of course, we're talking about the Western, the wedding veil as well. So my work is in media. I run a magazine called Of Note Magazine, and we look at this beautiful marriage of art and activism. And so I'm always constantly thinking about the politics of representation in the media, the politics of headlines, how we make the decision to choose one word over the other when we're describing something. And when the Western media reports on the Western veil, the headlines are usually quite complimentary. In Style says the veil is the fashion accessory for Couture Week, and just this spring, Vogue declared that the veil was having a comeback, although I would argue I don't think it went anywhere. And when you do a close reading of the language itself within these reporting, the descriptors used to describe the veil are equally nice and complimentary. The veil, my favorite, the veil is vintage glamour, it's seductive, it's mysterious. When we put the veil in an Eastern context, when we talk about the Muslim veil, we're talking about these forms of the veil. And we're talking about the hijab, which covers the head, the niqab, which covers the head and the face, and just the eyes are visible, and the burqa, which is the full body veil. But something begins to shift when we look at how the media reports on this kind of veil. Vanity Fair declares it tearing off the veil. The style section of the New York Times writes the veil and its challenges. And the New Yorker just this month, a few days ago, reported on the culture wars that continue. And the lead image was the model from H&M, the first model in H&M to wear a hijab in their campaign. And so you can see in the language of the headlines a sort of tension reflected, and even at times a kind of violent language reflected in the headlines. And then when we also do a close reading here of the descriptors of the Muslim veil, in the articles you find terms like repressive and oppressive, banned and caged, invisible. Many of you, speaking of headlines, have probably seen that the Muslim veil, the Eastern veil, has been in the headlines quite often. And what that reflects is this growing movement globally to ban the veil. These are the countries that have placed bans on the veil worn publicly in some shape or form. Belgium, France, the Netherlands, China, Germany, Italy, Russia, Spain, and Switzerland all have some kind of ban on the veil. And attempted bans have sparked heated debates in Australia, in the United Kingdom, and just last year as Canada went through its national elections. Thankfully, that legislation was shot down thanks to Trudeau. So the veil is no longer a marker of religious identity. It's certainly not a garment to express a kind of desire to separate sacred space from public space. It has become representative of something much larger, a symbol of fear and of the other. So MoMA and my lovely friend Paola invited me to talk to you today about the veil because earlier this year our magazine focused completely on the veil, particularly the burqa. And we looked at women artists, most of them were from the Middle East, who were using the veil as an object in their artistic practice. And what was interesting about these women artists were that they weren't interested in engaging this predictable question about the Western gaze on the veil. And they certainly weren't even interested in continuing a conversation, this binary question of, is the veil a symbol of oppression or is it a symbol of religious freedom? They found those to be the easy questions, actually. What they were interested in was something much more provocative. They were interested in a counter narrative. They were interested in lifting the veil out of a state of victimhood and looking at how it can be used as a tool of sabotage. And so, speaking of language, I wanted to remind us what the definition of sabotage is, and that is a deliberate action aimed at weakening an institution through subversion, obstruction, disruption, or destruction. And so I wanted to share with you 3 of those contemporary artists and how they are using the veil as a tool of sabotage. This is Maryam Magzi, one of my favorites from the issue. And Maryam is Pakistani born, but currently works in Toronto and lives in Toronto, and bore witness to that vitriolic debate last year in Canada's election to ban the veil. She grew up in a culture of women that did veil, and her practice, her work, is about representing LGBTQ communities who wear the veil. And I'd like to share with you in her own words what her practice is about. Maryam Magzi says, for queer Muslims, closeted due to fear of alienating family and immense societal pressure, I look at how several of the LGBTQ community in Iran, for example, or Saudi Arabia, used the niqab and burqa to express taboo love in restrictive and police societies where their actions are considered deviant and punishable. See, what's interesting and provocative about Maryam Magzi's work is she's actually not interested in the veil itself. She's more interested in the subversive bodies underneath the veil and how those bodies are able to express a range of gender and sexual identities because of the veil, not in spite of it. Next is Princess Hijab, and Princess Hijab is a Paris-based street artist who tags ads in the city's metro stations, especially those ads that feature scantily clad women's bodies, which I think at this point in our culture are all ads. And she uses, if you look at it closely, she uses a very pedestrian tool to do so. She uses a simple, thick black marker to veil these women in black. And again, I'd like to quote the artist in her own words about why she chooses to veil these women in these ads. Princess Hijab says, I choose the veil because it does what art should do. It challenges, it frightens, and it reimagines. And I think what she's challenging us to ask is a very simple question, and that is, when and why and how do we continue to normalize the hypersexed body, to normalize the hypersexualized body? But it is the covered body that jars us. It is the covered body that stops us and gives us pause. And finally, this is Banaz Babazadeh, and yes, that is cotton candy on the right. And Banaz is an artist and designer and a graduate of the Parsons School of Design here in New York. So she thinks very critically about the marriage of fashion and design down to its very micro level, meaning the thing, the substance a thing is made of. And Banaz spent her childhood in Afghanistan and Iran and had a positive relationship with the veil. And she speaks very candidly, though, about an experience she had while at Parsons of putting on the burqa and going into her school and also walking through Times Square. As you can imagine, the response was hostile. The response was vitriolic, and it left a really, really strong impression on her. So in response, she questioned, what if I made veils and burqas but changed the substance of the thing? So she created these burqas using sweet things, Fruit Loops and gummy bears and sugar cubes, and on the left, red licorice, and on the right, cotton candy. And what she's asking us to really think about is, if we change the substance of a thing, if we change the material of the thing, can we also change its meaning? Can we strip it of its politics? Can we strip it of its vitriol? And in her case, she could. Because when she experimented with these veils on and these burqas on, she enticed people. She drew people to her as opposed to repelling them. And so to come back to this question of what we've all been debating here today, is fashion modern? And in this case, is the veil modern? I think yes. Because what can be more modern, more revolutionary than taking back the very thing that's become a tool of fear and othering and using it as a tool to sabotage that very fear. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Grace, and thank you, everybody. Well, there's the next batch coming up, but I wanted to remind you, if you want to rewatch, catch up on what you missed, spread the word, share, all of these videos will be available on youtube.com/MoMA, so you can go back and study them. So our last batch of speakers, it's going to be W for Dutch Wax, Omoyemi Akerele, X for XS, extra small, it's Sarah Ziff. Y for YSL Tushikla, it's going to be Kabuki Magic. And last but not least, it's going to be Z for Zipper, and it's going to be Troy Patterson. So I'm going to call Omoyemi, she's already there, great, to the stage. Omoyemi.
Good evening, everyone. W for Dutch Wax. It's interesting because when you look into Wikipedia and attempt to sort of get a definition of Dutch wax from Wikipedia, what it tells you is it's also known as African wax print. That in itself is an interesting starting point, because if you go to Wikipedia and something that's supposed to be Dutch wax is defined as African wax print, you start to question from the beginning. So what is Dutch wax? So for me, for someone who Dutch wax has been a part of my life as far back as I can remember, because your grandmothers, from great grandmothers to aunts, it's just there, like tons of cloth, either as part of what we call up and down or wrappers in the house. So Dutch wax is infused with color. And when we talk about color, it's a really bright burst of color. And you think about the fact that it's wax print that's been put on cotton cloth on either side. So what you see on one side is exactly what you see on the other side. The design is very important, and in talking about design, you have to talk about the symbols that you see on the cloth itself. And of course, when you talk about name, you have to think about the names that's been given to this cotton fabric that's been a part of African history since the 1800s, so to speak. What makes it special is, even though it's commonly known as Dutch wax, and Wikipedia references Dutch wax as African wax print, it's the shared cultural heritage. It is shared. So you can't say the Dutch cannot lay 100% claim, neither can the Africans, because the story starts from Indonesia, which you can also trace back to India, and which if you look at it closely, China is also involved. And of course, when you think about trade and the pre-colonial era / colonial era and the whole trade movements and how Indonesian Java print became a part of, the Dutch came in contact with it, and how that all ended up back in Holland, which was sold to the Africans on their way back to Indonesia. It's just interesting. So it's from here, it's been reinterpreted or reworked by the Dutch, and in such a way that they now lay claim to it. They pretty much own it. So if you look at that, and where does Africa come in? In the consumption of it. If you think about if you think about the fact that Africa is home to millions of people, and how many of these people buy Dutch wax on a daily basis, then you begin to think about the sort of numbers we're talking about. So this takes us to the question that I think has been touched on in and out in the last couple of, in the last day. Wow, it's been 2 days. So appropriation versus appreciation. So when we think about it, how Dutch is Dutch wax? how Dutch is it? Was it the fact that they came up with a cheaper way of reinterpreting what we know as the Java print, or from Indonesia? Or is it the fact that they've been able to commercialize the whole process and they've been able to create like a whole industry out of it? They've been able to create like consumers out of a continent from that process, which gives them that opportunity or that title to be, for them to own it and for it to be branded as Dutch wax. And then you go to the question, who are the biggest consumers of Dutch wax? So some of it is made in Helmond, some of it is made on the continent. And then who are the biggest consumers? Africa, if you think about West Africa, Central Africa, and some other parts of Africa as well. That's where you find, majority of the people, and who profits the most. As of 2013, there was one of the companies, the biggest company, which is Vlisco. Well, maybe not big in size, but in terms of trade, the profit, their turnover was about over $374 million. And then how often does it reference the original source? What is the original source? How often does it go back to Indonesia? How often does it go back to India? Isn't it interesting that the very place where it's from is suddenly becoming that part of the world that's also a threat to textiles, or the textile industry, as you might want to describe it? So there's an underlying battle between appropriation versus appreciation. So now the Dutch are saying, well, in Africa, the textile companies are screaming and crying because importation from Asia is gradually killing the textile industry, inclusive of a brand or brands of the Dutch wax, and that's because it's really quite expensive compared to what comes in from China. So the question is, do you think that by not referencing the source, the original source of Dutch wax, would you call that appropriation? What the Dutch have been very careful to do as well is to involve the Africans in the process, and that's where Africa comes in. So you find a situation where, if you look at along the coast of West Africa, Ivory Coast, Togo, Ghana, Nigeria, they're just a few of the countries where Dutch wax is very popular. And you think about the fact that, yes, indeed, some of the ladies, they're called the wax ladies, and they're giving different names, and some of the fabrics are named based on the women. The women, actually they're supposedly involved in the process of design. But then again, that's a different question. So does that really mean that Africans are involved in the process in such a way that it stops being another colonial exploitation, and then it suddenly becomes appreciation and the ladies are seen as a part of the process? Are they really a part of the process? The $374 million that's leaving the continent of Africa, who does that benefit the most? Is it the African people who consume it, or the multinational companies that produce it? So, at the end of the day, what is Dutch wax? It is cloth. It is fabric. That's how it started. Some people even used it as furniture. Mostly Europeans saw it as something you would use for curtains, or probably use in making your chairs. But when it came to Africa, it became an opportunity for people to make like garments and make different things out of it. Consumer culture changed the way people related to it. So in some parts of Africa, when a woman is getting married, you have to have chunks and chunks of Vlisco, and you're sent with it because, of course, it's expensive. It's not cheap. So it's seen as a status symbol. It changed the way people thought about it, and of course made that route, the African route, more popular for Dutch wax. So, and of course with industrialization as well, which is where we're at, and the fact that the Dutch wax companies thought it was too expensive the way it came from Indonesia, and they came up with a different way to manufacture and produce it. And then, of course, now back to China, who's found an even cheaper way to produce the same thing. And which naturally, if you have to choose between spending $100 and spending $5 on something that you probably think is the same, I mean, in a country with 170 million people, do the math, and we're like about 70 to 80% live below the poverty line. It's we know where a lot of people are spending more money. It's the product that's coming from China. So yes, it's been in our consciousness for a while. I mean, it's even graced magazines. I mean, like Vogue in July 1967. And when I found this, it was really quite interesting that today, 2016, I'm not sure there's an African designer that you would see splashed on a Vogue editorial like that. So, from cloth to convertible item. When you think the Africans, this is what Dutch wax means to them. You're celebrating it. You wear made-to-measure dresses made specially for you, which is huge. When you think about our fashion industry, this is the made-to-measure section of it is actually bigger than the retail sector. This is where most of the money comes from. So if you're wondering where that $378 million, it's from made to measure. It's from the parties, it's from occasion wear, it's from everybody who has a tailor that you can get your piece of Dutch wax at whatever level, whatever price that you can afford, and make it into something special, something unique, something that you can call your own. And of course, what this has also done, and when you talk about globalization and of course industrialization, is gradually, with China, with the influx of China and textiles from China, there's been a reduction over the years in terms of how much money or profit that the Dutch wax companies are making. So we all know that Vlisco, for example, was bought over by Actis, and there's been an interesting model. How do we take this cloth that's become something that, of course, we know the Africans like it, we see how it's going, but for us to continue to make such profit, it needs to become something that's a bit more convertible. It needs to become something that's an it item. So how do we do that? So, of course, within Nigeria and the rest of Africa, designers saw it as a medium of expression. A friend of mine, Mazi Odu, when she's talking about Lisa Folawiyo, says, in Lisa's hands, Ankara just, it's called Ankara in local parlance, by the way. Lisa Folawiyo was able to take it from something that's just mere cloth, and she was able to give it a new lease of life into something else that's, completely different. So it's no longer seen in, like the made-to-measure or like traditional wrappers and your head wraps, but into something that you can, find on the runway from New York to Milan or Paris or wherever, and and of course Nigeria. And then when you see next to that is Victor and Rolf. So that is part of the strategy to create something modern, but beyond modern is to create create convertible items from this cotton fabric that's steeped in tradition and lots of history and shared culture and heritage. And then of course you see Stella Jean as well, who is she's half Italian and she's half Haitian, and she's been able to also give it a spin of her own. What's interesting about all of this, and what for us is a subject of constant debate, is who's benefited the most from this fabric, from the designer point of view. Is it a designer like Lisa Folawiyo, who you can count how many stores you can find her in one hand? Or Victor and Rolf, who, it's not his history, it was probably a PR strategy, or I beg your pardon, I mean, if I'm wrong, I'd love to know, maybe between a Vlisco, for example, and Victor and Rolf, or if they were genuinely inspired by this fabric. And you think about the fact that not only did that go, it went viral, and it was not just, like, it was Kuchu's show. It wasn't a normal spring summer collection. It was a big deal. And or Stella Jean, who, yes, this is controversial. Stella Jean is Italian, and she's from Haiti, and you can count how many sales points she's got in the world. So the question is, what is going on here? Or if we think about all the other brands, should we talk about Burberry, or think about Dries Van Noten, or think about, I'm just trying to think of someone who's referenced Dutch wax, African wax print in the last 10 or 15 years, and then you ask yourselves, who's benefited the most from it? And this also goes back to what's happening within the economy. So you make all this money. How many have you contributed to education within Africa? Have you invested in any of the designers who daily, without questioning, without you paying them, decide that this is what they want to use? Those are questions that I'll leave for everyone to consider. So, yes, you've seen this cloth that came from furniture and then became wrappers and then became, head wraps, and went through the process of made to measure, went on the runway, and increasingly now what you see is they're becoming items. So you see fancy clutch bags on Net-a-Porter by the same company. No, it's not from an African designer. It's designed in Europe as well. What does this mean? Could they have collaborated with an African designer in the last 5 years to get the same results from a continent that they've made so much money from in the last centuries? I'll leave you to answer that. So now, the new movement is to make it sort of like an iconic item that you can just sort of buy. Nice sweatshirt with the print on it, clutch bags that you can just pick up and, take it with you anywhere you want to go. And of course, that's an unending story. This is a little bit closer to home because this is Chicha London. She's an African designer who's also worked with African wax print. And her story is a bit more authentic to me, or for me, because she's not just because she's African, and not just because the products are sold on ASOS Africa, or not, but part of the reason is because some of the people that have contributed to manufacturing the products are from Kenya. So it does tell you a story that's a little bit closer to home and a little bit more authentic. So if you're seeing items, if you're seeing elements of this cotton fabric that's become a part of our consciousness and it's sold that way for consumption on a global scale, I think I can live with that. So this phrase was picked up from a controversial book that was banned by one of the companies that benefit the most from African wax print. And this phrase was picked up from the book, which probably about 40 years ago, like around in the 60s. And the question is, if this was what they were thinking around 1960 to 1965, that international trade networks and routes brought the wax print from their origins as Indian batiks via Indonesia and the Netherlands to West Africa. After some delay, the factories followed the traders. Now the big question, will ongoing globalization return the production of wax prints back to where it all started? That is, to Asia. Is this happening now? I'll leave you to decide. So for me, what is the future? of course, we can all coexist. We can all, the world is becoming, of course, everything. It's a global space. And I always say, regrettably, I don't really see the Africans, divorcing themselves and saying, oh, no, we don't want anything to do with this, because I think it's beyond that. They say, you almost have to tell them, no, you don't own African. It's not African. It's like you have to convince them. So it's not going anywhere. And since we really think it's ours, and the Dutch really think it's theirs, and it's maybe come from Indonesia, what is the future? So how do we all, how does evolution continue? So in such a way that Dutch wax, African wax print becomes a part of the global fashion industry. It's collaboration. It's creating productive industries. It's ensuring that the processes in place that for fashion retail to thrive. So it's no longer just about the cloth. It's about the value chain. It's about who's involved at every step of it. It's about the suit I'm wearing and the designer who says, you know what? I've spent so much money on my collection buying Dutch wax, but I won't do that anymore. I'm just going to print my own fabrics. After all, what is Dutch wax? It's cotton cloth. What are the elements? Color, the design, double-sided prints. It's cheaper for me, but I'll do it that way. So the question is up to Dutch wax. So do you involve the designers in your process? Do you invite them in? Are you willing to produce for them in such quantities that they can use to run their own businesses? Or you're happy to sell for the industry to continue to use it as made to measure? No matter what happens, I believe Dutch wax is always going to be truly original to whoever is wearing it at the time. I'm probably going to get murdered for saying that, considering Dutch wax can only be Dutch wax if it's made in Helmond, Holland. Thank you very much.
Big green one, right? Hello, my name is Sarah Ziff, and I've worked as a fashion model for ever, and I founded a labor organization for fashion models called the Model Alliance. So the fashion industry is extremely good at disguising labor. On one hand, you have fashion models, the faces of the industry, who appear effortlessly glamorous. And on the other, you have garment workers who toil in factories that are overseas, so they're out of sight and out of mind. The runways of New York and the factories of Bangladesh probably couldn't seem farther apart. But in both cases, the work is performed overwhelmingly by women and girls. And they're both trying to have a voice in their work and establish their rights in a hostile labor environment. Glamour has its roots in alchemy. It's a spell that's cast onto things to make them appear better than they really are. And so models are certainly not the people you picture when you think of bad working conditions, but when you wipe off the sheen, another reality emerges. That's me. I started modeling when I was 14 years old, and a photographer scouted me on the street right by Union Square when I was walking home from school. I was really lucky in my career. I'm the first to say that I've been extremely lucky, and I'm not here to hate on a business that's given me so much. But I also reached a point where I felt that I shouldn't stay silent about some of the systemic abuses that some of my peers and I experienced firsthand. This is my friend Aimee Mullins. Aimee started modeling women's clothing when she was 12 years old. She reached supermodel status when she scored the cover of Italian Vogue at 14. But just a few years later, as she began to fill out physically, as you do, her New York agent advised her only to eat 1 rice cake a day, and if that didn't work, only half a rice cake to minimize her womanly curves. So Aimee got the hint. She said, "They were telling me to be anorexic, flat out." Due to their genetics and youth, many models are naturally thin, and yet given that the ideal of feminine beauty is extreme, both in terms of youth and thinness, it's not surprising that models resort to drastic measures to lose weight. Some have eaten cotton balls to stave off hunger pangs. Juice cleanses are a trendy thing and have been even promoted by those charged with tackling the industry's health concerns. Every New York Fashion Week, a seasonal letter goes out reminding the industry that beauty is health. They're about education and awareness, they say, not policing. And so even though models have died from complications due to anorexia, in one case just minutes after stepping off a runway, they bristle at the thought of introducing health and safety standards, instead opting for voluntary guidelines and hailing the use of a curvy bikini-clad model on the cover of Sports Illustrated as this revolution. It's clear that the fashion industry has a health problem. I think that we all know. What might be less obvious, however, is that this is fundamentally a labor issue. So models sign exclusive contracts with their agencies, which, except in the case of supermodels, tend to be completely one-sided in favor of the agency. And they're often required or encouraged to lose weight to fit the sample size, a size 0 or a 2. Some agency contracts stipulate that a model cannot gain centimeters on her hips. You have 14-year-old girls signing these contracts. And models have been dropped from their agencies and had their earnings withheld for gaining weight. Sadly, the pressure to be thin is just the start. This is my former roommate, Senna Czech. Senna went to a casting with a top fashion photographer. He shot covers for Harper's Bazaar and Rolling Stone and campaigns for Gucci and H&M, and her agent told her that working with him could be her big break. After engaging in some small talk, he asked her to undress. So she went along with it, but then he undressed, and then she was asked to perform a sex act on him right then and there. When she went home in tears and told her agent what had happened, she told me later that he didn't seem to see the problem. Although numerous models have since come forward with similar accusations, modeling agencies have continued to send young models to him, and top magazines continue to hire him. It's also worth mentioning that despite the significant control that modeling agencies and clients exert over models' working lives, they generally insist that models are independent contractors, not employees. And as contractors, models lack adequate protection against sexual harassment in the workplace. For example, under federal, state, and New York City law, models are actually not protected. There's not even a policy of informed prior consent for castings and jobs involving nudity. For most models, the work isn't really lucrative either. So modeling is a winner-take-all market. Thousands enter the profession, but very few actually make it. And so while the Giselles and the Kate Mosses can earn millions of dollars, many models are actually working in debt to their agencies. At the time of Senna's casting, for example, she was working thousands of dollars in debt to our agency. Some jobs pay in trade, meaning just clothes, not money. And many models experience outright wage theft from agencies which have escaped regulation by calling themselves management companies instead of talent agencies. But it's very difficult to make a complaint, let alone report illegal labor conditions without risking your job. The fashion industry is always ready to cast off last year's models just as it does clothes. And so unlike other performers, models in the US have few to no labor rights, no health and safety standards, and no union protection. In fact, it wasn't until very recently that underage models in New York, perhaps the most visible child workers in the world, had any labor protections whatsoever. So in 2013, I worked with lawmakers to change the law in New York State to classify underage models as child performers, just like child actors, singers, dancers. And that entitled them to some basic protections like having a guardian on set if they're under 16 or provisions for trust accounts. More recently, we introduced a bill in California that would afford fashion models labor rights and health and safety standards that other performing artists already enjoy. The fate of that bill basically remains to be seen because although it passed the Labor Committee, this was back in April, modeling agencies are lobbying very hard against it. And to wrap up, I mentioned garment workers at the beginning of my talk. They work obviously at the opposite end of fashion supply chain. This is a photo that I took of Blackglama. She was sewing clothes for Western brands at Rana Plaza in Bangladesh. And when the factory collapsed, she was buried in that rubble for an entire day. This talk isn't just about industry abuses, it's also about wealth and excess. There's a lot of money to be made off girls who are willing to starve themselves and who will risk their lives to make the clothes that we wear. But in other industries, the principle of worker protection overrides market demand. Subjecting workers to unnecessary risk of injury and death isn't considered reasonable in a democratic society like ours, except apparently if that's in the name of fashion. Thank you.
Cue the video.
They do it over there, but we don't do it here. Fashion, turn to the left. Fashion, turn to the right. Fashion, we are the Goon Squad and we're coming to town. Beep beep, beep beep. It's London, it's tasteless, I've not heard it before. You're shouting while you're dancing on the dance floor. Fashion, fashion, turn to the left. Fashion, fashion. We are the Goon Squad and we're coming to town. Beep beep.
makeup artist. You're watching a sample of my work in the Owen's fashion. I've been assigned the letter Y for Yves Saint Laurent's Touche Club, a popular concealer and a magic wand of sorts. And I'm going to use that as a jumping off point because apart from making us look better, makeup, in a broader sense, helps us form and perfect identity. And nowhere do I find this more apparent than when I look back at the many fashion shows that I've done over the last decade. Because makeup plays a big part in expressing a designer's vision. It provides a framework for how the collection is viewed. Since we're at the MoMA, we might ask, is makeup modern? Modernity is about being in the present moment, and this is critical when designing the makeup for a Fashion Week show. It's a collaborative process. You have to consider everything that's going on. The venue, the energy of the models, the styling, the hair. The most important thing is how it all works together. It also ensures that one season is never a repeat of last. Here are a few of my past shows to illustrate this. I would describe this as old-time glamour, quite a traditional idea of how a wealthy lady in the lap of luxury would look. The muted golds on the eyes, the long eyelashes, echo Hollywood in the mid-20th century. Think Grace Kelly and Hedy Lamarr and Lana Turner, etc. The soft lip and the fresh skin help update the look for a modern woman. Oops. Strength through simplicity was the inspiration for this makeup. Dewy skin paired with the wet hair has a stripped back, athletic feel. The red lip adds a bold sensuality, complementing the clean lines of the collection. A slight nod to Helmut Newton and maybe Man Ray. Again, Hollywood is the influence here, but here it's a stylized strangeness of Dietrich and Harlow. The faces are lifted, transforming them into theatrical masks from an imaginary ballet. The sculpted hair and floral jewelry work with the makeup to present the models as living chinoiserie, quite appropriate given the fabulous ball gowns in the collection. Oops. A looser, easier feel, but still dramatic and glamorous. The eye makeup was done with a chopped up fan brush and tempera paint. I did everyone's eye makeup for the show myself. I tried to leave just enough bare skin so that you could feel the energy of the brush stroke but still see the person. The intent here was to use pastel colors for an ethereal, pretty makeup that worked with the palette of the collection. The purple color on the eyes was made by mixing 3 different lip products and adjusted to the different skin tones. A matte, pale skin and contoured cheeks and eyes helped to create a haunted beauty from a 19th century Gothic novel. The stained lip adds a touch of decadence, little vampire-like touch. Manish is an Indian designer who uses lots of embroideries and beading embellishments. Quite often he'll ask me to do multiple makeups for one show or some kind of 3D element. In this case, I took my cues from the geometric Art Deco beading and sporty cuts of the clothes. And I started off by making a sort of goggle with acetate sheets and beads. The makeup then came afterwards as a way to continue the decorative effect onto the face, but still work independently without the goggles. The short white wigs frozen in motion add to the feeling of a modern-day flapper, Amelia Earhart flying over the Taj Mahal. The eyepiece on the left I made with crystals and silver beads. The clothing had a Bowie-esque tailored androgyny, so the eyepieces played up that icy futuristic elegance. And I think Dolly was an unconscious influence if you note the extremely long eyelashes. On the right is another fantasy 3D makeup. The collection had many different embroideries interpreting flowers and insects, and multiple makeup looks in this psychedelic style. This collection was an all-gold homage to ancient Egyptian glam. Every look was straight from a music video, and the makeup reflects this, literally. Gold Mylar eyeliner was a simple way of bringing dazzle into the face. Contour and gold highlights add to the drama. Now here are a couple of Jeremy Scott shows. On the left, the lightning bolt eyeliner was prompted by the cartoon monster Prince, borrowed from skateboard graphics. I chose fluorescent green and magenta because I was influenced by the cartoon villain, the Joker. This and the next makeup took only about a minute to design once I was working on the model. I think this one works well because most of the eye is actually left bare. The 60s reimagined by an East Village girl in New York in the 80s was the brief that Jeremy gave me for this makeup on the right. He mentioned John Waters and the B-52s. I made stencils out of a soft plastic, so every model's painted on lower lashes would come out the same, and there was something very Andy Warhol about that. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Troy Patterson. I have this afternoon, right now, for you, some notes toward a history of the future of the zipper. And I'm just going to leave that there for you to meditate upon. As near as I can tell, the first appearance of the zipper in literature comes in 1932 in Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Have you read this book? Do we remember this book? It's written by Huxley. It's it's a classic of dystopia, right? His influences, his inspirations included Soviet propaganda, in particular the experience of watching a film in which Ukrainian peasants, or proles, I suppose, erupted in jubilation at the sight of a new tractor. And that got him wondering whether science had the capability of creating new gods for humanity to worship. He was also inspired by his travels in our United States of America, which he was seeing at the Jazz Age. And Huxley, in his way, was unimpressed by our excesses and our promiscuities, by commercialized evangelical religion, by our cults of youth and of consumerism. And maybe tying these two themes together, its inspiration by witnessing the power of the machine age and the speed of the jazz age, he came across Henry Ford's autobiography, My Life and Work. And so, in the world of the Brave New World, Ford is treated as a god. It's set in a future where the world state controls procreation in an assembly line fashion, right? Children are conceived in vitro, they're gestate in glass jars, they're reared by a state that's engineered them for a strict caste system. Mother and father are dirty words. The only sex is the recreational kind, which is generally aided or enhanced by a drug called Soma, which we're going to assume is chemically similar to MDMA. It also helps people achieve spiritual ecstasy as well. My point is that the sartorial symbol of this synthetic society is the zipper. There's a scene in chapter 9 where a character we know is John the Savage, he's the illegitimate son of someone who in London is the director of Central London Hatchery and Conditioning Center. But he's been abandoned to raise himself in an Indian reservation in New Mexico. He encounters the green suitcase of a traveler named, a female character named Lenona Crown. The zippers on Lenona's spare pair of viscous velveteen shorts were at first a puzzle, then solved, a delight. Zip, and then zip. Zip, and then zip. He was enchanted. Her green slippers were the most beautiful things he had ever seen. He unfolded a pair of Zippa Kameniks, blushed, and put them away hastily again. As I say, the zipper is interesting as an intrusion of the machine into the space of the body. The simple machines, we're told, levers and pulleys and inclined planes change the direction or magnitude of the force. I want to suppose that a zipper does something quite of the kind when introduced to the intimate space. This has implications for erotics, I think. That one reason that we have this enduring symbol of secure domestic intimacy is the zipping up of one's partner's dress, and the reason we have this enduring, very useful hack symbol of erotic adventure is that of unzipping a lover's fly. These stay with us and reflect the peculiar energy of this machine, the zipper, in the space of the body. It touches not just on erotics, of course, but on psychology and sociology and all elements of culture. I think it's also a testament of the peculiar force of the zipper that it took a long time for it to be accepted. The zipper was first invented in 1893. It was called a clasp locker or unlocker for shoes, created by one Whitcomb Judson under the auspices of a company called the Universal Fastener Company. But it wasn't very good. There was a technical problem to solve, in which that zipper was just a way of, a speedier way of dealing with a hook and eye closure. What needed to happen was for the Universal Fastener Company to develop into the Hookless Fastener Company in 1913, when Gideon Sunderback solved the problem. Two facing rows of teeth that pulled into a single piece by a slider. So that's 20 years progress solving the technical problem. There had to be another 25 years of development to solve the cultural problem. This was a thing that was not needed. The other closures we had at the time were buttons, and safety pins. For men, there were snaps, there was lacing, and there were buckles. But the zipper, it was not an invention that solved the problem. It was an invention. A historian of this business named Robert Friedel refers to it as a problem-seeking invention, and says, I quote, "As an opportunity invention, the slide fastener was the creation of a kind of thinking less concerned with solving particular problems and more with devising clever alternatives to the world as known. In such a case, invention is the product of the perception of opportunities for novelty." Thus, from the 1890s forward, there was a resistance to the zipper as a thing to fasten a corset or a gown. As a matter of utility, it needed to work its way in through the tobacco pouch, the money belt, the pocketbook, the wardrobe, the slipcover, the sleeping bag, the pencil case. The killer app, as it were, was the rubber boot, the galoshes. It's B.F. Goodrich that registered the name zipper for its galoshes in 1923. There are further inroads with other utilitarian clothing, overalls, raincoats, hefty jackets. What made it work was children's clothing. A school of psychology that began, called behaviorism, that picked up popularity in the 1920s, suggested that the children's clothing should be so fashioned that he can dress himself, pointing to the 17 buttons a boy would have to close to get dressed every morning, and the headache for him and for his mother. When these boys grew up, it was the late 1930s, and they were entering a world when I'm struggling to say that the zipper's breakthrough year was 1937. When this, when it was, the product was hailed in Esquire in New York, in the New Yorker. It was accepted by the Duke of Windsor, and the earlier advances of the likes of Charles James and Elsa Schiaparelli found a home on the runway. On my way over here today, I noticed there are two distinct types of zipper that are most likely to meet the eye. That of the motorcycle jacket, when it's all its dynamic diagonals, where the jacket turns the person into a motorcycle himself a bit, in its suggestions of power and of independence. And there's also on the flight jacket, the MA-1 bomber jacket with its utility pocket, also known as a cigarette pocket on the left sleeve. It's a sort of vestigial organ. Buttons were invented in about ancient Egypt. Buttonholes didn't come around until medieval Europe. So there's a good long while there that buttons were decorative, strictly. The zipper has traced a contrary path, that is, from its genesis and utility, its energy now is decorative, its vitality is its modernity, and I wonder if there's a way it is stuck in the future as an item of perennial novelty. There's nowhere else for it to go. I think, though up at MIT and the personal relations group, they've invented a zipper bot. I'm quoting a reporter here. The zipper bot, it has optical sensors and it has motion sensors, and the zipper bot will do up your zipper. But this is not simply about keeping one's fly closed. The zipper bot was fixed to a form-fitting hobble skirt. It was seen that when the person wearing the skirt moved, the bot attracted the motion and unzipped a little so that the person could walk easily wearing the skirt. That is interest. MIT says that the meaning, the purpose of its sartorial robotics project is to enhance the exploration of identities for both humans and robots. I don't think that one need be Aldous Huxley to wonder at the degree which the zipper has helped close the difference between the individual and the machine.
Thank you. There's a beautiful circularity because we go from the zipper bot that ties your zip to the self-lacing Air Jordans that are worn in Back to the Future that were the A of the day. Ha! See, from A to Z, perfection. So before we call our last chaotic and overcrowded and absolutely wonderful panel, I would like to call up here Stephanie Kramer and Marili Constantinopoulou, that are the two as yet unsung heroes of the day. Marili and Stephanie, are you there? I would like to also give you a little bit of limelight. Come on, where are you? They're coming, okay. So you can see, this is not the fully complete team, but almost. But it's been quite a wonderful ride also with them. So thank you very much. I just wanted them to see you. All right. Thank you. Great. And now I would like to call here for one last round of questions. So I'm going to have here. So let's see. We have Sarah, we have Carmen, Mary, Malu, and I am missing, and Harry. If you don't mind, please sitting here with us for one last round of questions for you. Do we have enough seats? Okay. No, one more. Thank you. So I'm going to stay at the end because I have my own mic. Maybe Harry's left?
Restroom.
Oh, restroom break. Okay, no problem. So I'm going to hold this seat until he comes back. And do we have anybody else? No. Oh, Grace. Here, come. That's exactly whom I was also waiting for. So we'll wait for Harry to come. So it's been quite wonderful to listen to you all. And everybody's been talking about the theme that's been given. The question is fashion modern. Here is Harry. Come. Yay! No, come. You need your jacket, okay. So I was just saying that today, relax. That today everybody answered the question that was posed, is fashion modern? We also assigned you an object, but everybody answered in very personal ways that kind of comforted us and made us feel more comfortable in the fact that it's really worth doing an exhibition. The fashion is a place for serious discourse. You all came up with ideas, some constructive, some critical, some constructive and critical, for the fashion world that we're going to try and develop in this exhibition. But I would like to ask you if you could pick one issue that is in the fashion world that you would like us all to work on. Not that it needs to be solved. It could be positive, it could be negative. What would it be? So, Harry, I'm going to go in this direction.
Wow. Okay. I feel like as a model coming from this angle of, going up for castings, having my entire career in fashion sort of predicated on the client's choice to pick me. Because I'm trans, I'm a minority. I feel like the obvious answer, but is still sort of the answer I want to give, is just to push for diversity in fashion, but not just like for diversity's sake. I really like that Sarah brought up glamour and sort of fashion's ability to dictate what is beautiful, what is modern, what is aspirational, and to insert bodies into that conversation that aren't, white, sample size, cisgender, physically able, to insert, different kinds of bodies into that conversation is really powerful and allows for certain kinds of bodies to be destigmatized where they are stigmatized. So that's my issue.
That's your issue.
Yeah.
Grace.
I think the question that I raised in talking about the veil, in that, how do we get to a point where we hypersexualize the body, and not just the whole body, but body parts? I mean, next thing I think the big toe is going to be sexualized, or probably already has been.
Well, Aimee kind of was talking about it, yeah.
But I think it's something that we encounter all the time, but I'm always fascinated by that process of how we continue to hypersexualize and hypersex the female body, and it's a conversation that I think we need to get deeper about.
Good point. Mary.
Oh my God, time. I'm obsessed with time. I think we need time.
That's why your company is called Slow and Steady
Yeah,
Wins the Race.
Yeah. Well, yes. So, and that kind of dovetailed into itself. But I, just thinking back from yesterday, it was great to kind of lead off with the current environment and the state of how we're functioning and how much we're consuming. And it's we can probably go on forever talking about that. But to kind of counter that with an anecdote, I mentioned that, and I mentioned it a lot, that my skills are really attributed to my grandmother. And she taught me how to make everything. And she taught me by sitting next to me and taking time to do it. And the other fear that I completely have is that things like that is going to be just completely extinct. I have brilliant students who come into the studio, and there's always 1 out of 2 where I'm kind of terrified at the fact that one didn't know that Helmut Lang was a real person, and so their history is disappearing. One didn't know what a French seam was, and they've never seen anything constructed. They just know how to Photoshop. So I love technology in terms of as an additional tool, but in terms of if we're speaking within this industry right now, I want to make a time machine so we can have 48 hours. I don't know. It's I don't know what the solution is right now, but all I know is that I go in there and I kind of savor my time. Luxury is for me time. And so if we can somehow And I think we're beginning to address that. And in terms of not collapsing the time, but hopefully expanding the time. That's what I would like to talk about.
These are used.
I'm going to sound a little abstract, but I was considering the sacred and the precious. So if you go in the direction of ethical fashion and you see the big, big, big picture, it's about resources and climate change. So there's a certain amount of arable land, and we are choosing to grow crops for fuel or bioplastics, fibers, and food. I don't know which one is going to win at the end. The climate change does affect sales, the cycles of fashion. They are not able to sell the deliveries that they stick to those calendars. So you just have to be more sensitive to that. Like, climate is a factor, and we have certainly played a role. And I try to do compost now in California. My mom, if she's watching, she hates my compost.
There's another Californian that is here that also told me yesterday it stinks.
Yes, it's a problem. So anyway, those were my thoughts that I get anxious. But.
Okay, Sarah.
Well, I would certainly echo the point about climate change. I mean, I actually came here today from submitting my last final paper for grad school about climate change, specifically Bangladesh. And, you know, when you're there, you see the devastation when you look at whether it's factories like Rana Plaza that have collapsed or the filthy rivers. I mean, you can see it. It's probably the most pressing issue of our time. So my focus has always been on labor, but my year at grad school has made me feel that I need to speak more about climate change in this industry. And then, you know, it's a superficial industry that draws superficial criticisms. And so my heart kind of sank when I was asked to speak about size, because that's always the issue that people think models are concerned about. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, you know, and I think we need to inject a labor consciousness into fashion.
Malu?
One of the things that we talked about yesterday in the interview was about modernity and how experiences of what is modern is different in different countries of the world. And what I'm interested in, or what I like to do in my research, particularly about the Middle East, is that I like to see the context that things are made and used and how they come about, and what is the local history and how that sort of informs how people use it there, so that the people who are using that garment, whether we're talking about lingerie or the veil, they themselves have a voice in the garment, that it isn't other people who talk for them.
This is great learning curve, literally, for us. There's something that I tried to achieve once when I was preparing an exhibition, a proposal for an exhibition about sustainable design. I was trying to find a way to show sustainable design that was also delightful. So, especially in fashion, delight, beauty, whichever kind of beauty you subscribe to, whether it's punk beauty or your classical, more platonic kind of beauty, there needs to be that aspect, not because fashion is frivolous, but because beauty and formal intention is a means of communication and is a means of showing respect to other human beings. So the concept of ethical and delightful at the same time. How can a citizen be ethical when buying fashion, when wearing fashion, and at the same time not do away with the kind of delight and formal communication that fashion can provide? I'm looking at you, Carmen, yes,
No.
You're the ethical person.
But I don't know, I get in trouble all the time because
You
I
do?
antagonize
Really? So it's a question
I end up antagonizing the industry that feeds me, and then I don't get work, and then I'm bankrupt. That's how it happened. So it bothered me that H&M took the word conscious into their brand. They don't deserve it. I'm sorry. So they capitalized on something that we really need to strive for, us as humanity. So this one makes me very upset, along with the greenwashing that goes on, changing the language or perception, the marketing scheme. And if I'm a young designer, teaching Parsons students, that opportunity brought the light to my life, because a classroom of 12 students, 4 didn't have a choice. There were no openings in other classes, so they had to take the ethical fashion. And they didn't want to. So at the end of a semester, 4 were completely into it.
Converted.
Others felt that they were limiting their creativity, and that sucks. So
Interesting.
You see?
So maybe it's about what Malu was suggesting, trying to explain the context of objects, which is what we do for design also. Train people to understand the difference between seams and the difference between fabrics, and reading the label and giving more context. Does anybody else want to answer the question? Yeah.
Well, I'm a big proponent of anti-design obsolescence. Even just the idea of in your business plan you have planned obsolescence, so the cycle of the customer can do another purchasing round. And I don't know, I think back to when I have to interact with let's say my parents. My dad has this beautiful coin wallet that he's had since he started. He's retired now, but he's, just to do a little bit of math, he's 77, and when he started working at the company, he was 25. It looks brand new, and it's and it's not. It's habit, and it's also something that he was sort of brought up and taught that habit to just kind of cherish things that you buy. And to treat them well. So there's that sort of emotional component to it. But when I'm totally fascinated by the idea that no matter what, Converse sneakers has been around for 101 years. It's equally classic, it's equally subversive. And why hasn't that design changed? Nobody's freaking out that has to innovate. That's God forbid that that seems sort of passé. And so there's even just the motorcycle jacket, there are these sort of moments that transcended sort of this trends. And for me, I think that's brilliant and genius, and something that is a true design challenge.
Harry, you were saying that clients choose you, so you kind of are chosen. It's almost like a passive verb. When they choose you, they make a statement. You're transgender, and it's a statement to hire you. How is the relationship of the fashion world with transgender models and with transgender people evolving?
Well, it's fascinating because people ask me, how do you feel that fashion is being, is engaging with trans issues and gender fluidity? But the fact is, fashion really isn't. Fashion cares about trans aesthetics, not trans issues. Le Smoking and Jean-Paul Gaultier, people look at that and they're like, oh, trans, something is happening with gender. And it's no, it's not. Because, I can count the number of transgender models who are signed to major agencies, on one hand. I'm out here, Andrea's out here, Leah T and Israel, there are a couple of us and we're working, but that's about it. And we're all white, and we, it's really limited, the engagement at this point. So I think there's a long way to go where it's not just about this gender tourism. It's more about meaningfully including folks who are gender variant in the fashion industry as people who work there and are collaborators.
doesn't sound that dissimilar, Sarah, from, and it's a labor issue in a way. It's about not buying the model, the mannequin, but buying the person, renting the person, asking the person to collaborate, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many issues to talk about. It's hard to pack it in. But I mean, I remember 10 years ago, I would get, my casting sheets from my agency, and sometimes there would be notes, and I quote directly, no ethnic girls, whatever that means.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, so certainly we've seen a shift, but there's there's tokenism, and I remember one of the last runway shows that I did, certainly being outspoken in this industry doesn't exactly help your pocketbook or booking jobs. But I suggested when I saw the lineup and there was not a single model of color, I suggested to this designer that they might want to consider, rethinking their casting. And oh my goodness.
How dare you?
Yeah, I mean, it was like I'd whipped out a gun or something. It was not good. So I think people in the industry, especially people in positions of power, are not used to being questioned or pushed. And I think we need to be courageous and really force them to have those conversations.
Ultimately, and in the meantime, if you want to prepare some questions from the audience, ultimately it's about winning the kind of natural parochialism that happens in all of us. I remember, you were talking about climate change, and I was reading this really great essay, and somebody was talking about time parochialism. Like, we tend not to go beyond our own lifetime or that of our children, and instead it's about seeing beyond and being able to understand a context that is not our navel. But you were also mentioning the power, people in power. And there's another question that I had from Alu, actually. Fashion has the capacity to empower, of course, but also to disempower on the other hand. So in your work, in looking at the Syrian lingerie, how did you deal with this conundrum, with this particular dichotomy?
Well, I was really interested in trying. The trouble with reporting and writing from the Middle East, from my experience, is that if you're doing a subject or a story that involves men and you start with men, then you're with men. If you're doing a story that involves women, then you're with women. There is a segregation of the sexes in certain societies. So if you're trying to move between both easily, it's sort of hard. With lingerie, I wanted to make sure that women were represented and their voices were heard and seen. And that because it's a fashion culture that's made by predominantly, well, all the designers were men except for one young woman that we met, and she had made a bra and panty set out of burlap. So I'm not really sure what she was very young and inexperienced. And there wasn't in Syria a history of design where people were going to school and studying it, or even knowing what the local history of design was in Damascus or Aleppo. So everyone's recreating the wheel. So I think it's really important that, yes, you're right, there are these conflicting. People would be interested in Syrian lingerie because they think, oh, this is what women wear under the burqa. Oh my goodness, or the abaya, and it was salacious, and it wasn't very nice. But when you go to the women and you hear women talk about it, or when they're talking about their sexual lives, then it's no longer a fashion culture that's only made by men and only expressing the sexual desires of men on women. Women too have agency and they have a voice, and I think that's very important when you're looking at the Middle East.
Which is quite beautiful in what you were showing, Grace. Because you were showing, talking about the sexualization of the female body, which is something I'm very sensitive to, being Italian. Every time I go back to Italy, I'm confronted. I'm slapped in the face the moment I get off the airplane by ads selling refrigerators with a naked woman next to the refrigerator. So it really is interesting because you were talking about the veil as being a way to empower women, not in the usual sense. Sometimes we hear, wearing the veil empowers you to be your own person. But you were going further also with the artist that was changing the material that the burqa was
Thought you
made.
might like that.
Oh, I loved it. So, but interestingly, when we assigned the veil to you, you said, well, I don't know, I don't wear the veil. So, but you were able to speak about it so eloquently, because it seems like you feel the veil even though you don't wear it. So how is that?
Well, I shared with Paola when I was asked to talk about the veil. I was very troubled by being asked to talk about something so complicated and so sensitive, because I'm not a woman that fails, and I think it's important that the women that do fail speak about veiling. And so my inroads into it was because we dedicated this issue of the magazine to the burqa. And, I have to say to you, spending the time researching and looking at these artists' work, and I fell in love with modesty. I fell in love with modesty again, and I think it's a word that we need to also take back, and it's an aesthetic that we need to also take back, because it seems as if modesty in the fashion world, and I'm not in the fashion world, so I'm like you and Michelle, I know nothing about fashion. I know about art and activism, but fashion, no. So that's another disclaimer. But it seems as if modesty has become the dirty word, has become...
Or maybe the opposite. Hana Tajima's video was all about modesty, no?
In sort of our cultural New York City, Sex and the City context, it's seen as this very antiquated, old-fashioned thing. And spending the time working on this issue and looking at these women and look at how they talk about the veil and this idea that the body, especially the woman's body, is not for public consumption. To me, I found that incredibly radical, and that the veil, and incredibly modern, and that the veil could be a way to talk about this radical idea that as a woman, you get to choose who consumes your body and when they consume that body. And I find that quite revolutionary.
True that. Are there any questions in the audience? I'm sorry? Okay, go ahead. Can you introduce yourself? We can't see you. Thank you.
Is this on? Yeah. Anna Scarpelli, New York University. I'm a sociologist there. So I think an alternative title for the symposium, or at least for the afternoon session, could have been oppression in fashion and how to solve the problem. And so I was wondering, what should we do in order to solve oppression in fashion? There are very different approaches, especially in the last two panels. Should we act according to our own authenticity within the oppressive gender binary structure, as Harry Neff was suggesting at the end, that maybe it's not about the clothes, but about how one feels and acts in them? Should we reappropriate oppressive garments to turn the mirror to exploitation at home, as well as to expose hypocrisy, as Grace was suggesting? So I was wondering, fully conscious that there isn't one right way, I would like to ask the panelists, do you see your approaches as mutually exclusive in order to free yourselves from these oppressive structures? Or do you see a complementarity between your approaches? And what would those be?
So is it you're saying complementarity in approaches, meaning all these different panelists together, like if you deal with gender binary and the cliches about gender and labor, and so that's what you're saying?
I'm asking the impossible.
Does anybody see any exclusionary position? I think that you're all kind of coming together. I mean, the world would be a much better place if every step that you delineated could be taken, right? So, Anna, we're gonna maybe discuss it more later. I'm gonna take the next question. Yeah.
Hi. So I'm curious about...
Vandana, is that you? Who's speaking? Oh yeah, if you could introduce
hi, my name is
yourself.
Antu.
Oh, I couldn't understand who
Sorry, I just went straight into the question. I'm like, you don't need to know me. So I'm curious about a couple of, it's come up again and again within this conversation about fashion as frivolous, fashion industry as superficial, and so forth. And I think that it's really interesting because we are at MoMA, we are talking about
design and fashion as divorced from design and divorced from art, even though I think and that fashion is possibly the most human-centered design and the most human-centered art, and that's also a trend. I mean, if you follow like the work of IDEO and talking about human-centered design, there's nothing more human-centered than the clothes that you wear on your body. So I guess like this is a broader conversation and maybe a broader question of why we think of fashion as divorced from design, as divorced from art.
Thank you for the question. It's actually quite the opposite that we're here to discuss. So I think that yesterday and today are the proof in the pudding. The fashion is really deep. And we want to consider it as a form of design, well, without taking anything away from the field. But we want to use different critical tools to examine fashion, hopefully also to buttress more the field with whatever we can provide. But I think that you all feel that the field that you work in is very deep and maybe misunderstood. Am I right or wrong?
Perhaps in crisis. Sometimes, I mean, the situation with the economy. And remember Jackie Kennedy? She was asked to wear hats because they needed to support the hat making industry. And she actually hated wearing the hat. And she's iconic. You know? So we were hoping that Michelle Obama would spur the local designers. And it happened in the beginning. We're still like fighting for that local manufacturing. Maybe that's not the answer, but...
No, thank you. Harry, did you want to say something? No?
I could.
No. Yeah, I saw that you were like moving the microphone. Yeah, you can. Go for it.
Well, I feel like fashion is this huge industry, and it's an immensely visible industry, and I think that it has this amazing potential as a platform to teach and inform people. You know, that is usually kind of this like dictatorship thing where we're just kind of looking at the same ideal of beauty over and over again. But if you just switch something new in, all of a sudden you've like punked everyone, and you know, something that was ugly yesterday is now on a billboard, you know, selling that shit you want to buy. And you can't, and people can't do anything about it. And that's how things are normalized. So I think that, you know, the people who work in fashion, it's like do better, but like fashion as a platform, fascinating.
One more question? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Chantal and I work for fashionista.com. My question's for Hari Neff. I was wondering, do you think fashion can be truly subversive when it comes to gender issues? I found your argument really compelling, and I'm wondering if there's a way that it actually could be subversive, not in the way that it's been marketed to us that it has been, and if there's anyone in that space or making movements in that way that you think is compelling and worth highlighting. Thank you.
Well, I think we find ourselves in this postmodern moment with fashion where, you know, suits on women and dresses on men have already kind of been done, so you look for the chapter 2, and I think that, again, it's all about the way you contextualize clothing, and particularly the way you contextualize clothing, you know, within bodies and even within institutions. I think specifically of, you know, what Alessandro Michele is doing at Gucci and how the garments themselves are things that maybe we've seen before on a vintage shop, but you take that floral blouse and you put it on a tall, skinny guy, and all of a sudden you have this gesture of like weird, gangly masculinity commingling with this gesture of like frilly old world femininity, and you put it all in a blender and something new comes out that like gives consumers, you know, the heebie-jeebies, and they go for it. Like, I think that it's about relational aesthetics, and just, it can't just be about the object anymore. It needs to be in the world and be on people. And the potential for that is limitless. So that's where it has to go, but it's hard to put into words for sure.
I'm gonna take one last question and then we go drink. Who has the microphone? Who has the power tool?
I guess I'm not alone in thinking that what Hari's saying is.
Can you please introduce
Oh,
yourself?
I'm Cheryl Donegan, and I'm a visual artist.
And Cheryl has right now an exhibition at the new museum.
It closed.
It closed?
Oh, yeah.
It just closed 2 days ago. Okay, sorry.
Everything dies eventually. Anyways, back to Hari. But my question is, I thought what you just said was so great about it's not to focus on objects, it's what people do with them. But here's my question, I guess, to MoMA. Given that your traditional occupation is with objects and mediums, and such a medium-specific way of organizing the museum, even to your title, items, is fashion modern. I'm wondering, it's so noun-centered. How do we get it centered on the verb? How do we get it centered on fashioning or refashioning, which is a more verbal approach rather than the noun? And if you can do that in the context of MoMA's history, I think you really will have a revolutionary show.
Oh, thank you for the suggestion. It was a suggestion, not a question, right?
I mean, as a curator of a design at MoMA, I'd just like to know how your response to that would be fascinating.
Oh, you're asking me. Okay, absolutely. Well, remember, I'm not a native English-speaking person, so I always have a problem with the ing. For some reason, it just like, I never think of fashioning. I never think of the verb in becoming. I always think of the object, because the object represents for me a way to walk into a universe. So even with the project that Michelle mentioned before, Design and Violence, that I did with her and with Jean-Raymond and with Carmody, it was all about picking objects that have an ambiguous relationship with violence in order to explore the manifestations of violence in contemporary society. Equally, what I'm going to take from this amazing day and a half is I'm going to take all the issues that were mentioned, even tonight, the ambiguous relationship with gender issues, if any, the sexualization of the female body. What I'm going to do naturally is I'm going to take all these issues, I'm going to find an object that helps me hypnotize myself in order to get into the issue fully. So I guess we all have different ways of curating, different ways of thinking, and what matters is really the goal, and how we get there is something that we can describe. So in a way, even this event is the way we tend to do exhibitions in the design team at MoMA, which is to open up the conversation, say that we're very good at some things and not good at others, ask for help, something very difficult to do, sometimes, but it's a style of researching. Nonetheless, what you're saying is very interesting. It's like going to shop for clothes with a girlfriend that might suggest things that you would never try, and then they fit you perfectly. So I'm going to give it a try and see if that shift helps. So thank you very much for the suggestion. And on this, I would like to thank you all and all the speakers. I would like to call here also Alexandra and Michelle, please. And once again, it's been fantastic. We have drinks outside. I hope you'll just linger for hours. I hope you'll go back on the YouTube MoMA channel. It's youtube.com/MoMA. And I hope you will look again at all the videos and spread the word. And please use the hashtag #ItemsMoMA to send us suggestions, comments. We really mean it when we say that we want to use you and we want you to use us, because an exhibition at MoMA and a project of this magnitude for us is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the museum, but we also want it to be an opportunity for the world at large, because this place needs to be a place of research and discourse. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Alexandra. Let's go outside and have a good time. Thank you.